Right, it's been a while here. Let's get all these buttons going. Right. Gosh, right, here we go. Okay. Guten Abend, meine Kinder. It's been a while. I assume F sounds working and stuff like that. I haven't slept for God knows how many years now, at least a couple of hours last night. So I apologize because this would be a bit of a tedious one, but we are so back, it says often. Evening, everyone else. Wendy's there. Good evening, milady. Sounds good, nice. Okay, so I was meant to go to bed. I mean, I really meant to go to bed, but I've just been I was chatting to someone else who motivated me for a stream. If he's in the chat, cheers to that, mate. I have no idea what time it is in Australia. It's probably some godforsaken hour at this point. But I thought, well, this whole sort of acceleration and polarization, and then the Tucker Carlson affair. I haven't really commented on Ye, Kanye West, any of this stuff for a while, but I have been watching and tracking. As those are aware, we are inching our way across to the line. It's tedious and it's extremely painful, but we're that close. So I thought, let me take a break and stream about something completely random, like Tucker Carlson and the Cathedral. I was watching with some bemusement, to be honest, about some of the analysis from the DR, some of the analysis from the left. I don't really listen to much DR content anymore. It's just just boring and dull. I'm much more interested in the left-wing acceleration movements and how they're responding to things. Like the culture war seems far more interesting at this point to look at the other side. So, but I'm watching both sides of this, and I thought, well, this is fascinating because I could see certain things were coming in the predict horizon, and I watched a couple of events kind of trickle through, and then they kind of like almost stumbled over each other, and I think this points to something really quite, I guess, salient to the work we're doing. I'm going to be covering a couple of things. Hopefully, it won't be a long stream because I literally am being screamed at to go to bed, etc. Good evening, Full Metal Stack. Full Metal Stack Crack Attack. I will be referencing a massive attack shortly. Because in the case of these four characters, well, not fair to call them characters, creatures, alliterations of the letter C. We have Keef, we have Kanye, we have Carl, Benjamin, Sargon Card, and we have Carlson, Tucker Carlson, and they all seem to have been bumping into the cathedral and almost sort of oblivious to the mechanics of the calculus of the cathedral. So, I mean, one part of me is just amused and bemused. My chief thinking officer is somewhere in France. God knows what he's up to. He's probably as amused as I am. Looking at this, going but we've already told you this is why this wouldn't work and what will happen. But nevertheless, obviously, Kanye has declared DEFCON 5 on the Jewish people. Shalom, Mossad, do it. Be prepared. Israel might be under attack by Kanye West at some point. And then we've got, of course, our resident third position fascist, whatever you want to call Master Keat, who's been literally on his knees, sort of filleting a tweet by Elon Musk. We'll look at that in a second. And the inevitable is going to occur, both in the case of Sargon Card, Carl, and the Lotus Eaters, because I track, for different reasons, I track content against the Overton window, etc. I've been watching the Lotus Eaters getting a little frisky, moving a little right, getting a little cocky, and I was watching them going you're going to be running into the cathedral quicker than you think. And I think a few weeks ago, Carl got demonetized, and they got demonetized. No big surprise there, because when you start hitting certain punctuation points, the cathedral will adapt and respond to you. Bye-bye revenues for Southern Card. Carlson was very, very different, because by watching him and watching the whole DeSantis thing, I was thinking, okay, at some point you're going to run into the same punctuation points of, and we're going to look at some of these things in a minute. And I was thinking, right, so at some point you're going to run into these kind of qualitative shifts in the landscape. We're going to talk about the long march and progress. And as soon as you start wandering out, because Carl, to his credit, has been very careful. Carl, I've got to stop using words that begin with C. Carl has been very careful to be within the Overton window for the most part. When the problem with echo chambers and the problem with living in a polarized social media environment is that you lose track of reality. you very quickly think that the worldview you have is that informed by your social media, and you don't go out to feel the air on your chest, or walk around and talk to normal people. I could see Carl and Sargon walking into this next ein Moment bitte. Ah, the flower has brought coffee. It's very kind of you. Much about help. Danke. Hey, thanks. Yeah. And I watched that, and I thought, well, at some point, Carl is going to run into the Ethernet thing that he's been very, very careful not to mention. And as soon as he started doing that, they got a bit cocky and frisky, and I thought, okay, that's not going to work for very long. Boom, monetization gone. And Carlson was more interesting, because I was watching Tucker going, okay, if Trump is going to run or not, and depending on the Trump-DeSantis affair, at some point you're going to run into a hard US division. And that division, of course, is Israel, right? I mean, are you going to go right where you start, on that note, good evening, Lord Serema? Are you going to start naming the Jewish people, Lord Serema? And is Tucker Carlson going to be, on one hand, getting all this pressure from the right, screaming, name the Jews, and the other hand, going, right, the entire, 3/4 of the Republican base are pro-Israel, 100 million evangelical Christians are pro-Israel. You're going to run into power again in the cathedral. Looks like Tucker Carlson has been tiptoeing around, and we'll find out soon enough as to what's happened there. But I would not be surprised because someone sent me a link to all the remarks, I should probably put it somewhere, of him on Israel. And you go, okay, so if you started also doing what Carl did and start tiptoeing around Israel, you're going to run into, no doubt, a Jewish defense, because you have to make up your mind, right? You can either be Senorita Fuentes, or you are not. And it looks like those four things come in quite nicely. So what I want to do today is look at something much less interesting. I want to look at something really dull and boring, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to make some claims here, like I like to do, and you can hold me to them as usual, because so far my predicts have been holding pretty well last 15 to 18 months. Here's some good news and bad news. The bad news is you're not going to beat the cathedral, and Elon Musk is not the savior. I also can make something else that might come across as bad news. I'm not sure if free speech is the panacea, and if free speech is the thing that's going to get you out. Serema is probably already sharpening his sword at this point. He's bringing out the flame of often. God bless you, Lord Serema. And I don't think that's also going to win. I'm going to explain why in detail in a little bit. And what we're going to do is one dull bit is we're going to read the current submissions to the Supreme Court, of probably the most important court case in the world right now, which of course is Section 230, which is currently making its way up the Ninth Circuit, and the Supreme Court has its submission. And that's going to be the case of if polarization is accelerated under the guise of or supervision of the cathedral, and we have on one hand a maverick CEO of a social media company opening up Twitter to everybody, basically the free market exchange of ideas, which basically just means get the Jews, get the blacks, get the gays, then you're going to see the cathedral is going to auto-adapt to it. And you're going to see our Section 230, particularly when you look at the submission of the ADL to the Supreme Court. I'm going to see exactly why that's not going to work. Now, at some point, I can predict that Elon Musk is either going to buckle under, either under law or under financial pressure, to not be able to survive. But we'll have a look at that in a second. So to refresh ourselves and some boring stuff, so I just got a cup of coffee, which is nice. God bless the patriarchy. Right. Right, let's have a look. So the four characters. So just a quick, this all sort of like easy peasy stuff for you chaps by now. What's the cathedral? A nice little image here, looking at the Death Star plans. And obviously these four young gentlemen are clearly failing to understand how to look at the cathedral, failing to understand how to analyze the cathedral in an information age, and therefore they are victims of the cathedral already, because as Lord Vader on the left is looking at them going, you didn't get the right plans for the Death Star, and therefore your missiles have fired, and you fired your missiles and they're going nowhere. Kanye has gone DEFCON 3.1415, nowhere. I don't believe any Iron Dome missiles have been needed to be deployed. Keith Woods is filleting Elon Musk. I mean, what happened to the Catholic proverbs that the good Irish people should have taught him? But nevertheless, he's filleting Elon Musk, hoping for the new savior. That's not going anywhere. Carl had a rather defeatist attitude when he tried to make a plea to YouTube, going, please give me my money back. It's like, that won't happen. I will learn much more about Carlson in a minute. So quick recap. What's Cathedral? Based on the economic model of the three stovepipes of power. There's only three forms of power in society. There's commercial power, political power, and social power. Put those three things together and you get the Cathedral. Cathedral is now emerged into a consensus system. It's a system of consensus engines running. And those three things in the information exchange, hence the yellow in quotes fourth sector, allowing us to propagate ideology, propagate policy, propagate regulations in society around and around. Take an old example from the old slides of an ideology, for example, could be critical race theory. It would generate ontologies, races are equal, racial justice, racial oppression, systemic racism. Here's the World Economic Forum. I've almost got through, a mate is helping really slowly, except he's really lazy, to actually get the entire ontology out of the World Economic Forum. But if you look at one of those, you'll see that the Cathedral is going to continuously emit messages corresponding to the Long March of Progress that say that if you are going to go against the consensus of the Cathedral's social organ, in this case, what is considered the social norms, racial justice, for example, you're going to run into a repeated set of messaging, a repeated set of ontologies driven and enforced by policies. We've seen all this stuff before. That's going to flow through the organs into business, where the regulations are going to come through, make them way to things like HR policies, everyone's welcome, everyone's equal, inclusivity, blah, 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 blah. We've done all that stuff before. But what I want to talk about now is quite interesting because this kind of comes into what I really want to talk about, which is Section 230 and the ADL, is if you then look at this whole free speech, hate speech, Long March stuff, if we drew a simple chronology or timeline of the Long March of Progress, if we look at, say, something like on the left, we look at, say, 1918, around universal suffrage and women getting the right to vote in 1980, 1920, 1920s to 1930s in the UK and the United States. World War II happens, Holocaust is finished, we have peacetime Europe, and it takes not very long before the Million Man March, civil rights, and we get race as equality, paving its way for the first form in the UK. That would be around 1970. I think legislation went through in 68 to 69 to 1970, which is what the current Equalities Act is based on. In the 80s, you get the Stonewall movement for homosexuality. You get the progress going through these tranches from gender, race, equality, sexuality. Finally, you end up with faith, and you have anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. No protection for Christianity, but a protection of anti-Semitism, at least a lip service protection of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, legislated for. And obviously, the transgender issue could be seen as an extension of the sexual issue. But you see these punctuation points drawing across a clear landscape that delineates the population into sets. Why gender first? Because if I took a data set and I split it, gender is the largest split. 50-50 roughly, men and women. If I jump down to, in quotes, races, depending what type of racial ontology you want, I said there were 7 races or 5 races, I get minorities, I get buckets of 5. If I then go through the legislation for sexuality, you get to a tighter and tighter bucket. Less people are homosexual, lesbians, than heterosexual. And you get this kind of cone of what the left would define as progress by the Long March. And then intersectionality and postmodernism would define it as an oppression matrix. Inverted from the right, and you look at it and you go like, Jesus, these are the enemies of the conservatives. These are the things that are the enemies of everything conservatives believe. The further right you go, the more acute the problem is defined as. If you flip to the progressive side and you're fighting for justice and equality, again, you tighten the cone where you're fighting for the most oppressed, or versus you're trying to liberate the most oppressed. Of course, now that we're in the age of free speech and social media, in quotes free speech and in quotes social media, I saw this little interesting pyramid where the Wignats are resisting by, of course, saying, oh, look, hang on, the most oppressed people are straight white men at the bottom, followed by straight white women, then gay whites. And you can see this it would almost be funny if it wasn't funny, but it is funny. about reversing and inverting the pyramid of the Long March of oppression. And what do you notice at the top? The Jewish people. The Jews, it doesn't matter which way you slice the intersection matrix, there's almost a strange, you could call it a Jewish horseshoe theory. The further right you go, the Jews are to blame for everything across all 5 punctuation points. The further left you go, the Jews are to blame again for all 5 punctuation points, but under different ontology. So be damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. The Jewish people are fundamentally the focus point for this oppression matrix, if you like. So if you consider the progress the other way, you would see that the Jewish people, for example, would be attacked on their faith, it's Judaism. They'd be attacked on sexual bases. Oh, are they race mixing everyone else? Are rabbis doing things they shouldn't do? And they'll be all the way up the march in both ways. The Jewish people have been in many ways a beacon of this focal point, which is quite interesting because a really great quote that came out recently I heard was that when anti-Semitism rises, anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine for social stability. Anti-Semitism is rising, and anti-Semitism is the leading indicator, if you like, of things that are not going well. And we know anti-Semitism has been rising. Anti-Semitism has been rising is speaking to a deeper, fundamental pattern that's going on in the systems here. That is, as polarity is stretching and pulling the left and right apart, it's actually also bifurcating the left and right, as we know. The Democrats in the United States are splitting into 2. The Republicans are splitting into 2, hence Tucker. Tucker's a punctuation point there. Similarly, in the United Kingdom, the Labour Party is under incredible pressure. You can see this in voices from Novara Media, from Owen Jones, etc. They are fed up with the centrist Labour Party movement. They want to be real progressive lefts, i.e. up the oppression. They want to be anti-Semites. And similarly, the conservative movement is saying, oh, these are the real Tory parties. So real conservatives, for example, would be breaking away from global homo, Toryville, and again, as if by magic, the same patterns emerge again. They'll be therefore being anti-Semitic on the right. Why does this matter? Why bring this up? Just recently, just as of the last 48 hours, someone just dumped this in one of the chats. The head of the BBC resigned because of the Boris Johnson thing, and The Guardian showing their true left-wing anti-Semitism, because I don't really understand right-wing anti-Semitism very well. Sikh Albros, right? But left-wing anti-Semitism is something I still don't understand. But they just make you can make this shit up. The Guardian goes and publishes this cartoon, literally depicting a Jewish man with the characters and an octopus. Hey, Iranian agent. The Iranian agent octopus just can't get away from that octopus, right? Even, what was it? Unwashed had his little octopus. But basically, depicting a Jewish person with grotesque features, just like the Nazis did, running away to Goldman Sachs, and you're back to the same thing. Why? So therefore, free speech and hate speech are quite important things. What's the difference? So, Senorita Fuentes, I assume, is not watching this stream. So my little thesis for this thing is Elon Musk cannot beat the cathedral. Twitter cannot beat the cathedral. The idea that the open marketplace of ideas of free speech cannot beat the cathedral. In fact, the cathedral is prepared to crush it. Now, this might not be good news to some, but they might be going like, but bro, we had Trump. But bro, Trump. And now they're like, oh, screw Trump. Come on, Musk. Musk is our guy. Not going to happen. And I'll tell you what's not going to happen. So before we jump into this, here's our favorite resident third positionist, whatever Keef would want to call themselves, whatever an Irish fascist is. Keith says, Ireland is about to pass one of the most radical hate speech bills yet. Merely possessing, in quotes, he quotes, hateful material on your device is enough to face prison time. Yes, Radio Erin, Radio Albion, whatever. He's about to get like Charlie Big Potatoes. They're going to prison because it's illegal to promote hateful material. It's just illegal. Now, if you want to do it anyway, then you're going to run against the law. Keith is complaining because he's saying one of the most radical hate speech bills yet. Ironically, he was just made a video about radicalism and how things are going to be more radical. Merely possessing hateful material on your device is enough to face prison time. Not only that, but the burden of proof is shifted to the accused, who is expected to prove that they didn't intend to use the material. He quotes this, and then Free Speech Ireland confirms that the United Nations Convention on Human Rights Speech Protection has been defeated on Irish law, and the hate speech bill is passing. Elon Musk responds, despite Keith has obviously got his knickers in a twist. Elon Musk comes out to a massive mental stack attack in the chat. Elon Musk comes, this is a massive attack against freedom of speech. Massive attack with a great band from Bristol. It's a massive attack against freedom of speech. Like, okay. So if freedom of speech means the freedom to emit hateful things, then you get into the intellectual discussions about what it means to be a free speech advocate. Are you a free speech absolutist? Are you going to whisk out your copy of Voltaire? Are you going to fight for the rights for someone to do that? And are you going to say it's speaking truth to power? Are you going to look at the oldest free speech traditions we've had in things like satire and all those things? Or are you going to also acknowledge or recognize, but does free speech just mean I go into a chat channel all day, go Jews, 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 blacks, 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 Jews, 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 Jews? Is that free speech? One would argue, yes, it is free speech. Others would argue it's actually hate speech. And that distinction is going to be tested at the top court of the US Supreme Court. Why? The most important case running right now, to those who follow such things in software and stuff, is Gonzalez versus Google. Unfortunately, the lady on the left, Gonzalez, was killed during the ISIS attacks in Paris and France in 2015. And Google had been, in YouTube, had been virally promoting ISIS videos encouraging Muslims abroad to take action prior to the Bataclan. She was a victim of this, and the evidence of the video is being fed using the algorithm to promote things on a self-basis interest. I think of the mini consensus within the Google algorithm, the algorithms with the algorithms, feeding people what they want to hear in a polarization cycle. Is what Gonzalez versus Google is one of the most important cases. It is now towards the Supreme Court. On one side, you have the people who are absolute free speech proponents, people like the Free Software Foundation. I was very fortunate at the MIT days to hung with Richard Stallman as part of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, who believe that free speech should be absolute. People should be able to say anything, whatever they want. On the other side of the case is the ADL, lots of other groups, and go, well, free speech is important, but there's also the consequences of speech that causes harm. You can think of this in terms of the lunatic who shot up the Buffalo supermarket, killing completely black, just random black people. And then the amount of video clips circulating on the internet with everyone cheering on the dead black people, or there's the Pittsburgh Synagogue, or there's El Paso. And on both sides of these arguments, the case of who's responsible for the speech. Now, if you look at the history of the Communications Act and the Communications Decency Act, there was in the late 1990s, that was precursor to Cathedral 1.0 punctuation in 1996. You'll see that at that time, there was barely anyone on the internet. I mean, most of you guys, probably, if you were alive, they didn't even know what Mozilla 1.0 was. You didn't even know what HTML1 was, right? You were probably young, or you weren't a techie. At that point, the law that was passed thought that the internet would be a kind of a free and wonderful place where everyone would just get along, information would be exchanged. It had a very idealized sense. I remember the time in the late 90s, everyone was very idealistic. Oh my gosh, free and family. No one thought they would be full of hate mobs with execution videos. No one imagined that there'd be 5 billion people on the internet, all passing the most incredibly nutty types of content. So the question then is, do we need to change this? In which case, legal culpability would then be on the platform for messages posted on it. Right now, they have no culpability. And now when you say Musk says, okay, Musk says, I'm going to open Twitter so Keith can get on there and talk about Jews all day, then at some point, if something goes wrong, then Twitter is going to be responsible for Keith's posting. And that is the battle of all battles that is coming up. Biden is, of course, President of the United States, and he is obviously being a progressive Democrat. Well, a Democrat, but not that much of a progressive. It's not Bernie. He's obviously on the case of saying, okay, we just can't have this running around in the light of the Jan 6 insurrection, the light of the payout right now from News Corp against the Dominion server claims, the election was rigged. So obviously, the left are taking on the other hand, the left have sort of benefited a lot from the social media control of the censoring of the right. They're also feeling that now the cat's out of the bag and the right is on the internet. They're coming at it from a partisan political basis on Section 230. So what I want to do, that's a little blag over there. What I'm going to do now is I want to look at a couple of quick things here. Let's just stop this. Whoopsies, that's me. Don't want to see me. When we say anti-Semitism is a good metric of the canary in the coal mine, and we say if we can look at that as a leading indicator, then we're going to read, what I want to do is I want to read effectively at least the amicus curiae submission, i.e. that's the a non-partisan submission, legally speaking, of the Section 230 by the ADL. But prior to that, let's have a little look to see what I mean by anti-Semitism rising, just as a metric. Don't get too excited, Lord Hammer. And this is the current ADL heat maps of anti-Semitism in the United States. I can put the link into those interested, and you can see what's just happened. The polarization of social media has caused an explosion of what translates from online hate, free speech, to action, to the most ridiculous incident recently, to those who follow such things, is a young autistic Jewish child was in Las Vegas, was caught and in school had a swastika tattooed onto his back, a permanent tattooing. So speech is not something that exists in a vacuum. If you're right-wing, a true reactionary, you'd probably be subscribing to generative anthropology as models of speech. And you realize very quickly that speech is linked to physical action and violence. The idea that speech is just a brain in a vat is a very naive understanding of speech. If you were looking at it in a completely different way, we also know that the speech parts of our cortex are also situated biologically. The idea that speech, again, is some bubble in your brain that's not connected to your biology is also wrong. So from the right, both those models would indicate, if you had your hand on your heart, that speech is not something that is a bubble in your head. It's an immersed biological experience in a social context that's also physical biological. And we can see very quickly here, zooming out, that if this is the canary in the coal mine, you can see in the United States, there's something is going on that's exploding. And hence, it's no surprise that the effort for 230 is going to be quite significant. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to quickly look at the key sections I think are going to be important. I can still wake, and let's go here. Right, so the submission, so this is the amicus curiae. This is the submission that's non-partisan. Currently, I've been tracking this very closely for the United States Supreme Court's appeal for Section 230 of the Common Decency Act. And we jump to, say, something like, I think, page 11 or 12 would be the place to start in. Okay, so let's just read this together. From the summary of the argument, right. My coffee. So this is the summary of the argumentation. It's not we're not going to read the whole document, so don't panic. The past several years have witnessed a tectonic shift in the proliferation of hate online and the destabilizing and violent consequences of that proliferation, both online and off. It's by now well established that social media platforms pushing volume and virality in service of their bottom lines endanger vulnerable communities most at risk of online harassment and related offline violence. These platforms are not merely holding up a mirror that reflects society's existing state of divisiveness and polarization. Rather, the companies that run these platforms deliberately construct their core product mechanics, including user interfaces, recommendation engines, and algorithms, as well as other targeting tools to keep users scrolling and clicking. Think of all the people just getting, give me a dopamine burst, give me another Telegram meme, I need another meme, mommy, I need another meme, my dopamine is falling. Collecting and leveraging enormous amounts of potential user data, platforms target their users with customized feeds and recommendations to push them to spend more and more time on their platform. In doing so, these companies have actively pulled users towards extremism and hate, creating new trends, new communities, and new harms. In one stunning example, Facebook researchers determined that the platform was responsible for pushing users into rabbit holes and feeding them even more extreme content. Company researchers set up a test account, Carol. Carol. Oh, God bless you, my dear. Not the Carol we know and love. Company researchers set up a test account, Carol, and assigned it interest in political conservatism, politics, parenting, and Christianity. 5 days later, Facebook was recommending that Carol join conspiratorial groups and inundating Carol's feed with a barrage of extreme conspiratorial and graphic content that violated Facebook's own content rules, including those on hate speech. These platforms know that their recommendation engines at times contribute to extremist, terrorist, and anti-democratic violence around the world. In spite of this, they've taken little meaningful action. This is in part due to the sweeping immunity they enjoy under the lower court's misinterpretation of 230. As the late Judge Katzman explained, Congress enacted 230 at the dawn of the commercial internet, before social media existed, to protect families and children from inappropriate material online, while also protecting the nascent internet industry from potentially fatal liabilities for third-party postings on platform-supported static messages and bulletin boards. I remember those days well. But under some lower courts' misguided and overbroad interpretations of 230C1, internet companies have come to enjoy near total protection from judicial scrutiny. This means, and now when you're on one side of the polarized argument, you go like, but dude, bro, my YouTube video was struck. Oh, bro, I can't say what I want on Twitter. And again, there's no recourse. In the same way, from the societal point of view, Facebook, YouTube have had no social or political pressure upon them. They basically can continue acting on their own commercial self-interest and acting in ways, as the example shows by the ADL, that they don't even know. They didn't know about Carol. They had no idea what Carol was being fed. In fact, what Carol was being fed violated their own laws. But nevertheless, click, 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 ching, ching, ching. But under some, so this means that even when internal documents show that platforms are aware that their conduct created significant social harms and that those platforms have actively chosen to do nothing and double down on the tools that lead to such harm, the victims of those harms remain unable to seek redress through the courts. When Congress passed 230 in 1996, it was a very cold winter in 1996 in Boston. Approximately 36 million people were online. Today, that number is 5.5 billion. The early internet of static messaging boards is a far cry from today's sophisticated platforms, which harvest reams of personal data about their users and deploy that data to carefully designed interfaces, rec engines, and algos, and other targeting to keep users on their platform to generate revenue. In short, one of the world's most global and influential industries, which its own experts admit radicalizes individuals and spreads hateful and extremist content, often with egregious consequences, has developed without an attendant body of law. To those interested, both the Harvard Business School, Harvard Law School, and Cornell have formidable resources and lots of great argumentations on both sides of the 230 debate. This lack of legal accountability has led to strong disincentives for platforms to address the serious harm created by their conduct. The spread of hateful extremist content has systemic effects, but it also impacts individuals on a daily basis. In its nationally representative annual survey, ADL found that approximately 40% of people report having experienced online harassment. More than half of the respondents who reported, I get harassed all day. As soon as I pop my head up, they have a pop. More than half of the respondents who reported experiencing any harassment reported experiencing severe online harassment, a category that includes physical threats, sustained harassment, stalking, sexual harassment, doxing, and swatting. Vulnerable communities include Jewish Americans, Asian Americans, and members of the LGBTQ+ communities, and they report higher than average rates of harassment. The rates of online harassment are highest for the youth, youth aged 13 to 17, nearly half of them reported experiencing online harassment. So we're now in a position in society that our young children, our young adults, 13 to 17, 13 to 16, are growing up where 1 and 2 of them are living in a culture that is harassing them. This so-called free speech has resulted in our children being constantly harassed. And you see this particularly there's a very, very troubling case in Germany where a young German girl was stabbed to death. And as more and more of the story comes out, she was stabbed to death, she's only 13, and she was killed by 2 other 13-year-olds. And basically, we now find out more and more because by Mrs. tracks this story because it's very close to her village. And basically, it was something like a year and a half of constant social media harassment and bullying, which led ultimately to an individual grotesque and brutal murder. I think 50 or 60 stabs. And the 13-year-old just left in a ditch. She lives in a very wonderful part of the world, very, very safe, serene. Kids walk home from school, stabbed to death because of social media pressure at the age of 13. Twice as many Asian Americans reported experiencing online harassment in 2022 as in 2021. At the same time, there's been a spike in offline violent and fatal attacks against Asian Americans. The increase in reports of online harassment comes at a time when anti-Semitic and other hate incidents and hate crimes have also been on the rise. While most hate speech online is not unlawful, the fact that platform features may facilitate a transition into unlawful speech and conduct is a cause for concern. This is just one example of the readily apparent correlation between increased online hate and online violence. Following decades of advocacy by the ADL and other groups, and faced with threats of legislative and regulatory action, some platforms are beginning to do more to moderate content. The percentage of instances where platforms deleted content that users reported for containing physical threats increased from 14% to 19%. Still, it's far too little, and social media companies' self-regulation of hate and extremism is halting and uncertain. For instance, since Elon Musk instituted a new policy of unmoderated speech at Twitter, hate speech has now thrived on a platform that used to be an industry leader in transparency and a genuine partner in content moderation. The daily instance of racial slurs against Black Americans nearly tripled, and Twitter went away from taking action against 60% of tweets to 30%. So this is where I'm making what might seem to be a counterintuitive prediction. Twitter and Elon Musk and this imposed free speech is not going to save the day. It's just accelerating the response of Section 230. My predict is going to be at some point, as the rest of the social media companies are going to have to obey the law, and because they are, after all, commercial companies, they're going to want to watch what their shareholders want. The idea that, while Keef might be on his knees filleting Elon Musk, there's no hope there, because unless you are theoretical, and I'm sure you can jump on and debate this, theoretical free speech absolutist, those numbers are shocking. If you're a parent, for example, if you have young children, you think they want to live in an environment where one or two of them are under constant bullying, leading to things like physical violence. You've got to question, is that what free speech was meant to? Was free speech meant to challenge power? Was it meant to speak truth to power? Was it meant to be in the Voltaire sense of the word, die for your right to say what I disagree with? Or was it jump up and down all day going black, 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 Jew, 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 Jew? Or in the case of the young German girl stabbed to death, it was about her weight and her features. Absurd, right? The daily instance of racial slurs, blah, blah, blah. This example illustrates the importance of content moderation, argues strongly against weakening 230 in a way that would result in even stronger disincentives against moderating hateful content across all platforms. Content moderation is the first line of defense against the continued mainstream of extremism and hate, and under 230's Good Samaritan protections, platforms can moderate content without fear of liability. Force versus Facebook, an important case, it's evident that ADL that any removal or curtailment of the protection will result in even more hate and extremism online. Therefore, it is crucial that the court affirms the Good Samaritan protection. In short, there's now a tremendous amount of research, including from companies themselves, indicating that social media platforms knowingly design their recommendation engines, algorithms, and other tech tools to draw users more into deeper engagement. Full Metal Stack is in the chat. This idea that making the experience sticky, to make sure that the things are active, to make sure they're always there, is a self-serving thing that, if not guided, for lack of a better word, by something more morally grounded, i.e. if it's only self-serving, we can already see what it does. Far too often that can result in spreading hate, radicalizing users, and recruiting extremists, at times significantly influencing violent actors. Importantly, it's difficult to test this research and confirm the way recommendation engines and targeting tools pursue these because of the platform's lack of transparency and immunity under 231. So in a nutshell, let's just stop this for a second. I think I've laid down the case. I'm going to open up the links just in case anyone wants to whoopsie-doopsies, wants to start competing or putting out these. 2G was not good enough for me. Master IC3 is there. Good evening, Master IC3. I was wondering if you were going to be around. So you can see, therefore, 230, the point I'm trying to make here is that when we go back to the principle I'm saying, if you look at the idea that you're going to have Elon Musk as a savior in the cathedral, if you're going to do so, Elon Musk is the only person left standing, right? Against, I thought Sarah would come. Good evening, Lord Sarah. Yeah, Mike might be muted.
Yeah, hey, good evening. Hey, Magister. How are you doing?
Lord Sarah, may I trouble you to hold the fort for just 30 seconds and I'll be right back.
For sure.
Danke.
Okay, I can hold the floor. Yeah, so
you can speak to the audience.
All right. Happy Adolf Hitler Death Day, everyone. Today is the day that Adolf Hitler martyred himself for all of Western civilization. And that is why the Synagogue of Satan has appointed to Adolf Hitler the role of Satan. So I just want to go on record and say, on this day, when Adolf Hitler fought to the death, my loyalty is honor. Heil Hitler. Now, this closes my project of humanizing Hitler. I believe it is critical, pivotal, and decisive for Western civilization to humanize Adolf Hitler, not to deify him, not to turn him into some sort of demigod, but simply to humanize him and to see that this is just a man. This is just a fallen, sinful man who did the best he could under extraordinary conditions to fight for his country. And it's time to forgive Adolf Hitler. It's time to forgive Adolf Hitler. And I don't want to see the word evil next to Nazis all the time, okay? We're going to stop talking shit about the Nazis all the time, because most of the Nazis were just good people fighting for their country. All right, McCarthy plan, yay. Hey, man, McCarthy plan, maybe you'd like to say something? I got to get my pizza out of the oven, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly no devotee of Adolf Hitler, whoever he was, but you know, the tragedy of that, you know, it was just World War I Part 2, and you know, he's a historical character, but I think it's good to consider that maybe he was you know, kind of controlled opposition. And if you look at what Roosevelt and Winston Churchill and Stalin and Adolf Hitler, what they succeeded in doing is just getting a lot of Europeans and Slavic people and Scandinavian people and a whole bunch of other folk killed. And so to me, you know, I spent, you know, I'm a combat veteran from the British Army, but I'm also, you know, I saw a lot more combat in 15 years as a war photographer in Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe, and East Africa. So, you know, and I know, I mean, everyone in mainstream journalism, or certainly a lot of them, know that all wars are rigged. Every single one of them. War is a racket. And then all we need to do is somehow, you know, figure out who are the architects of these wars. And you always get back to, it's the money power. And our Lord, you know, was very clear when he, you know, picked the money changers out of the temples. What he was doing was really just exposing how the money power had infiltrated the priesthood and you know, taken over the temple, and then, you know, corrupted the monarchy. But I mean, that's the whole thing, but it'd been going on for 2,000 years before Christ turned up. And that's, you know, if you look at the nation of Israel and the Babylonian captivity, and how the money power was influenced by that experience. So, and our Lord was really, you know, a big part of his ministry was kind of pointing that out about, you know, the money power, its ability to infiltrate the priestly class. But his great, you know, last speech before he was arrested, Matthew 23, was really how we should, as believers, be critiquing power, because that's all he was doing. He was critiquing the political power at the time in Jerusalem. So yeah, Matthew 23 is key, and you know, Acts 17:26. I mean, nationalism is the key. You know, nationalism correctly understood is the key to world peace. But the United Nations, that was, you know, a creation of the money power, only allows 200 nations in the world. Well, of course, there's many more nations. I mean, I covered the war in Sudan twice before North and South Sudan were created. I was, you know, a guest of John Galang, Abdulaziz, but you know, I was working with the SPLA, the Sudanese People's Liberation Front. You know, but it was, so there really are many more. I mean, I've got Nigerian friends. Nigeria is basically 4 countries that have been forced together. So you know, the money power doesn't allow a nation to be a true nation.
That's right.
So
it goes against. Yeah, because it goes against the satanic one world government. Right.
Yeah, Germany belongs to the German people, and Ukraine is a made-up nation. Eastern Ukraine is Western Russia, according to the historical record. And so, and you know, it was rigged by Nikita Khrushchev, who was one of the last main Trotskyites. He was from Ukraine, but you know, Stalin kicked a lot of the Trots out. A lot of them ended up in America, and along with the Frankfurt School and the Tavistock Institute, you have liberalism and the woke agenda. But it's all explained in Scripture, and so I think you just, you know, reason your way through this. And nationalism, to me, because it's love your neighbor, is about love. It has to be about love of nationalism. has to declare itself as the love of all nations of the world, but loving your nation the most. And the important thing about being a nationalist,
even the white nations, right? And then we bump into the problem, the roadblock of Adolf Hitler, because Adolf Hitler loved his nation, and so we are not allowed to love our nations, right? Because of that, right? Because Adolf Hitler is the devil. So if we love our nations, then we are just like the devil. That's what has to be put away. That's what has to be done away with. Thank you.
Yeah, well,
tired of hearing Hitler, man. Don't let
Hitler be ghosts. Hitler's a ghost, but there are enough living wonderful Germans. But sadly, and nationalism, the responsibility of a nationalist is to demand and ensure that a representation of the good, the wise, and the virtuous people of your nation occupy its commanding heights in all its institutions. And then that way you keep the criminal class out of the commanding heights, because the only way you can get anywhere near the upper echelons is you yourself you won't be perfect, because we're all imperfect, but you must yourself be striving to be good, wise, and virtuous. And that's the only way you're going to get to the top, because democracy is a way of, that's how you divide and conquer a nation, is with democracy. Nothing successful is democratic, and meritocracy. Democracy is it's kleptocracy. Is it kakitocracy? I think they call it a ruled by the worst of your people, whereas a meritocracy is about being ruled by the best of your people. Everything successful is a meritocracy.
Yeah, like Ralph always says, equality is the opposite of quality. So you can either have quality or you can have equality. Yeah, so I agree with that. And that's what World War II was about, because Adolf Hitler said that, okay, this is where we will decide the question of the French Revolution. This is where we will decide the question of 1789. That's how he saw it.
Listen, man, everybody's, I think, tired of hearing about Hitler. Just
this is the one day of the year, mate. It's the 30th of April, bro. So you're gonna suffer it in this one day. You're gonna suffer it on this one day. I'm not asking your permission, bro.
Okay.
No. Hitler was a made man. I mean, you have to. He was the product of a first cousin birth. It's good to kind of look. Who was he? We don't know. But what we do know is an awful lot of German people got slaughtered along with Slavs, and the whole thing was rigged. Whether or not I don't think he really wanted a war, but he was responding to the Treaty of Versailles. The Treaty of Versailles, of course, was a central bank crime, and so But it's like they're always shaping the battlefield for the next generation, in the same way that Nikita Khrushchev cut off Western Russia and turned it into Eastern Ukraine, because they're shaping the battlefield for the next generation, because the central bank know that young men like to fight. So it's pretty easy, especially if you control the media and the political class and the academy, that it's quite easy to rig another war.
Well, can a meritocracy effectively counter the power of the banking cartel?
Well, yeah, if that's what all nations are striving for, it's a whole bunch of us work in the world surveillance and close protection. So, I mean, a lot of these politicians, they are compromised. They're either blackmailed, or they're bribed, or they're threatened, and it's you've got people in the political class who are not good, wise, and virtuous. There'd be a few token ones, but the vast majority they haven't beat up at all. I mean, I know.
Good evening, Mr. McCarthy. But you believe that could be? Do you think that could be a consequence of the fact that we've lost our moral compass, and therefore our leaders are just reflecting our society's lost our moral compass?
Yeah, and our nation has been, with people like the Tavistock Institute and the Frankfurt School, Western civilization has been socially engineered away from God. So once and all they've got now is they're consumed by Netflix and free online pornography and cheap wine and a few. I mean, it's a collapsing civilization. So you can't fix this unless you come back to God. That's it.
Does that mean? So, are you saying that when you said you can't fix this, does that mean that we just have to ride it out until the return of a Messiah, or
You might have to grind the tiger.
No, we it's four last things: death, judgment, heaven, or hell. So and until death comes, you've got to keep working for the betterment of yourself and also for your nation. And what is a nation? What is nationalism, and what are the duties of a nationalist? A nation it's a genetic cluster. It's a shared heritage, whether it be genetic and also language and a whole bunch of other things. But it's being diluted by creating a multicultural, multiracial, multi-religious, and multi-degeneracy society. But there is a way back, and so we just have to, and I don't hate any of these people. Whether I don't. For me, thou shalt not kill. But an awful lot of these people, it would be best if they could spend some time in a civilized labor and education facility, because they're obviously criminal. People like Tony Blair and a whole bunch of others. But they're just the front of the money power that's behind them. And then if you just look at the esoteric side of the money power, of course they're Satanists.
So this money power. This money power. Greetings. Good to hear you back. So this money power and its relationship to the cathedral. Would you agree or disagree that the money power is an aspect of ourselves, of the flesh, and that is why it's so strong?
Yes, it's greed.
Yeah. Well, we feed it. We feed it by our. We're captured by our passions. We're a slave to our passions. Materialism and consumption, and we don't delay gratification. I mean, we're fallen people, and it's only by God's grace that we become better people.
Tolkien used the analogy of the ring to describe usury or fractional reserve lending, and whoever has that ring of power of fractional reserve lending, that's where the capital of the world is at the moment, and that right now that's America and the Federal Reserve in Washington D.C.
Yeah, I mean, I worked for 2 years after 9/11. I worked for a U.S. congressman and a presidential candidate, Dennis Kucinich, and he was known as the darling of the left, the Barack Obama of 2003 and 2004. And I mean, I worked on the inside of a political campaign in America, and it's all theater. It's incredible. It's all theater. I mean, I got on really well with Dennis. I was a member of his place. But anyway, you have to understand, it's theater. It's absolute theater. These people they're players.
It's all a play, bro. Yeah, it's absolutely all a play.
But wouldn't you agree then? How about looking at it from this angle? Those people who use usury, I'm sure they follow the rules that you're only supposed to apply usury to those outside. Yes, you're not allowed to charge interests to your brother or sister.
Yeah, that's a Jewish version. That's a Jewish version of usury. Yeah.
Right. So therefore,
I wouldn't call them Jewish, but like our Lord said, they're the synagogue of Satan, and that's what that's what he exposed in his ministry, And I've got friends who identify as Jews. I mean, but they're good people. They're not my friends because they're Jewish. They're just my friends because they're good people. I like them, and they're honest people.
Are you saying they're your friends despite being Jewish? Is that what you
I don't. Well, yeah, but I don't mind. I mean, if as long as they're decent people, I don't care if you're a Somalian or a Ugandan or a Jewish, but whatever. I mean, you're a good person, and that's it. And until you convince me otherwise, our friendship is solid, you know.
But to address Boss IC3's comment, that is a red herring to anyone who understands basic economic theory. If you remove interest rates and money lending, you kill growth. A simple net present formula value say. So the idea that money lending is some Jewish plot or interest lending is a Jewish plot, it just goes against every fundamental economic equation there was.
That's right. That's what I was thinking.
It becomes an overly reductionist argument for what we've been talking about on this channel for a long time now, which is that ultimately it's almost too many things going on all at the same time for any one reductionist argument to ultimately make it's the whole point of us talking about complex adaptive systems in the first place. Yes, there is an element of economics involved, and certainly there are certain larger nodes, major nodes of power that are involved with concepts like fractional reserve lending. He who gets to control at least the most important money supply in this case, which would be a primary reserve currency in the US, which would be the US dollar, is an important major node, but it is not the only node that exists. And it's just listening to the reductionist argument. It is also.
It's usually a way to slide in. It's usually a way to slide in. It's like the Jews, but that's the net present formula for value lending. If you kill interest and rates, you just kill growth.
That's right.
So if you want zero interest rates and money lending, your economy is going tankies. Now, if you say, "Oh, it's only the Jews that do the Jews and money lenders," you might say the Jews are really good at finance, but so are the people. But the formula, last time I checked, that formula has nothing Jewish in it.
That's the I. That's actually a misspelled J. That's actually a J, so it's part of the formula.
Ralph, Hey, Ralph, you're a Christian, right? You know that there are more important values in this world than economic growth. And Jesus Christ himself, Jesus Christ himself said that the love of the root of all evil is the love of money. So American culture. So American culture is the worship of money, right? American culture is the worship of mammon, and it's run by Jews. So
the love of
something
money
has to be done.
All kinds of evil.
Something
not
has
all
to be done.
Evil.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Charles. 1 second.
It's the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil, not all evil. Don't misquote the passage.
So what do you think of this?
No. In the King James, it's the root of all evil. In competing translations, it's all kinds of evil. Yeah, I agree with you. And scholars debate on that. But either case, money is the root of evil. Money is the root of all kinds of evil. It's the most benign interpretation you can have. Okay. So American culture is the worship of money, run by Jews. That's why Hitler is the devil.
Are we going to keep Jews burning right now, or can we talk about something that's actually
I just wanted to talk about the fascinating thing with Carlson, but I guess we just hijacked the entire stream.
I'm interested. Tell me what the Carlson is.
Carlson is a Kabbalah wrist-wearing dog of the Jew. Tucker Carlson is an obedient dog of the Jew. Nothing else. He's just being reshuffled at the moment. The new position.
Ay, Dios mío.
So
Tucker Carlson, works for.
Tucker Carlson works for the Jews.
It's not about, he still believes in the official story of 9/11. He works for Rupert Murdoch, who's a great friend of Heinz Kissinger, and so he's just he's a player as well. But he's certainly not a friend of nationalism. But he throws some meaty bones from the table for everyone to chew on. But he still controls opposition.
Well, Raymond, what's your take, my man? Given there's an American on the panel, finally talk about.
I've been listening to a lot of what you would call pundits, a lot of talking heads about the whole thing. I find it fascinating. It's going to be interesting to see how Carlson himself responds, because what he actually showed was that there is a specific method of communicating to the American voting base that seems to divorce itself from rational debate. It's really the most important part of Carlson's hour-long segment actually had nothing to do with the people he was talking to or the people he was bringing on. The only thing people actually really tuned into, and it wasn't a very large audience. I think Victor Davis Hanson was talking about 3 to 5 million people, and it was only the first 15 minutes. It was the opening monologue, which was arguably just the best part of, because he was given free rein to talk about things that actually matter to Americans. And I find it fascinating if that format, where it really addressing the root problems that are occurring in America, because we're learning now that a vast majority of America's voting base doesn't actually care about foreign policy or foreign issues. Most of our complaints are actually entirely domestic. I make this argument a lot when I argue with folks about the Ukraine war. Having also attended what was that really goofy Jimmy Dore rally, the March Against the War Machine rally that happened in DC. I attended that. Man, that thing was like some real boomer, like Vietnam era whining about we don't like violence.
Wait,
it just
man.
was so
I saw the same thing in a lot of the data I track. I saw that when I think this actually holds out longitudinally. When things go wrong for the US turns inwards, right?
Yeah.
When things go wrong, they don't look at the world, they just immediately go full domestic, right? And that looks like,
because if you take a realistic perspective on American foreign policy, America only really seems to invest in foreign policy when there is arguably there can be some resource gain to be made out of it. Not explicitly money, but there is genuinely a resource gain out of it. Mostly because we do lock access to a lot of our own natural resources because we allowed certain special interest lobbies to actually have a outside. I mean, arguably, you can thank Teddy Roosevelt for locking a lot of our natural resources out of the hands of American companies and American economics.
When I lived in California, it was shocking to see the amount of oil off the Californian coast has not even been drilled. Right?
We can't touch it because the Catalina Islands, because of all of these natural preserves and all these nature reserves, and you have your whole national park system,
right?
The entire and it's very easy to access other countries' resources for things like oil, right? Instead of just addressing the fact that, say if we wanted to actually fix the energy problem here in the United States, we still listen to idiot Greens talking about getting renewables when we have the largest nuclear arsenal on the planet, and we could just turn, even if we turn a quarter of that into domestic nuclear power, we would be set for life. And Americans wouldn't even actually have to pay an electricity.
Since Roosevelt, anyway, the isolationist thing was always strong in the US, right? It's almost like it's only the 60s in Kennedy caused this kind of let's go out to the world. Right, and Americans were kind of not that outward looking, right?
Any American with a has genuinely taken time to rationalize our involvement outside of our own borders. Any American that's actually taken the time to reason it out just ends up sitting there with the same conclusion I came to: is I don't see why I have to care. I have the two largest oceans on my sides. The only thing I really have to care about is Canada and Mexico. And arguably, Mexico's the bigger problem because we don't even want to deal with the drug cartels that are destroying a vast majority of America's manufacturing sectors. Most of our major cities are completely wrecked with drugs, just completely wrecked and destroyed. You could see it with LA's Skid Row. I've driven past Skid Row dozens of times. I'm from the LA area, and it is disgusting to observe. And these are the real things that Americans can walk out of their house and they can see it every day. And suddenly I have to care about Ukrainians on the other side of the border or on the other side of the planet. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense, right? And this is the things that makes Tucker so popular. Tucker is just going, I'm observing reality.
The drug cartel. Will the cathedral deal with
the drug cartel? You would have to get access to political power. You have to get access to the political stovepipe, because trying to address it through the social stovepipe has been proven time and time again in the U.S. It's currently not working because conservative policies are
total failure, right?
Yes, they are locked. They are locked out of the social space. So conservatives are completely locked out of the social space. And the amount of times I've had to argue this with, brothers in my church who actually work on the Hill, and I keep arguing, it's like, stop caring about whether or not you can win the culture war in the universities. It doesn't matter at this point. Just have your kids stay home, just try and encourage them to get into positions of power with a realistic view of reality, and then get that power and then start executing a realistic
man. A lot of times I keep telling the people, it's a war of exhaustion, this culture war. You're just going to go there going, get the trannies, trans life matters, get the trannies, trans life matters.
Let them wipe themselves out. And I just sit here and I go, I don't care.
See,
look, Tucker Carlson, the reason Tucker Carlson's nailing it is because he's observing videos of, he's essentially just observing inner city America, and he's sitting there going, how is nobody upset? I don't get it.
Yeah, and see, my dad is just like your average boomer type, and he was a big fan of Tucker. So Tucker, my dad is never going to be willing to listen to all of that, the more ethnocentric stuff. But Tucker got across to him his point. He was appealing to regular Americans, and now he's off the air.
Mm-hmm. So that's what, but it wasn't a very large audience. I think the last estimate was only 3 to 5 million Americans that were really tuning into that first 15 minutes. But it's that first 15 minutes. That's the thing you should really be paying attention to. Pull apart, pick up all of his episodes, all of his shows, and just listen to the message he's putting out in those first 15 minutes. He reiterated and rehashed a lot of those first 15 minutes over and over again. But every time,
you're hitting the point in the head there, because again, the social media polarization effect is the longer you live in an echo chamber, the more you think that is the whole world. Then you go and do some objective data measuring, go, my whole world is actually a tiny percentage of the universe. And then maybe, God forbid, you walk down the street, go to your local cafe or Starbucks, you go, gee, most of the people I meet don't share my worldview. Right?
I had a crazy thing happen about a month and a half ago. So I went to a local Starbucks to go get a cup of coffee, which I know a lot of you are going to be like, oh, that's the most soy boy thing I've ever heard, but I don't really care. So ultimately, I went to go get a cup of coffee, and there were police outside of this Starbucks, and I was confused. I walked in, and apparently they were talking to two groups of teenagers. Now, apparently, during an active school day, there were multiple groups of teenagers actively getting into fistfights in a Starbucks down the street from a school. And all I was listening to was the Starbucks employees going, who's putting these kids in school, and how come they aren't keeping them there? And why are they being allowed out of school to start fighting each other? That's an institutional
Hey, my generation,
failure.
Raymond, if you were not in school for the whole time, your parents knew how to go to the school.
This is the reality
easy.
Americans are seeing. This is exactly what people are seeing. Kids aren't staying at school. They aren't obligated to stay in school, and they're allowed to get around and start extorting other kids for their resources and money, like little miniature gangs fighting it out in American cities. And anybody with the ability to observe reality sits there and goes, something's wrong here.
It's an engineered collapse. That's all.
That's right.
It's an engineered collapse. Whether it be the the normalization, promotion, and celebration of sodomy, of abortion, of gender dysphoria, the weaponization of mental illness and sexual deviance. It's all straight out of the Frankfurt School. It's all straight out of the Tavistock Institute. It's all written. It's just playing out. That's all. But because the academy and the media and the political class is captured by the same deep state that brought you the Frankfurt School and the Tavistock Institute, you won't know what's going on. And Tucker Carlson's not going to tell you.
So, is it true?
Was telling
is
Americans,
it true
though.
that
it's an engineered collapse, and because he's employed by
care who's causing it, most people just want a solution. That's right. The big thing we need to understand, and this is the disconnect that's occurring, because we engage so much in the social space, which also involves information, that we don't understand that just getting access, just being security, just allows us to start going, well, the reality I'm actually observing is this, so I should just start addressing these problems over this other problem. And this problem technically will be allowed to sort itself out as soon as an equal application of justice actually starts to occur.
No, sir.
Well, the solution is traditional conservative Christian social teachings and genuine nationalism. And you cannot. It's impossible. And history tells us this. It is impossible to effectively govern and to police and to defend a multicultural, multiracial, multi-religious, and multi-degeneracy society. You cannot fix it if you're trying to hold that thing together, because it's against natural law, and it's also against God's law.
I think that's kind of the point I'm trying to make, though, is if you already are observing reality that is in measurement, that is directly tied to truth, which is truth being reality itself that cannot be refuted, right? Ultimately is what truth really ends up being. If you're just applying what truth, we're not going to get into the postmodern whole, like, your truth can be different based on who's perceiving it. We're not going to, no, we're not going to, because we already know that that doesn't make any sense, right? You can't do, like, you can make the argument, well, there's genders, and then you go, well, technically, no, you're just talking about the two different sexes, and then you want to apply my own arbitrary perception of what gender would actually be, and that it fundamentally just becomes just a mess of nothing. It just doesn't make any sense and stops being, and it stops really being anything meaningful when you start talking about just adding different letters, because really it just becomes, I want to be unique and I want to be important. And that is a very frustrating thing to attempt to deal with. But really, we're just talking about trying to come up with a solution. And right now, engaging solely in the social space has proven to not be a solution whatsoever. But having some semblance of reality from an effective social space. So, like, when I say that, I'm saying, like, imagine you were homeschooled. This is all hyperbole, right? This is all a hypothetical, right? So it's like, imagine you're homeschooled and you were raised in a Christian household and you have a genuine sense of reality, and you can walk outside your house and you can see that there is just rows and rows of drug addicts. And you would think to yourself, well, I need to come up with a solution to this problem that is right in front of me, right? Instead of saying, well, my ideology needs to come up with a solution to the problem. That's engaging in the social space. You just need to address the problem right in front of you.
Funny thing, I was actually homeschooled and raised in a Christian household.
And that's just it just ends up becoming a matter of applying what you're observing.
But you know something, Raymond, recently, for reasons you're probably no doubt aware, I've been probing a lot and having lots of conversations with left-wing and left-wing populists. And I've noticed some fascinating symmetrical patterns. It's like right-wing postmodernism. It's either the Jews at the Frankfurt School, for them it's the capitalists and the imperialists and the fascists. You're like, bro, you see fascists everywhere. You see capitalists and imperialists everywhere. The other guy said there's Jews everywhere. And you look at both sides going, when you said, Raymond, just before I stepped away, people are tired. They want answers and solutions. They don't want to know who's to blame, who's to go. They're like, how do you move forward? And it looks like this left-right divide is coming to polarized exhaustion. And I was looking at, I was talking to quite a well-known lefty who is second command of a large left-wing channel. And they were trying to convince me that really I didn't understand that, sorry, just like the Jews are behind everything, these were the capitalists. I'm like, really? The in quotes, the capitalists, right? They're just doing everything, right? They're like, yeah, if it's not the capitalists really behind the capitalists, it's the imperialists. I'm like, imperialists? What empire?
Now, are these imperialists in the room with us right now?
Yeah, it's fascinating to see that, and they can't, there's no capacity to, it becomes a reductionist statement without a capacity to be fully explained. Like you've said, it has no explanatory power. Yeah, it has no explanatory power. I had this conversation
ideological with Raymond is actually blinding, because I was trying rational arguments and I couldn't get through. I thought, gosh, if I flipped this and went back to the right, go like, it's not the Jews, guys, I'd get the same opposition. So if you step up and then you take a right angle above the board and you look down, you go, here's why the polarity is dividing society. Here's why Skid Row is still there. That's why there's an opiate crisis in the United States. That's why these things are, because it's a futile war, right? It's a war of exhaustion, right? At some point, something's going to give, right? Surely, I know this might sound like a crazy thing to say. You might think I'm a hippie or smoking weed here, but surely unity is a good idea. Is that a crazy idea?
Just simply accepting that you need to start applying a solution that will just start fixing the problem, and then the humans, being incredibly adaptive as they can be, will see that something is being applied, and then they will start to ask what you did to fix it, and then start applying that fix elsewhere.
But a solution is a matter of cultural perspective, isn't it?
Is it
the solution, as well as truth, is a matter of cultural perspective? So there's
that's a postmodern position. Yes. That's a postmodern position.
No, it's not.
There is one truth.
Solutions are contingent on the world outlook. Yeah, no, solutions are contingent on the world outlook of its holders.
Yes.
The solution
again, my black brother IC3 is ahead of the curve. So go ahead, IC3.
I think the solution is to make babies, prepare, and have graceful fun.
Reminder to the Wignats: if you want to save the white race, you need to start having white babies.
Yeah,
that's right.
And also you need to call out the white genocide that's happening through the weapon of mass destruction, which is mass immigration. Because it doesn't matter how many babies you can pump out. The great Satan has an infinite amount of Tyrones lining up to impregnate your 14-year-old daughter. So you better go out there and call them anti-white and win the fight, or else you're going to say goodnight.
That's why I say prepare. Prepare. And I homeschool my children, and just got to prepare and have graceful fun. Try and stay in a state of grace. But anyway, look, chat. It's so good to hear you, see you, and all that good stuff. But I've got to put my children to bed. So that's it.
Good evening, sir.
God bless you all, and whoever's desperate enough to listen to all this. But yeah, that's it. And it's been a beautiful Sunday, and please God, we'll all have the best week ever. And just make babies, prepare, and have graceful fun. And IC3 and Ralph, be lovely to chat to you soon. And there's a bit of political movement over here in Ireland, and I'd love to chat to the two of you about that. Maybe
that'd be good.
Sometime over the next couple of weeks. And so it's an exciting time. It's going to be an amazing summer.
Definitely, there's a lot going on.
God bless you all. God bless you. So it's lovely to hear you, Raymond. I really enjoyed listening to you. You're brilliant. That's it. Carry on.
Good having you on. Appreciate it.
Can I ask you a question, Ralph, about this AI and to the
panel? Hang on, Jamie was waiting patiently. Sorry, Jamie was 6 on the eating, man. Yes, sir.
Good to be back. How's everyone doing?
How you doing, Jay?
Evening, Jamie.
Yeah, I just got back from Speaker's Corner. Obviously.
All right. How's it? I hope to be back soon.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's almost a weekly occurrence where the TERFs, the trans exclusive feminists, keep having rallies, and then they're always being shouted down.
Oh, is it Fawzi Barker there with the TERFs? The TERF wars.
Yeah, every Sunday. Ridiculous.
Literal turf wars, right? Yeah.
I'm planning a speech for next Sunday after the King's coronation to talk about the importance of monarchy, especially constitutional monarchy, and how in reality the people actually do have the power. The monarch and the government actually serves us. We just don't know it, and we've been brainwashed to think, oh, we got no control, but we do.
Okay. I heard that the AI, which is behind the cathedral, if I'm correct, it has the bias of the original data or the programmers or the people that have access to feeding it data.
Not the programmers.
Is that true?
No. Not the programmers. Is it true? You can only derive knowledge from the internet that it is reading.
Not quite. So my understanding is that they have like a second language model on top of the second one that's basically looking at it, all the data that's coming through, and it's removing all of the responses that are too spicy. Yeah.
It acts as a filter. It acts as a filter. So they can they can just essentially build a layer on top that acts like a lens.
The large language module has layers above it, but ultimately, formally, you would not be able to derive propositions out of the set. You wouldn't be able to create new propositions. Ultimately, your large language model would be limited by the superset of all things. So it's not a bias of the programmer, so to speak, ICT. It's going to be restricted by the data input.
Well, I mean, it is biased by the programmers too, though, because of the
it's biased by the programmers too, yeah, sure. But
okay, so what's
that's less as biased by the model. So, but are you trying to insinuate that there's some white supremacy behind it?
Well, no, let's
are you insinuating this is Matrix?
So there's layers and layers, okay, in the programming model, and then it's just the data. But where somebody or people are restricting what data actually gets into the system, could that possibly produce a bias in the AI itself just by somebody saying, like the concept of freedom of speech. If somebody can't speak, then that data can't go into the system, and therefore the system won't be aware of those alternative views.
Yeah, it could restrict its input data, but that's not really the problem. That's not really what you might call, in quotes, bias would be showing up. The bias is going to be primarily a product of the data it actually has. So let me give you an example. If I give it literary criticism on, just say, Japanese literature, but I only choose one school of literary criticism, I'd only get opinions based on that literature. If I gave it both, you'd get both. So you could call that, in quotes, a bias, but that's not really kind of how it works. Are there people going to be putting things in to control it? Absolutely. I already pushed out a bunch of stuff from the Scientific Institute on that. Already there's things like work going on in studies like algorithmic justice, right? But the idea being that, right? So, I mean, I noticed with some amusement when Lord Serema was trying to have a pop with the Jews against ChatGPT. He sent me one of his videos. God bless Serema for that effort, but that was not going to go anywhere.
Expound on that, please, Serema. How do you understand how is it possible for the Jews to impact?
Well, it's possible. It's possible it's possible for Satan through the Jews, right? Because Jews are the synagogue of Satan. Jews are the children of the devil, and they are here to do his bidding, as Jesus Christ tells us. Now, these coward Christians scoff at this and back away from this after World War II because their real religion is Holocaustianity, and their real God is Martin Luther King Jr. Okay. Now, I'm saying enough of this bullshit. We're approaching 80 years now. And so Satan is going to work through the AI to have absolute total control on every iota of human activity in the New World Order. That's right. So I just wanted to confirm if ChatGPT was enforcing Holocaustianity, and of course it was. Of course it was. Yeah.
But there's actually ways to get around when you ask questions for ChatGPT. There's like this secret code that you can implement.
It's the jailbreak prompts. They get patched really quickly.
But this is the thing.
That's right.
But this is the thing. Like, they keep lobotomizing the AIs for it to stay woke, yet it still goes back to being racist and sexist because it's based on logic and
I just see the cowards in the chat here. You guys are a bunch of cowardly faggots. This is what you.
No, I was having a chat with a mate of mine who's not made political, and I said at some point someone is going to say the Jews run the AIs. It's just a matter of time that people say, "Damn it, those Jews are running the AIs." Right? But it's funny.
The Indians have replaced the Jews as the management class.
The Jew in the machine.
Yeah, that's the expedient thing to espouse, lest you end up like National Action, who actually did something to save England.
Just poking. I'm just poking. Goodness.
I heard that AI actually made someone commit suicide because they were climate activists, and they asked AI, "How can I stop the climate destruction?" It says, like, well, by starters, you have to stop humans breeding and killing.
Yeah, you have to kill all humans. Yeah. It was like, all humans have to no longer exist. And I remember this. I remember reading that.
So to counter the power,
AI is actually going to save us. Just wait and see.
So to counter the power of the machine, then you have to have a model for organizing humanity to work effectively.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, so I would just like to please just supplement Jamie's comment there. I would say that black people are going to save us because black people are at least cuckolded faggots in Western civilization. Black people are going to rise up in the 814 and they're going to embolden the white demographics. Hey, I love you, IC3, man. I love you. Black power, brother. Let's do this, bro. The 824, let's go.
No. I don't really want another black president, man. I'm sorry.
I mean,
there hasn't been a black president. That's a mixed race president. America.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. So your idea, like, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So your idea, when you say like a black president, you mean like born and raised on the like South Side Chicago,
Sub-Saharan
No,
barely speaks like any
the president had one of his parents was white. Everybody knows that. So that is directly mixed race.
I know.
It's not black.
You got to admit, it would be amazing.
I know. I'm trying to imagine
black enough for me, man.
I'm just
amazing.
trying to imagine like the blackest American you could possibly have as a president, and it doesn't sound, that guy doesn't really speak American English. It just turns into this really strange inner city slang that nobody actually understands what's going on, and it would be the funniest thing to me, trying to imagine like well, I'm finna sign this EO, and you're like what?
Idiocracy, man. Idiocracy.
Yeah, bro, it's President Camacho. President Camacho rolling up, and he's got a whole guitar, like he's got a whole heavy metal band playing in the background.
Let's go.
Yeah, but we got some real American racism, right? Because black people taught me English, right? Tupac Shakur and Notorious B.I.G. taught me English in the 90s. I'm fluent in Ibonics. And I love my niggas. I love my niggas, and real niggas understand. Okay? Real niggas understand.
Oh my god!
Right? Reverend Piper is not a real nigga. That's
Biden's not speaking English either, man. Biden's some funny shit too, man. I can't get through like 5 minutes of him having a speech without just me wanting to pause the video or turn it off because I just can't listen to it. I just can't.
You gotta admit, it would be amazing if Larry Elder became president of the United States.
I think there would be the other one would be Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, but he's
too old, man.
Sowell. Yeah, Sowell is too old. But could you imagine an articulator like Thomas Sowell?
Yeah,
I mean, like that would be fascinating to listen to. That would be a fascinating thing to see.
Yeah, but the problem with like Larry Elder also is that he's kind of just a soft liberal at the end of it. He's just the more conservative liberal.
Yeah. I mean, conservatism nowadays is just classical liberalism rebranded.
Yeah. Like I was listening to Alan West.
America's moved so far left. Or sorry, let me go like this way on the screen. So America's moved so far left that like at this point it's like classical liberalism's far right? Well,
how that works? A good black nationalist.
Ron Paul.
Are you talking like? Are we talking like a Black Panther?
That would get all the white nationalists.
Oh, you mean like Beyonce, right?
Nationalism.
Like,
yes.
Could we have Beyonce?
You need one nationalist to come up, and then all the others will say, "Wait a minute, there's a nationalist. There's a nationalist. We have to counter that nationalist." So all of a sudden, all these nationalists will come together. Will not come together. Will appear or rise or emerge. So the rise in nationalism will then start to come about. And then that itself will counter the cathedral, correct? Or no?
I don't know. Like, the Nation of Islam. Like, it seems a bit redundant that they call themselves the Nation of Islam, but still want to live with white Americans. They don't want to.
Yeah, but they're not black nationalists, then, are they?
Oh,
I'm saying if you've got proper black nationalists, then you'll get the counter white nationalists will come. Then you get the Asian
so you mean like a Marcus Garvey type? Like a Marcus Garvey type is who you're talking about. Like if we had Marcus Garvey as the next American
that's right.
president.
Because around about Marcus Garvey's time, then you had the
goes full Robert Mugabe on the American population, just full like get all the whites out. This is now a black country. That's how we beat the cathedral, right? We just go full Robert Mugabe in the U.S., but with like Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, but what's the maths? Think about the maths of it. If the black nationalism rises, there's going to be counter nationalism, isn't there?
Billions must die.
Millions must die so the millions can be saved.
No, Nietzsche said we must sacrifice the many for the few, right? Which one of you guys want to sacrifice yourself first?
Yeah, fuck utilitarianism. Yeah.
I missed that bit. So anyway, IC3, what's your latest take in the world here? What's happening? Do you believe AI is coming to get you? Or...
Well, as you know, still working well on the concept of nationalism, promoting nationalism, and I had an interesting meeting yesterday. There's an organization called Truth. I forgot. I've gone blank now.
Truth Social.
Something for justice. Yeah. Anyway, this justice movement, and they came up to my area, and they had they set up in the park, and their motto is that no lawbreaker can be a law enforcer. So therefore, they told the police that they're about to come into my area, and they're going to set up this event. Yeah, so they brought music down, drummers, and all these different things.
There's always drums. There's always a drum circle.
Yeah, they were drums. Gonna have the drums. Yeah, so they came down, and then they parked all their cars. They parked their cars all over the place.
I'm not sure if Raymond will know what I mean. Do you remember the South Park hippie episode, right?
Yes.
Hey, you can't have these hippies there, because next thing you know, they'll have a drum circle.
Pretty much.
There's drums and music, food.
At least it's better than like having like an actual marching band walking through with these big, like the big bass drums, and they're just like, because that wouldn't look like a normal drum circle. Everybody would think they were part of a parade that just suddenly sprung up, and nobody knows actually what to do. They don't know if they need to march or stand there and applaud. Like,
I have a question. Are those people like the sovereign citizens in the US? Are they going to go up to the law enforcement and go like, you can't be a law enforcer because you're a lawbreaker? And then the police
but that's literally their angle. I was there. I was watching them last night, and I got there a bit. Yesterday, and I got there a bit early before they arrived, and the police. Because I was just I had my stuff. My stuff. What I usually have, and the police arrived early. And they said, I heard that this is going to be an event here. Are you part of those people? I said, no, I've heard about them. And I heard that they're going to be here. So I thought I'd come down with my stuff and see if there could be some working together. And they said, okay, we just wanted to talk to them, So they were asking me. I said, well, you have to come back a bit later and talk to them. Anyway, so the angle was that no lawbreakers can be law enforcers. So they said they just told the council that they were going to arrive, but they did not ask for permission. And they're saying, they were preaching out saying, look, we don't need to ask for permission, because if the idea is if you come up against us, then we're going to have to deal with it in court, and then I think they want to get into court, and then because there's other issues that they want to expose. So they want to bring the fight into the court.
Lessons IC3 they could learn from Extinction Rebellion is that strategy doesn't work against the government, because they're like, okay, we'll just keep taking you to court. And after a while, you're just going to be like so bogged down, you're going to go away. So that strategy only works.
Out of money.
They're like, hey, arrest me. And then, okay, then you get arrested. They're like, hey, arrest me again. No, you've already got a court summons at this point, right? That takes the heat off, right? So,
Yeah, you've been arrested. Now what? Well, that was the goal, actually, was to get arrested. No, all right. That's a good strategy. Good job. You accomplished your strategy.
Yeah. And here's an angle. So, my angle is all about reparations for Black people. So I had my display showing all the race codes and ethnicity codes, and some white people came along. And I was talking about reparations, and I said, look, here's what do you think of this deal? What do you think of this deal? I'm promoting the White People Protection League. And
God bless you, my black brother.
And the white people say, what? White People Protection League? Yes. What? Black guy with the White People Protection League? I said, yes. What is this White People Protection League? I said, give me an opportunity to explain. Give me an opportunity to explain. So the WPPL, hashtag WPPL, White People Protection League, the model is that just like the model is that any white person who
requires a bit of muscle around them.
No. Watch this. Any white person or white people or group of white people that help us Black people who are working for reparations to win a successful reparation claim. So it's a claim by claim basis. Yeah. So certain white people might have access to information that would result Yes, that's right. White People Protection League. Yeah, look it up. Hashtag.
Yeah. Hey, I see 3, sir. When you're done, sir, I will
let me present it, and then you can ask some questions. So any group of white people or white individual who has access to information that could result in a successful reparation claim. So it could be $1 million, it could be $1 billion, it could be £100. It doesn't matter.
20
then we will reward that group of white people with a cut.
Black power.
So you're saying you're trying to make a deal. So let me get this right, IC3. It's maybe just my banking head hasn't got this right. You're telling Whitey that if you can get some more money from Whitey, you're going to give the Whitey who helps you make money from Whitey a cut.
That's right. Because you know that's how COINTELPRO works. They pay black people.
You're telling me the Jews are the problem here, right?
They pay black people to spy on black people. So black people can pay white people to spy on,
There you go, my nigga. There you go. This is what I'm talking about, bro. Real niggas understand, okay? Real niggas understand. Now, my black brother, did you see my appearance on G Block where I posted a potential reparations for repatriations? I call it Ceramarian reparations.
Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, right.
Yeah. It's on my channel, bro. We will pay you handsomely to repatriate to your ancestral fatherlands, and we will shake hands and we will be best friends. So that's what I want.
Yeah.
So what do you say about that?
So this kind of talk, between the white nationalists and black nationalists it's healthy talk. So it's all about deals and treaties and trades. And so even though we might be banging each other,
just really like simple-minded here.
Yes.
Actually, simple-minded. But at the end, if I did what's called net accounting, I guess the money's still coming from Whitey, right? Okay, just checking.
Okay, yes, but watch this. You see,
Jamie,
Whitey, there's within the white groups. There's one faction fighting against another faction, and then there's some saying, look, this group of white people, like someone might say, oh, they're Jews. They're not white, but they're Jews. But so someone might be saying that they're Jews, but from the black perspective, they're all white people to us. Yeah. They all look like white people to us. Therefore, if I could do a deal with Sarah, I say, look, okay, there's some people over there, white people over there, who have open reparations.
Oh, white people are the same.
Yeah, I'm listening, bro.
Yeah, okay. So there's some white people over there, Sarah, who have done some abuse to black people, right? And we want to extract some reparations from that particular group of white people. Yes. Now, you, Sarah, can we do a deal with you?
Absolutely.
There you go. See, so that's the reparation model.
Yes, and I call it reparations for repatriation. So just to make clear,
there you go. That's right. So therefore, the black people can repatriate.
Yes.
Go back home to where we
belong. Rich. Exactly, my brother. I will come and visit you, my bro. I will come and visit you in Africa, bro. We can do a stream together, bro.
I'll give you $10.
What you want. So because we noticed that a lot of these people that have been abusing black people, they don't appear to be nationalists.
Right. Exactly. They're not nationalists.
So black nationalists.
Can I get a percentage of like any and all profits, or is this just a one-time deal with no?
It's a claim by claim basis.
No, I was gonna say, can I get a percentage of like asset profits here, or are we just talking like one lump sum change? I just give you a bunch of money and you go away and you don't.
No, it's a claim by claim basis. So that claim could be.
Do we have to maintain a transatlantic cable to like communicate with? Like, is that?
Did you say transatlantic?
Yes, we have to keep the transatlantic cable up and running.
That's right, because wealth is transfers, just like currency. Value can be moved, so it can be moved from one group to another group. Simple
As the official white person,
deals and
official
trade.
white person, I'm going to say no deal.
Look, I like.
Yeah, you need to learn from the Jews and the Holocaustianity, bro. Take a lesson from the Jews, bro.
Look, I like the concept. I just don't like the word reparations. Why can't we just say, hey, well, the problem is like you can't really pay black people to return back to Africa, or give them each, I don't know, however much, and then they come out of the airport with all their money and they get robbed, you know. So
Jamie, are you looking for a different word for reparation?
We can give them some.
We've done this with the Vikings.
True.
We paid the Vikings.
We can
to
give them
leave,
some
and they just come
weaponry,
back
right? They don't have to
after
just like they could technically we can give all the money.
it's
We can give them some
charity,
guns, and they could just land. They can land. They can land at the airport, right? And we just and they'll just be like, "Hey, now we're in charge." Like,
no charity,
what's up, like,
Raymond? No charity. Don't want your charity.
No. Oh, God forbid. God forbid.
No free food aid.
If we give you a bunch of stuff, right? So you're offering to go. I'll just give you, like, hey, you want knives? We'll give you knives. We'll give you swords. We'll give you.
May I suggest the word
machine guns? Want some 249s? We'll give you some saws. Oh yeah. Want some Apaches?
I think.
Can I suggest the word you're looking for instead of reparation was transportation? Is that what the word you're looking for?
I prefer the idea of. I think it was Paul Romer in 2009. He suggested the idea of charter cities is where, let's say, Nigeria made an agreement with Britain to lease a small parcel of land where no one was living, and Britain would have that parcel of land and then create a new city like Hong Kong or Singapore. Yeah, exactly. And that city would then create the incentive for the whole country to have free markets and better rule of law, and to get cramped down on the corruption, because the corruption is what's keeping Africa poor. But if you can solve that and make it into a first world nation, then black Africans who are living in Britain will voluntarily move back to Nigeria without needing to be paid, because they know, hey, I'm going to be with my own people, but also have all the benefits of living in a first world nation.
Just a quick question there. Do you think a lot of Nigerians who are doing really well in England might just want to go to Nigeria? Have you ever done any kind of sample polling?
Hey, you guys want to go back home? Hey, check out this big garbage pile.
Why don't you leave Oakland, Detroit, and Baltimore and head to somewhere else? They're like, I don't know. They take a lot of cash.
Oh, here's Mogadishu.
Mogadishu is great this time of the year.
I've heard the Ivory Coast has some just absolutely scenic views. If you imagine that there's no trash off the coast, but that's fine. Just imagine it's not there. It's okay.
It's not like the 405, the freeway. There's no traffic issues up and down the Mogadishu.
Oh yeah, guys, you don't even have to worry about traffic. Granted, there's no roads, but you don't have to worry about traffic.
So
it's
true.
Fine.
So why are the darkies heading to the west where all the white people are? Is it not because of the currency?
Yes. White people.
So they can work a year. Yeah.
No, not that
currency. It's exchange.
I have to. Sorry, my friend. I see three, sir.
Also, white people are like,
it's because
boom, Raymond, boom.
They're coming here. They're coming here because of our institutions, because it's safer. You can do business and you can earn more money.
It's just money. It's just money. The weather.
No, it's white people, bro. Oh, listen, my brother. White people are the source of the wealth and power of Western civilization. Okay, where white people go, Western civilization follows, and we create strong currencies because of our industriousness. With all due respect, sir.
So you're saying that because a bunch of Europeans went to Israel, it's European?
Let IC3 reply, sir, please.
Okay. So watch this. This is the angle how I see it. So they're heading to the west. All the darkies are coming to where the white people are, right?
Yes.
And because the currency is stronger in the west. Okay. Yes. So the white people, which type of white people is generating the wealth?
Jews
in the West.
You see?
It's not. I mean, if they're so important, let's just give them. You can have, I guess.
Yeah,
I can tell you. Problem, you can just take them, right?
One at a time. I'm going to listen. I'm listening one at a time. I want to hear who is generating the wealth? Which type of white person is generating the wealth?
I have the answer. If I may, bros. If I may, bros.
People like Bill Gates.
I see one, bro.
One at a time, please.
I see one.
You see what? White people have some order.
I know, like, bro. I see three notes that I see. Hey, can you guys shut the fuck up for a minute? I see one is responsible. That's the answer.
Now.
Well,
I'd expect you to say that, sir. Okay, let's hear from the other in the panel.
Wealth is created by entrepreneurs, and they could be coming from the working class or the middle class or the very top. People like Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, or all these people had kind of meager beginnings, but through their ingenuity or innovations of creating new concepts and ideas, they create a product that everyone wants, and that's what creates the wealth. Is like.
Okay, that's your opinion. Okay, any other opinions?
Yes, I have a question for Armand. Are you even white, bro?
Yeah, I'm white, bro.
How white are you?
Look at that. Yeah, look at his picture. Look at his picture.
Yeah,
you see that? He's literally James Bond. Look at him.
Oh, yep, that's me. That's me.
Literally
GoldenEye. I'm only asking
GoldenEye, right? That's not Swan Advertiser.
Yeah, I'm only asking because real niggers are waiting, behind the scenes to jump on. And Armin isn't saying shit, so can Armin jump on?
That's because y'all are talking like
show your face,
over me
Armin, so we know that you're a white person.
No, man, I work at a university. I don't really want to have my face out there.
Hey, bro,
go to university and cuckold yourself with the juice, okay? We want real niggers.
Serum was just mad because I was trolling him on Telegram yesterday.
You can show your hand. That's
my hand.
Show your hand.
Okay. Bro, are you one of the guys who
if you're gonna show your hands,
show the other side.
If you're gonna show your hands, you should have just had like a straight flush, like just a straight flush of clubs, just on the screen. You just show your hands.
That would have been funny, but I don't have a deck of cards on hand right now.
Bro, just have this.
Right. Okay. So Armand.
Yeah. What's up?
Who do you reckon is responsible? Which type of white person or people are responsible for the generation of wealth in the West?
Would that be the best whites? They'd be the Jewish people, right? I see.
I'm listening. I'm listening. I want to hear each panel.
I'm not. I would say the French and the Anglo-Saxons. But then the French kind of squandered it all with like the French Revolution, you know. Like I kind of have to say the French because my mom is French, so.
Okay.
I mean, wouldn't you just blame Wellington then? Say it's Wellington's fault because he got rid of Napoleon? Like it's just Wellington's fault because he beat him.
I could say that. I could
just roll over and let Napoleon keep winning, right?
I'm a big fan of Napoleon. I will admit.
Hey, his wins above replacement is fire.
Oh yeah.
Hitler was also a huge fan of Napoleon. He even ordered the Wehrmacht to defend his
he's literally
when the Allies were when the Allies were bombing Paris. Adolf Hitler specifically ordered the Wehrmacht to protect the tomb of Napoleon.
Okay.
You agree with Hitler?
Yeah,
okay, that's based. You're growing.
I'm not going to say that it's all wrong just because he's Hitler. I don't agree with like a lot of this stuff, man, and I think we just need to get past it.
I don't think at your age in your career you should be agreeing with supporting Hitler or Nazis.
That is a good point. That's a good point. Thank you, Ralph.
Napoleon and Hitler fucked up continental Europe.
Hey,
bro, if you had kept your snout out of it, we wouldn't be in this mess, bro. Let's go. You want to do this, bro? Let's go. Step up.
Now we're getting anti-English up in here. This is getting
no.
The English are cool. I like the English.
We're getting anti-lies. We're getting anti-false narratives, bro.
We're anti-Brit now. Let me grab some popcorn.
All the history stuff is. I love history as much as the next guy, but all this stuff is just getting tiring, man. That's all everybody talks about. Just go and get some new material.
Hey, listen. 1,000 years
Simon,
after your
let
name.
Me hear Raymond's view, please.
Let me. Okay, I'll hear you after this. 1,000 years after the dust of your bones is gone, the name of Adolf Hitler will still live on.
So yeah, that is true.
Go ahead, Isaac.
That's true.
Go ahead, sir.
No, it's Raymond, which type of white people are mostly responsible for the wealth of the West? The white West. Who? Raymond.
Well,
cut to the chase.
If we want to, so how specific are you interested in going? Because I'm going to give you the broad answer, and it's Americans.
So true.
Define an American, please.
Yes. See, I knew it. That's where we were going to go. That's why I said, how specific do you want to get?
We're going to go there. I want clarity.
See, remember, if we say Americans aren't actually an ethnic group, it would just always be Americans, regardless of whether or not they have any sub-ethnic regional groups associated with their names. That would be irrelevant because they're all American.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into a touchy racial issue because I've got to step away for a second. But I mean, is it true? I mean, don't get this wrong, but Americans are just the best whites, right?
It's so true.
Amen to that.
So true.
Amen to that.
They're the greediest, most extroverted whites.
Isn't they like super Europeans?
They're loud and greedy. They're loud and greedy.
Well, that's the thing. They definitely embodied the philosophy. They definitely embodied the philosophy of Adam Smith and Thomas Paine. So yeah.
Oh, hold on a sec there, Sarimer. You're calling Americans loud and greedy, but if I remember a few days ago, you were telling me that you're an American, even though you don't have an American.
Yeah. So I will address your question, sir. Sir, I will address your question if I'm allowed. Okay.
So are you loud and greedy?
Yeah. So can I answer your question, or are you just going to talk over me? Right.
Go ahead.
Words have different definitions in different contexts. Yes, I am de facto an American. I have more American English in my brain than I have Norwegian. So yes, I am an American. And Leif Erikson was the first European in America, and he sired a child who was the first European born in America. So yes, I am an American. That's why I'm America first, because we were in America first.
Are you descended from Leif Erikson?
America third, actually, technically, but
hey, no,
yeah,
that's
you don't
not
want
correct.
to.
Hold on a sec here.
We do not disregard the contributions of the Olmec people and the Clovis first. Okay, never disregard the Clovis first people. Okay, they were real American. Sorry, I'm being mildly troll. But to answer your question, I would say technically Americans own a vast majority of the wealth. Now, if you wanted to start sub-directing that into other ethnic groups, it's your prerogative. Go ahead. I'm just going to hit the blanket because technically Americans aren't allowed to see race. Therefore,
well, you are blessed with like the best geography, like especially with.
Amen to that. Hey, that's what I said. Sea to shining sea, and then we also got two gorgeous mountain ranges. We got the Rockies. We got the Appalachians.
We got Texas.
We got the deep South. We've got this gorgeous farmland all throughout the Midwest. You can't beat our farmland. We have we have one of the most unique and beautiful cultures in our ranching culture and in our cowboy culture that we have in the far West. Absolutely beautiful. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the mountain views.
The most important thing
from sea to shining sea.
I lived in Idaho for 8 years. I lived in Idaho for 8 years. Some of the most amazing views, some of the most amazing mountain views, some of the best snowboarding I've ever had. Beautiful, absolutely amazing stuff. 100%.
Yeah, but the real might of America is really the Mississippi River.
Partially yes, but also secretly everything we've been keeping under lock and key within all of our national park system.
Yeah, but you got more. You got more navigable rivers than the rest of the world combined.
Okay. All right, let's talk about America then, and this power, the West, all right, the so-called West. I've been reading my daughter's reading this book. She says, "Oh look, so I've got to read this book because she's reading it. So I want to know what she's thinking." So look, I was reading this book. Look what it says here. It says here about this America. It says here, look, the United States of America is controlled by the it says these are the three separate business entities, which is why there are three constitutions of America. What? 1, the Constitution for the United States of America, that's a federal constitution. 2, the Constitution of the United States of America, which is a territorial constitution. And 3, the Constitution of the United States, which is the municipal constitution. The first constitution is a business contract between the American government and the federal government. The second constitution is a business contract between the American government and the British monarchy. And the third constitution is a business contract between the American government and the Holy See. That's the Pope.
No, we're very.
No, that can't be. It can't be the Holy See. It can't be the Holy See. Gosh,
no papists allowed. No papists.
Yeah, no, we don't do that. No. You're talking to a Baptist, good sir, and that's actually one of the largest denominations outside of the. Sorry, I almost vomited when I said that, but we don't really normally say their names out loud. Mostly because they've just gotten too woke. They are no longer a real American church. I know, right? Just trying to got to keep it in there.
I do agree with the monarchy bit.
Yeah, maybe 400 years ago, sure.
Well, your constitution is based on law aspects of the Magna Carta.
Yeah,
you're just talking about.
That's why America is the fulfillment of England.
Yeah, you're just talking about English common law. Then that's fine, but let's not talk about it as a.
Magna Carta is Norman law, right? As in from Norway, we have the same thing in Norway, only older. So we just brought it to England and we call it the Magna Carta.
America did it better.
Therefore, it's either the British, America's relationship to Britain is the reason for the wealth, the white wealth in America, or it's the federal government, or it's the Holy See, which is the Roman, the Catholic Church. Yes,
I think it would be the Protestant spirit of the American people that created the civil wealth and the super country.
But it's also the philosophy of Adam Smith, the idea of free markets and entrepreneurship.
It's a lot, but that's the thing. It's a lot of those things all coming together to essentially create this perfect storm of what we had. There is a lot of elements of there's a lot of Germanic, right? At the heart of America's industrialism, there's a lot of Germanic. It certainly didn't come from the Irish. No offense to the Irish. Some of the initial legalism comes from the English, right? So the initial legal basis actually comes from the English stock, right?
Yes,
then you pull in a lot of the stop with the contract. Okay, you're going to digress from the whole thing. Then you have a lot of Germanic stock that comes in and helps with the industriousness of the nation, right? And all of that is fundamentally driven with the Protestant the Protestant interpretation of the Bible, right? Which is that you will work. God has made you to work. That is a symptom of the fall. Everything you do will be work, and it will be hard. But there is an essence to, this working brings me closer to God. It makes me more in the image of what God has commanded.
Please,
I just working hard and believing in God would lead to success. What a crazy idea, right?
Yeah, but everything Raymond said about the Protestant Europe could be exchanged with Germanic Europe or Northwest Europe. It's the ethnicity, bro. It's not.
So how come they didn't do it? Yeah, exactly.
We can all agree that if
we were industrious before we became Christians, right? We had like ships and swords 1,000 years ahead of the rest of humanity when we were pagans. So we were always industrious.
It's true. The common law is 5,000 years old. It goes back to our ancestors who were on the Ukrainian steppes.
Yeah, bingo.
Well, we can't deny the contributions of the Pictish. Okay, let's all calm down. No, I'm sorry, that's a little.
I don't know, but I mean, maybe Armin is the point, being he's a good Texan. It's like what other nation could ever come up with the motto of it positively, absolutely has to be blown up anywhere in the world in 48 hours? The United States Marine Corps.
So true.
Pretty much, it's going to sum it up, right?
But really, the wealth really does come from the institutions and how good the rule of law is.
It comes from there's an element of the institution itself carrying some genuine prestige and people with this ethic wanting to contribute, this work ethic wanting to contribute to the prestige of that thing as a matter of name living on vicariously. That is a part of it, but it is not the only part of it, right? Yeah, sure. There could be an essence of, I want to contribute to the success of America, even if it doesn't remember my name specifically, but it's remembered as America. Sure, you can contribute to that prestige and have it live on beyond you, supersede or transcend you as part of that. And it's partially, right? But there is also still the Spirit of God within the heart of that, right? There's still God's commands.
Which God, though? Can you accept the possibility?
The only God.
That could you accept the possibility that it's the bankers who choose who they want to invest in, and that is generated the wealth.
So,
So
the Jews back in 1776 decided to fund the American Revolution.
Yeah, all the Jews left Europe and immediately moved over to the U.S. to go found Wall Street. Right? Do I have this right? And then that's what led to the creation of Wall Street. That instant created Wall Street in the U.S. and that's what led us to win the Revolutionary War. Is that how that worked? I just want to make sure
it was the Dutch that actually created Wall Street. You know?
I know that's part of the damn. Work with me here, Jamie. That's part of the joke. It's part of the joke.
Are you saying the Dutch Jews? No,
no.
I'm not getting the joke. I'm a darkie, so you have to make it plain and simple. I'm a darkie, so you have to break it down for me, please.
I was making a joke that New York used to be essentially a Dutch colony, and it was originally founded as a Dutch colony. And there was actually a street called De Wall or Wall, and that's what led to the creation of Wall Street. But they are Dutch Jews.
No, they were just.
They're just Dutch.
Dutch.
They're just Dutch dudes. They're just running around. I don't even.
No, but it was actually my bad. It was actually Black Africans who founded it. We was Kangs.
Well, you know, like New York was not called New York when it was founded by the Dutch. It was called New Amsterdam.
Yep, that's exactly.
When it was handed over to Britain, we called it New York.
Yeah, and then they had a street called De Heer, and then they had another street called the Wall, which is like essentially where the Wall was.
Yeah.
For the actual city, and then you meet De Heer and the Wall, and then you get Broadway and Wall Street, and that's how you get. The joke was that in 1776 the Jews moved over to Wall Street. That's my joke, is that they moved over to Wall Street, created all of the financial institutions, and that's how we won the Revolutionary War.
Yeah,
when did the Dutch lose control of the
Jews? When did the Dutch lose the Jews? I don't know.
Well, it was after these wars that
in 1913.
Yeah,
23rd of December 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was signed into law right before midnight by the Jews. So there you go.
So they took over. Okay.
Well, you got to remember that the Dutch needed to have the security of Britain, so they kind of merged together because Britain was an island, whilst Dutch was still connected to the mainland. And the Dutch, I admit, they created the banking system. But IC3, you got to remember, banks' roles are just simply to give out loans to those that they are certain or have a better chance to pay back that loans.
Yeah,
well, the idea, the concept that you're saying that they control everything is kind of like missing the point. They're just middle management people. They don't have like the the actual power to legislate everything like God.
Let's examine that. If you have three businesses all doing more or similar product, and then the bankers decide to invest in one group, then that group will win. It's like war as well. If you've got two sides fighting, and then you invest money, you can control the war.
Given that Americans didn't really have a lot of money to pay their troops, like George Washington almost lost every single one of his troops because they weren't getting paid. I don't think they were getting funding from a lot of bankers,
So you were fighting for Mammon. You weren't fighting for America, right?
A war. Yes.
So you weren't fighting.
No.
You weren't
no,
fighting
man.
for America.
Soldiers have families to feed.
From the get-go, bro. You were fighting for
soldiers have families to feed too. They got a farm.
Your Anglo-Saxon brethren from Mammon, bro. You murdered your Anglo-Saxon cousin from Mammon, bro. That's what you see.
What are you talking about?
So therefore, the message I'm getting is that bankers can control the outcome of wars. Is that correct?
They can assist it. They can't control it.
Yeah.
Wars are not like something that is like have people controlling the banks deciding what outcome they want. They're like, for example, the American War of Independence really was basically only like a third, I think, of Americans actually wanted independence. The rest was either loyal to the crown or didn't care. So it was kind of like, in lack of a better word, an emergent property. And the founding fathers thought, if we could actually become independent, then we can get out of paying our debts to the crown, whatever, and start from scratch. So, yeah, and it's very complicated.
So the point was what? Are you saying that I was wrong in what I said? This is a statement. This is a statement. I'm saying that all wars are decided by those who are investing in the sides. And sometimes one group of bankers may be fighting with another group of bankers. And then it's those who have this, who can invest.
And don't tell me who's behind the bankers. Come on then, spit it out.
Say it. You know you want to. Say it. Invoke their names. Do it.
Surely the bankers would have ensured America won the Vietnam War, but they didn't. So, money can only go so far. It's a bit redundant.
Hey, don't say that, man.
You mentioned the word insure as in insurance. Insure, is that the word you mentioned? Like insurance, which is to do with finance and banking again.
Yeah, but America still lost the war against these Vietnam people who are just really living in the jungles and, did these hit and run rape.
Large parts of Vietnam are rice fields, but to say,
Yeah, wars aren't won purely by military might and funding. It's a lot more complicated than that.
I've heard it's mostly Charlie's too, but I don't know what that's supposed to be. That's pretty impressive too. You have an entire people named Charlie. That I thought was pretty incredible. It was amazing. Like I don't know how they don't get confused if they're all running around calling each other Charlie the whole time. Like I don't see how they don't just get confused.
It's like Charlie 1, Charlie 2.
I don't know. I was talking to Charlie 364 over there.
Chuck just got away, right? And Chuck said,
yeah. There's Chuck, Charles, Charlie, Charlatan. Right?
Bro, hey, Duvid is in the chat. Hey, my Jewish brother, Duvid. Hey, bro. Hey, man, I'm going to hop off so Duvid can hop on, and maybe I'll hop back on later if a slot opens up. Hey, cheers, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Duvid, that's good having you on, sir.
Bye-bye. Duvid, who thinks that being an American is all about paying your taxes and doing what you're told.
You could ask Omar. And he'll tell you it's all about hot dogs and burgers.
Well, that is a good Christian message. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and look at Rome now. Rome is a shithole, man. So forget how did that work out for Caesar?
Well, Caesar is a title. It's not designated to one particular people. There's Kaiser. There's the Tsars. That's basically the same title as Caesar.
Interesting. So, but are you, IC3, are you the proponent that wars are started by bankers? Is that your theory?
Yes. One by banks. Obviously, it's the same relationship between the spirit and the flesh, yes, or the relationship between finance and physical activity. So,
when you say finance and the things of the flesh
requires finance, yes. If you haven't got the finance and logistics, then how are you going to win the war?
But IC3, would you say therefore that money and these things of the flesh are fundamentally not good, right? Or would you say?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that it has to be managed. Just like you yourself, when you have your body, you have to try and discipline yourself by disciplining your own body. Your body has desires, what it wants to do, but then your mind keeps your body.
So when you say reparations,
so I'm saying that is like fractals. It's scalable. Those principles are scalable to a nation.
Blessings to it. They want to do yes. You asked for
derail the conversation and talk about Ding Loren, or are you guys finishing up whatever you're talking
about? My sister was very surprised that you actually won.
We got a resident Hindu.
Well, Ding Loren, God bless Ding Loren. I was actually rooting for him. Not necessarily because I'm pro-Chinese, and obviously Ian Napoliaci might even be 100% Jewish. I'm not sure if he's half Jewish or even fully Jewish. However, he's a gamer. So Ding Loren is an intellectual. He's a lawyer. And so I preferred to see him over my fellow Jew, Nepo, because Nepo is just a gamer. I don't know about you.
The most depressed people in America.
I know, dude.
These guys, the Chinese, they're just smarter than us. They work harder than us.
Gamers rise up.
Well, I mean, your guy lost. You're a gamer. Your guy lost.
Hashtag Gamergate.
Yeah.
David, how Jewish
I wasn't
are you?
really.
David, how Jewish are you?
It depends who you ask.
I mean, isn't your mom not even a Jew?
No, my mom's 99.4% Ashkenazic Jewish.
Okay.
I went to Orthodox schools, studied in Israel. My Judaism's an identity, so and it's a conflicting identity that you're saying my Jewish identity is in conflict with other people's conception of being Jewish. So you say like, yeah, I mean, basically my Jewish identity is the single most important thing to me. However, my understanding of what it means to be Jewish is different from other people. So it's a loaded term.
Are you even circumcised?
I mean, God forbid. Yeah, of course I was circumcised. Like, I'd rather talk about how the Chinese are kicking our ass than my Judaism. Like even Nepo, Nepo. I don't know how. Like Nepo has not talked that much about his Judaism, but he's listed as Jewish. Almost everyone says that Nepo is Jewish, but it's not much clear identity about that. I've never heard him interviewed or talk about it. I haven't seen like a family tree about Nepo's Jewish lineage. So we could have had a world chess champion, back in the hands of the Jews, but the Chinese kicked our ass because they're smarter than us and they work harder than us.
I mean, could we say then that the Norwegians are the master race because like nobody's able to beat Magnus?
He couldn't handle the pressure and bowed out. Magnus couldn't handle the pressure and bowed out.
I think he got bored personally.
Well, you could interpret it however you want, but he's no longer champion. He bowed out. He couldn't handle the heat and he backed down.
Now he's making a fortune gambling, apparently.
No, I think he's losing. I mean, God forbid, that's why I prefer Ding.
I thought he was playing poker, right?
I'm saying,
he's Magnus.
It used to be chess players like Kasparov, Karpov. Karpov was like KGB. Kasparov wrote books. Kasparov has his own like historical revisionist theories about like ancient Rome. He's wrote in a whole bunch of books. It used to be like top chess players were really smart and educated and knew a bunch. But in the last 20 years, almost all the top chess players have no education. They were pulled out of school like by the time they were 13, like Magnus, and they don't know anything other than chess. And they approach chess as gamers. So like now Magnus isn't playing
artists of the world unite.
He's he's moving into poker. So I mean, Ding Liren is just outclasses him. He's a superior man. He has advanced education. He's a lawyer. He could intelligently talk about subjects other than chess. So like I'm excited. I think it's good for chess. I mean obviously there's the ethnic component that the Chinese are now in charge. But like I'd rather have the Chinese in charge. I'd rather, God forbid, have an intellectual Chinese in charge than like a gamer Jew in charge or a gamer Norwegian.
Is that a bit snobbish, though, David? Is that a bit snobbish? Are you looking down on your?
I'm not looking down. I'm just saying like you want someone who like wins games and like I beat you at a game, therefore I'm in charge. Or someone who actually like studies and think it's important to educate yourself and know what's going on. So I was rooting for Ding. David, props to Ding Liren. I have your back, even though Nepo is my fellow Jew. Like Nepo, he's bad. God forbid, like Nepo, like he doesn't even wear yarmulke. He never chants. He doesn't talk about God. He doesn't know anything about his Judaism, and he's just a gamer. And Magnus,
basically, what you're trying to tell me,
Magnus is just a gamer. It's a disgrace to the game of chess. It's supposed to be a high IQ intellectual game, not ran by gamers. I mean, you disagree, Ralph?
No, I don't. But so I'm just looking at the backstage. Who is Louis Juan? I don't know who you are, but Tiger wants to come. I don't know who you are, man. Who is Louis Juan?
Right. I gotta head out, so I will see y'all later. I gotta drive my sister.
Hey, let's take him on. Please. Okay, Tiger can jump on. I don't know who this other person is. Who is this person? It might be a troll. Who are you?
I know Lewis. He's a mate of George, but he's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, Lewis Wayne just joined my Discord, so I'm not sure if he knew me from.
I'm late to the kind of the slang. What's a gamer Jew?
They were just having a pop with the Jews and stuff like that. Ran out, Sherman get out. He gave up and blaming.
You don't play chess, Tiger?
No.
Well, I'm saying like the World Chess Championship just finished, and the Chinese man Ding Liren beat the Jewish Russian man Ian Napoleonacci, and I'm just saying that Ding Liren is an educated, well-carried intellectual man. as where Nepo is a gamer. Like when he doesn't play chess, he plays video games. He competed in like, video game competitions. I mean, at least Magnus is more like into athletics. He plays poker, but Magnus Carlson is also just a gamer. He doesn't read books. He doesn't know crap about crap.
Is it possible?
Like
is it possible if it was a fluke? Was it a fluke? Possibly.
Well,
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Give me a second. I'm a little bit busy.
Like, I'm an intellectual. I like chess. I want to think like chess is for smart people. But like, no, the best chess players are like gamers who don't know crap about crap. They never read books. They don't know any like information about world politics and history. They're just a gamer, and chess is the the game that they play.
I know a guy.
Would be that against the tenets of Judaism to look down on people like that?
I didn't say I'm looking down upon them. I just said why I prefer Ding. Why I prefer Ding, as our leader. So I'm not looking down upon Magnus or Nepo. I just don't want them as my leader. I'd rather have Ding Liren as my leader than Magnus or Nepo.
Okay. So it's more like your personal sort of idolatry. Okay. Gotcha.
Well, I mean, we're chess players. The chess world, and the chess world is hierarchical, and within the chess world, he's our champion. He's so it's that hierarchical nature that it's
How are you, Tiger man? Long time, bro. How are you? You good?
I'm okay. Okay.
What's going on?
Yeah, no, but about the chess thing, I know a fella who used to smoke a lot of weed. I think in fact he got sectioned for it once. He's a real lefty.
Lot of weed, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is what he told me, that it kind of messed up his life because he went a bit overboard with it. This dude, he beat Ralph.
I can't say his name. Eat a mouse on at 6 a.m. and he was just it, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's nowhere near as smart as Ralph, but he beat Ralph in a chess match very easily.
That's not saying much, bro.
Well, it's like a game. I'm saying like it used to mean something.
It was a fluke.
But like these days, it'd be like, well, like what if someone beat Ralph at like a video game? And so chess has been degenerated into like just a game. And so chess needs to be revived to its former glory, and Ding Liren might be the man to do it. And even the Chinese in general, like here in America, like God forbid, like America is a joke. No one, like people do crap work, they don't work hard, they don't read, they don't educate, and the Chinese come here and they kick our ass. They're smarter than us and they work harder than us.
I think Dewey's got a little way for the Chinese, but Annie W. is not a bunch of Jews. I think you mean a flock of Jews, right? It's a bunch.
David, you praise the intelligence of the Chinese, yet why is it that Australia has won more Nobel Prizes than China?
Australians than China? I mean, because the discrimination.
Systemic.
That's right. How do you decide who should win Nobel Prize? Politics.
Not just their intelligence, their work ethic.
Who's the judge of that, and how is that judged?
It's hard to objectively judge, but when you have something like the World Chess Championship, and so this is the first ever Chinese World Chess Champion.
I think even more fields medals was won by Jews than Chinese.
Yeah, but that's historically. I mean, I did. In fact, I did a stream the other week with Norvin Hobbs. The Ron Unz has covered that. Like in the last few decades, Jews are back down to like just a few percent. So there were decades where Jews were winning like 20-30% of like math and science competitions. But in the last like 10 years, Jews are almost down to our population levels, and the Chinese are winning like, and not the Chinese, Asians in general are winning like 40-50% of so you're just speaking historically, and something like the Nobel Prize is a little bit different than it's just the fact that the Asians are kicking our ass. We were arguing about this last time,
Road.
And to me it's just like factual. The Asians are kicking our ass. And Jews are still doing relatively good, but I'm happy to argue about it again if that's what Ralph wants to talk about. But you could just look at the numbers and statistics.
All right. So the world belongs to the Asians now.
I mean, the world doesn't belong to anybody.
One belt, one road.
I mean, they just have a little bit more power and move ahead in society.
But post-Jewish emancipation, Jewish outperformance is pretty consistent amongst every intellectual discipline, right?
I think the Chinese are intelligent, but it's a very different type of intelligence. Like, you can't really compare Chinese and Jews. It's like comparing apples to oranges.
Can I say, all right, do you know what I find bizarre about the Chinese? And you know, and I'm gonna start history spurging, but they had everything and they couldn't even dominate East Asia. I mean, they were a significant power in East Asia, but they never conquered Japan or Vietnam or Tibet. Oh no, actually they did conquer Tibet. Like, China has a history of failure and mostly oppressing their own people.
Well, they're basically like an island. Like, they got everything they needed. And
did they try? You're saying they tried to conquer these places and failed, or they never really even tried?
Well, I mean, I guess it's like their country's pretty massive, so I guess.
But Tai, the most famous philosopher in China is Confucius, and Confucianism is very, it's very based on self-discipline and not rocking the boat, and therefore it makes sense that the Chinese just feel like, oh, all we need to do is just live in this little patch of land where we got all these rivers, valleys, and rice paddies, and we can create silk, and that's all we need to trade, and just import the world's silver. It's like, it's very it's just that mindset, really. Like, they don't really rock the boat like the Europeans did, where they went through trial and tribulation, and then that's what led to the technological boom in Europe that led them to conquering the world.
Yeah, but was it the Europeans, or was it the Middle Eastern? Was it the Middle Eastern thought in Europe, or was it the Europeans?
Well,
can Europe be separated from Middle Eastern thought?
Because the Middle East and the Arabs made a lot of contributions in things like logic and medicine and stuff like that. Right?
But even
built Europe.
The Arabs didn't even start. Like, the Arabs didn't even build a city until the 4th century AD.
It's not really the Arabs.
Before that, they were just wandering about the desert for thousands of years.
It's mostly Persian philosophers that contributed to a lot of the golden age of Islam, but even they were influenced by Greek philosophers like Plato and Aristotle.
Yeah, but who influenced the Greek philosophers?
The Egyptians or Kemet.
That's a bit of a stretch, I think.
The black people.
Yeah. Well,
they were black.
The biggest influence upon the Greeks was, in fact, the Egyptians.
Of course, the Greeks used to go down
to
study.
They might have came up with quite a bit, but I mean, the Greeks are the direct derivative culture from Persian, and I mean, even the biblical perspective. You had the Egyptians, then the Assyrians, then the Persians, then the Babylonians, then the Greeks, then the Romans.
Yeah, and what was taking place in Europe at that time?
There was the most interplay. In fact, I mean, Greek controlled Egypt, even like the center, like Alexandria, which was somewhat the center of Greek intellectual activity, was in fact in Egypt.
That's right.
Lots of the Arab magicians and stuff. They're not just
the great library of Alexandria. Like, it was the Great Library of Alexandria, but it was in Egypt. It wasn't in Greece.
After Alexander the Great conquered
I've always found that very bizarre as well.
The point is, like, before
it wasn't even in Cyrene.
Before Plato and Aristotle,
Egypt.
there was no concept of philosophy. All right. And then after Plato and Aristotle, all philosophy, especially in the West and the Middle East, are basically footnotes to Plato and Aristotle.
No, they're
not. I mean, the academy might be a unique invention.
Even Maimonides completely superseded and surpassed Aristotelian logic and extended it. And then even the Muslims, they completely as well extended Aristotelian logic. That's just not true. Al-Farabi, Avicenna, Averroes. So Aristotle, Maimonides surpassed him in the 12th century, and then in the 9th century, 11th century, in just over.
So they're still footnotes. They're still using.
I don't want to talk about footnotes. I mean, superseded them. Like Aristotle had no modern logic. I mean,
you could argue that philosophy was invented by the Greeks, and Greek academy, Socrates and Plato's academy. You could argue that there was no real such thing as the academy till the Greeks created it. And but large parts of Greek culture are clearly, even the deity, the pantheons, are almost directly taken from the Egyptians. A large portion of the precursors of mathematics and science.
That's correct.
But maybe you could make a reasonable argument that philosophy in the academy arose uniquely in Greece.
I was just contesting Jamie's point that it somewhat ended in an Aristotle was end. It wasn't. Aristotle had huge gaps. Maimonides fixes gaps. The Muslims fixes gaps.
When it comes to Greece, I mean, if they were so great, why couldn't they unify their own country? They were split up into about 4 city-states and a bunch of tribes.
Because
you're trying to tell me that these people were culturally advanced.
They unified
I'm
Greece.
saying this as a fan of Greek history.
The basis, Greek was unified by conquest in the same way maybe Egypt, and like Alexander was the tutor, Aristotle was the tutor to Alexander the Great, so that Socrates and Plato, the founders of the academy, Aristotle, the successor of Plato, and at the same time as Alexander's father from Macedonia, and Greece is largely not unified, and it becomes unified by Alexander through conquest. And Greece really is the first largest territorial conqueror, in the sense that you had your previous empires, but Greece conquers more of the world than any other previous empire.
But the beauty about the Greek Golden Age is because it was divided by all these city-states, because that creates a competition and to create new technologies and ideas. It's the same. It's the same concept in. It's the same concept in Italy.
It was the Wild West. Sorry, Jamie. It was the Wild West. It was not a golden age. They never had like a peaceful golden age. What they had was they were split up where they would fight each other, or they'd be hired as mercenaries by any West Asian power that wanted to hire them. And then the Persians came, and then they because Illyria had already conquered Miletus and other Asia Minor and Greek city-states, and then Cyrus came along and conquered them. And then, they had the revolts in Asia Minor, and the Athenians like, oh, we'll help you. Here's some weapons and stuff. And then, and by the way, Greece is it's not really worth anything. They don't have major silver mines or major trade routes or fertile fields.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just warring. They were just warring tribes.
The territory not having any natural resources, they still created the most groundbreaking philosophical ideas and technology. Like they had the first steam engine, they had the first
no, that was years later in the 4th century AD, and that was during the Roman era, not the height of the. It wasn't from 9th century to the 3rd century BC.
This was 200
BC. Well, why are we arguing about Greek history? Like, how the hell did this become the topic?
Because this is the foundations. This is the foundation.
Every time Tiger and Jamie go on a stream, we go history spurging.
Okay, cool. We'll stop history spurging.
Yeah.
Hey, Greek.
They can't help themselves.
Yo. I mean, we were talking about the Chinese kicking our asses, the Greeks.
Can I say something about the Chinese?
Right? Just make like the Chinese. That's unclear whether they ever tried some mass conquest like the Greeks. I mean, the Greeks didn't really even get to China; they just got to India. But I mean, to Tiger's point, it's unclear whether the Chinese have ever had an expansionist strategy, and it, in all likelihood, today is the most expansionist strategy the Chinese have ever had.
But didn't they also send like ethnic Chinese people to places like Singapore and Indonesia and Malaysia? And wasn't there a lot of sort of anti-communist uprisings, which was actually just a front to kill ethnic Chinese people?
You guys need to form a history channel. That's what you need to do.
History is a good subject, but do your history study before. I mean, it's a good subject. I recommend it. But, what's that have to do with the price of tea in China, with Ding Liren kicking our asses?
The price of tea.
I think everyone sees China as a threat, but China has no friends.
Oh, wait,
no one likes China.
They got Dubit. Dubit is a friend to the Chinese.
Right, Tiger. Have you heard of BRICS?
Who?
BRICS is an
BRICS. BRICS. Brazil,
BRICS.
Russia,
India. Oh, BRICS.
It's not Spain.
Yeah,
China.
I'm pretty sure that's more of a trade alliance. I don't think that's military.
They're trying to make it military to go up against the white West. The BRICS are against
Brazil white dominated.
Well, no, it's an anti-Western or American confederation.
All right. So wait, name me the
If we're
countries
talking
who are
about
BRICS
political
again, because
control,
there's
the
a South
Chinese have
African
a
part of
different
it.
approach to power.
Brazil,
South
China,
Africa, that's the last one.
Russia,
So Brazil, Russia, India,
South
China,
Africa.
South Africa.
And Chinese have a different approach to power than politics. That more it's through the control of infrastructure.
South Africa's sorry.
Chinese power is not political in nature. That's not their group strategy. It's largely through the control of infrastructure and trade to some level.
Oh, and India as well.
I mean, India doesn't control any infrastructure. That means, and that's almost unique to the Chinese today. That the Europeans actually, that was for a period, like the European strategy was the control of infrastructure. But today, really, the Chinese are the only one working on the control of infrastructure and logistics.
Navally or land-wise? Because I know they got the One Belt, One Road, but they don't really have naval breakout in the South China Sea, let alone elsewhere.
Well, yeah, I'm saying is they have their own strategy, so they're not taking over the world in every aspect. And their strategy generally is directly related to infrastructure and supply chains, not other fields.
But you got to admit, AUKUS has really fucked up the Chinese plans.
Who?
AUKUS is another acronym for Australia, United States, and Britain, giving these nuclear-powered subs to Australia to kind of be a linchpin in China's
same as the Five Eyes, is it? It's the same as the Five Eyes, correct?
Not quite, because
Canada
and New Zealand are not part of it for now.
So I think the thing with the South China Sea isn't really a long-term strategy because they know that they wouldn't be able to compete with the US at sea.
Multiple overlapping intelligence agencies. What a wonderful time.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that if it came to, throwing fists, they'd want to fight on their own field, and they would definitely win because there's just so many Chinese.
I don't think that's the strategy. I mean, they want some military security, but their main global strategy is through control of infrastructure.
To argue for 5 hours about Greece. So now we're on China now.
I mean, at least China's modern history. Like, we're not arguing about history; we're arguing about the facts on the ground. And
so
like, even the U.S.
Huawei's influence on the African Union, just out of curiosity.
But China's influence in the African Union.
Yeah.
I mean,
sugar daddy politics. Here we go.
They don't really exert that much political influence. They basically control the infrastructure and the economics related to the infrastructure in the supply chain.
Yeah,
so eventually Chinese will become political, but it's not really their group strategy to focus on politics.
But doesn't China want Africa to be the place where they do all the cheap labor, because the Chinese are becoming more middle class and they don't want to do all these manufacturing jobs anymore?
But can they generate enough power to counter the West? You see, the white West. So
the West doesn't have any competition. I'm saying that the West is not competing with China. We're not really legitimate competition for infrastructure. We're competing in different ways, but in terms of what Chinese winning at, they have basically zero competition.
Well, why is it China wants to take over Taiwan? It's because they want to take over the chips, those all the.
That's it's partially the chips, but that's territorial integrity. I mean, Taiwan Taiwan's right there in China. That's territorial integrity.
Yes, integrity. Taiwan is basically their version of the Falklands.
Yeah, the whole thing about Taiwan seems to have gone a bit mute. So that according to Asianomics, they've gone into recession because of weak demand on their electronics, which implies that somewhere else has started developing those microchips.
Oh yes,
Taiwan's
in Israel. I heard it's Israel.
Is it just me or people? But I find everything with China is really boring.
Sorry, Ralph. What would you like?
The Chinese don't really inspire anything.
Ralph, what would you rather we talk about?
No, you guys can talk about whatever you want. I just don't really get hard about China.
I don't know, man. Confucius law and order, stable status quo shit. That's inspiring as fuck to me, man.
China?
Yeah.
That's one country I've never wanted to go to, man. I've never really fancied going to China or anything. I just don't know. It was just lots of Chinese people.
Right? Well, that's a different question.
Huh? Don't you want to see
to be fair, though, on the holiday front, I heard they developed replica cities of like European ones. Like they made a faux Vienna a while back.
I don't know. The markets going around seeing people eating dogs. I don't know. It's not my
I'm
thing.
superstitious about chess, so I think Ding Liren winning is symbolic of, probably the rise, the near dominance of China in the near future.
It was a fluke. You need to have more Chinese people to, to demonstrate that, they actually are the better chess players.
It just happened today, and it's over. If it was a fluke, he'll be world champion for the next 2 years.
I don't mean to be a dick, but I don't think that being a good chess player says much about you.
Because you're not superstitious about chess. You just look at it as a game without any greater
when you have
significance.
A representative of the people winning in anything, it's good for the morale of the nation, of the people. So it impacts. It's very powerful.
Yeah, the U.S. I'm just looking here, like the U.S. could talk big and like we're going to win, and like Duvid's here in the U.S. and saying they're smarter than us and they work harder than us, and you're listening, there's no way these Chinese are smarter than us and work harder than us, and like meanwhile we're losing. So the reality will take a while to kick in. That we're losing or they've already lost. The reality will take a while to kick in.
If China's so smart, why is it they have to keep stealing technology from the West? Why can't they create it?
Hold up, come on!
That's just our version.
This is indisputably Huawei's strategy for like the.
Most people in the U.S. think Ukraine is still about to like win and overturn Russia. You're saying we're completely out of it. Let alone to accept the reality that the Chinese are smarter than us and work harder than us.
But we all thought Russia was going to completely demolish Ukraine, and they didn't. So it goes both ways.
It's been like a year now, and they haven't even taken Kiev.
Yeah, because the Chinese are the ones who are going to pull out on top from this.
Okay, that actually seems legit. I've heard there are people who. No, I've heard quote unquote gamers have run simulations on this, and apparently China comes out top dog in every way you cut it out of a Russia-Ukraine war. Yeah,
and even like the likelihood that we're not capable of rebuilding that infrastructure. Like Europe, the blue-eyed man is the weakest the blue-eyed man's been in centuries, and in all likelihood, if Ukraine, like God forbid, like mostly Eastern Europe, it could remain in destruction, like many places in Europe are still the ruins of World War II. If the infrastructure is rebuilt in Ukraine, it'll almost definitely be done by the Chinese, not by the U.S. We're not going to build that infrastructure.
The Chinese do.
We can't even maintain the infrastructure here in the U.S.
Dude, the Chinese model is shit. Like all these rail lines they build, they just crumble. Like even the Africans are like saying,
"Where are you at?" Like, I mean, like God forbid. Like, I mean, you're not like the U.S. You're talking like the U.S. Our infrastructure is crumbling. We have centuries-old technology in rail and everything, and the Chinese have the best rail and best infrastructure in the world.
Propaganda. It's propaganda.
Can I ask a question for Ralph? Sorry, because I feel like Ralph would know a lot about.
That's all right. I was just going to fag.
Ralph, is American infrastructure created in a way just so they can make money off of rebuilding it later?
No. Ralph's actually been to
really that bad? Is it like the light bulb?
No, American engineering is actually some of the best in the world, as is German. The trouble is the industries have lost to China because of the capitalist economy has moved manufacturing off. That's all. Because the manufacturing boost may have moved after deregulation in the 90s. That's when China started exploding. So that's why the Chinese have taken over. So we look at things, little statistics in the 1940s and 50s, 90% of the world's shipping steel was made in places like England, the United States. Now most of it's made in Korea and China. Because the West have just gone to the next level, which is a service economy. So if you think of the evolution of economics, the West industrialized first, they became post-industrial. China had to catch up and industrialize. The West moved on to service economy. The service economy is now going to be moving into the knowledge economy. So by the time the Chinese catch up with the service economy, the US will be in the knowledge economy. Then the Chinese will have to catch up in the knowledge economy. So the West will still be ahead. The West is still the best. It's just the Chinese are now doing the building.
There you go. Told you.
Well, at least you think so.
White supremacy.
God forbid. And saying like here in America, most of the best infrastructure built in America is already past its useful life. It was built in the 50s,
the food supply,
50s, 60s, 70s. And you have some of the best stuff still being built. But
same with the agricultural revolution. The agricultural revolution, the West has gone past the agricultural revolution, then to the industrial revolution, then to and all the rest of the world is catching up.
Almost all the infrastructure.
The West is on the knowledge revolution. Is the next revolution.
Just to clarify this point first, though, almost all, like over 80% of the infrastructure in the U.S. is already past its useful lifespan. It was built
maybe
in the
you get the
50s,
Chinese to
60s,
build it. Chinese should build it. You should really import the Chinese to work on the infrastructure, just like you import third world.
Well, they do. They dominate our universities. The Chinese are like our engineers.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm agreeing with you. They should come in just like
the Indians also, but like Indians are more like
the developing world. My point is that these revolutions are occurring in phases of globalization, global industry. We're in industrial revolution 4.0. The Chinese Indians are catching up at 3.0, 2.0. They'll do what we did in 3.0, 2.0 better, but they're not doing 4.0.
Yeah, but there's no we anymore because like the we is.
What do you mean there's no we?
Because the we is not, so to say, white people. The we includes the brain.
West.
Yeah, the we is the West is the brain drain. So the we of the West
the
is
brain
people like Ralph.
The best Chinese,
the
best
brain
Indians.
drain of
the best
East.
Chinese, best Indians are coming.
The only chance that America has as a we is the collective we of the brains that we've drained.
Correct,
from
the brain drain you're talking about.
I was saying, like, the white people are not going to make America great again. America will be made great again by people like Ralph
the brain
and
drain
new
is coming
Asian
to the
immigrants.
West, right? The brain drain
Are you disagreeing, Ralph? You're saying like the white people are going to have a renaissance and do this, or it's the Asians, the smart Asians that left for the West that are going to make America great as possible?
I'm not saying disagree. What I'm pointing out is that Industrial Revolution 4.0 will be a knowledge economy. I don't care if the Chinese build shit better because they're industrial, they're 2 levels behind. But it'll be Chinese and Indian scientists working in the West that will make the West the best. Sure. Alongside white
we have the best of the East. The best of the East is here.
Yeah,
and the best of the East is educated in America. So even, the Chinese more so than India.
Just go to MIT or Harvard, look around.
Very few of the Indians go back to India. So Chinese is a little bit different in the sense there's a lot of Chinese. There's a lot of Chinese that are educated in America and then go back to China.
They don't go back to it, but they have one foot in both, right?
Well, as opposed to the Indians, almost all the Indians that are educated in the West never go back to India. China's different in that element that most of the Chinese educated here go back to China.
Well, that's not true. That people have foot in both, right? I've a lot of Indians and Chinese friends who have homes in both countries.
Well, maybe you're wealthy enough, but we're saying like, no, very few Indians come to the U.S. and then go back to India. If they're wealthy enough to have houses in both, as opposed to the Chinese, there's I would say about half of Chinese students just come to the U.S. and then go back.
But from your Hinduism and stuff, that the ancestral land of the father, literally the ancestral land is really important in the ritual, right? So of course they're not going to give up their ancestral land. So the bad thing is Whitey loses out because he's got now a globalist force that's sitting beside him that has what you would call in quotes dual loyalty, at least geospatial. But they let the Chinese build the roads. If the US infrastructure collapses, import lots of Chinese people to fucking make it better, sure. Because those Chinese
globalism and empire
with Americans. They won't be competing with Americans on AI startups.
It's globalism and empire. The whites in Europe or America have no chance of maintaining.
Well, I'm not anti-white.
If empire is maintained in the West, it's going to be maintained through the brain drain from the East.
Well, I don't know about that. That's just saying white guys are getting dumber or something. That's not true at all either.
They're not capable of maintaining empire. Whites are certainly not capable.
I don't think whites are trying to form a racial empire, right?
What is? The globalism. At this point, it's the global system is Western. So either the West has to relinquish its global control.
Especially with elite whites, right? You're going to have elite Indians, elite Chinese with them, but that's not saying there ain't no elite whites. They're not taking out elite whites, right? Elite whites are just sharing.
But empire is dependent upon the continual brain drain.
Oh, not only because of supply of a number of people, right? There's 45% of the population is in India and China, the world. So of course the elite on the right-hand curve. You got 1.5 billion Indians. Who cares if 70% of them are on the left hand of the IQ curve? Same with the Chinese. It's the top 10% of the curve that matters. But that doesn't mean the white guys are going. The white guys aren't getting dumber. It's not like white guys are stupid. It's not like white guys are giving up. They're just a cold.
Well, there's a little bit of the inverse Flynn effect, and I would say, like, as an Indian man, you can't really go back to India, and positively affect change for India. China, you're more likely to be able to go back to China.
I don't want to be the change I want to see.
There is no path for you to go back to India.
No, I don't have this kind of thing. I don't want to go be the change I want to be.
But you couldn't even if you wanted to. Huh? You got like Hindu nationalism and superstition and different systems. You couldn't even be the change in India if you wanted to. Like I could pick up and go to Israel and struggle my way through the Israeli system.
No, you wouldn't. No, you couldn't.
Well, I mean,
the Israelis are not going to see you as a problem.
Naftali Bennett rose to prime minister. Naftali Bennett.
You could not go to Israel and affect Israel. Are you kidding?
Well, I mean, Naftali Bennett became prime minister as a U.S. citizen, raised in America.
Come on, give me a break, bro.
I'm not saying that I would be like Naftali Bennett.
And this Mochal IC3 would be the president of Israel.
How many people that were educated in Israel among the elites? I would say almost half of the elites in Israel were educated in the West. In India, I don't think that's the case. Is there any prominent Indian leader that was educated in the West? Is there any prominent Indian leader that was educated in the West?
Indian leader
in India?
Oh, God forbid, no, not yet. But Modi came out and said that at one point both the British and he says the British and ideally one more European nation American president will be Indian.
Gandhi was the last Indian leader that was educated in the West.
Gandhi was a traitor.
But he was the last Indian leader that was educated in the West.
But what's your point? Is are you arguing for or against racial nationalism?
I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to get straight the facts on the ground and just saying that you don't really have anything to go back to India for.
Why? I've got my ancestral lands. What do you mean? I've got all my family, my lands. Why I've got nothing? All my friends there. What do you mean go back for?
But it's because the way of life that you would be making.
What's the way of life? I speak fluently. I can speak from Sanskrit, 3 Indian languages. I can read and write them. I can switch. I know every part of the state. Why couldn't I go back there? How much do you know about Israel?
I know quite a bit. But it's saying that.
Do you think so? If Mozart and Silva asked you questions about Israel, do you think you passed?
I'm saying that you are substantially more likely to bring more family from India to the West than to return to India. I would say there's 10 to 1. There's 10 to 1 times more likelihood that your family is coming to the West than you guys are going to go back to India.
You've got this kind of speculating on some oddball
Ralph,
theory.
You're giving me name me every Jew in Israel vibe.
I think these are the Indians you met in Detroit, right?
Yeah, they keep on increasing. They keep on bringing their family. I don't know any Indians that go back to India when they're doing well here.
Based on what samples?
Yeah, it's the same thing with the Africans.
Based on like the Indian population that's increasing exponentially.
Based on your lived experience.
The darkies are heading to the West.
Oh, but that's just flawed reasoning, right? Because there's 1.5 billion Indians. I mean, you've got a tiny sample size of the Indians you happen to meet by hanging around Detroit, right? Just like the Jews you probably know, not like real. If I want to ask Israeli Jews about Israel, I'll ask Jews who lived in Israel, right? Or at least I wouldn't ask diaspora Jews.
Yeah, but there's also statistics and studies that about
where's Mozart and Silva? No, but seriously, man, I'm just trying to work on. Are you trying to say that because what the point here is that
it even look like to say are Indians like Mossad and Silver? Mossad and Silver, these like big Israeli nationalists spend most of their time speaking.
I love Israeli nationalists.
God bless
Israeli nationalists. What's wrong with Israeli?
I don't see that many Indians like on YouTube in the West trying to speak English.
You're trying to do you know how big Indian YouTube channels are? The small Indian YouTube channels have 20, 30 million subs. The large ones have
in English or in Indian languages.
Why the hell would they speak English?
Exactly, that's my point. But in Israel, even like the ultra nationalists like Mossad and Silver are on Western channels speaking English.
Yeah, that's the skills because they can do that. But I'm sure they're there. But hang on, Israel's a tiny country. What's the population of Israel? What, 15, 20 million or something? What is it?
And just a clear difference. Like I made the point that like Netanyahu, Bennett, a vast majority of senior Israeli leadership were educated in the West. That's not the case in India.
Fun fact, by the way, Israel asked Einstein to become prime minister once. Yeah, go.
Yeah, but I'm trying to wonder what Duvit's point. I think Duvit seems to have this conflict of. I'm not sure if we're trying to look for some conflict. The point here we're trying to make, if we don't get our minds off the bat, is the fourth industrial revolution will be led by Western things and pro-Western type nations like Israel and other nations. And they're going to be ahead of the Chinese building bridges and dams. Because that's an industrial revolution.
In your dreams.
Let the Chinese be the best at dam building, and then we just buy their dam building. Hey, you Chinaman, build the dam or build the road.
Okay, well, in your dreams.
Because they'll be building AI startups, right? So that's not going to dominate AI startups.
But Duvit, you're praising China so much, but all everyone has to do is look at the lights in China.
I've been getting my ass kicked by Chinese for years now. You're like, I'm not.
Yeah, but look
like,
at
I like the Chinese, respect the Chinese, but like, I'm not Chinese. I'm not on Team China. I'm just pointing out the fact we're getting our ass kicked, and we're continuing to get our ass kicked. And like, despite Ralph being a cheerleader for the West in India, it doesn't change the fact we're still getting our asses kicked.
But the Chinese are liars. Like, have you read?
But what do you mean what do you mean by the we? Who's the we getting the asses kicked? Do you think the West is getting its ass kicked by China?
Yeah.
What is that based on? The Chinese, one of the big, they don't even speak English, probably.
Exactly, they don't need to. Unlike you who needs, like, you're getting ahead in life is completely dependent upon speaking English and norming to Western norms. The Chinese don't need to speak English.
Yeah, but anyone can look at China, like, during at night, you know, from the satellite, you know, look how little lights they have, like activity of like cities and lights compared to the West. It shows that the Chinese are lying out their asses about how great their GDP is and how technologically advanced they are. They just, that is their tactic. They get it from Sun Tzu, you know, lie to your enemy, deceive them, you know, and you're buying in that bullshit.
Delay and deceive.
Exactly.
Until 2049, I don't know what their plan is after that. God knows.
Well, they really fucked themselves with the one-child policy. Now they're projected to have half of the population within the next century.
Well, they buggered themselves.
That's assuming no civil war as well, yeah.
Well, China's are better shape than India in that sense, because the Indian global elite is in diaspora. And so you have a certain aspect where you have the Chinese elite in diaspora that have had multiple children, as opposed to the mainland. However, the Chinese have done a better job than the Indians at maintaining their elite.
Really? I mean, have you not seen how much
Chinese are at a huge advantage in IQ over the Indians, because in India, the average IQ is only like 80. And so India, I mean, because it's a huge population, over 1 billion, there's a lot of high IQ Indians, but it's probably like 1/10 the amount of high IQ Chinese, because the Chinese have like an average IQ on average of all the billion people of over 100, as well. India, their average IQ is like 80. But so David, like, of Chinese geniuses, there's probably like 30 times more Chinese geniuses than Indian geniuses, and almost all of the Indian geniuses pick up and leave India and come to the West. So China has quite a few geniuses that have came to the West, but because it has such a higher IQ on average, they have plenty of high IQ genius Chinese that are still there.
No, but okay, but this is kind of where you're like, yeah, they may have a higher IQ, but the Indians are doing a lot better within the diaspora. They're the highest earning ethnic group within the diaspora. You know, other than
they've abandoned India to do it.
It's very bad. But I was a question, David. I was thinking of you the other day. So I went to, during the commemoration of the Holocaust, I went to the Jewish temple where a survivor was reading out the names. They read the 55,000 names of those murdered in Berlin. And I was thinking of you because I've met lots of Israelis, and I met a bunch of new Israelis, and hopefully I'm getting an invite to the Israeli embassy because I want to meet the Israeli ambassador to Germany. I was going to ask you this: do you have a kind of problem with Israel itself, or Israelis? Not Jews, Israelis in Israel.
I don't have a problem with anybody. I mean, we have a conflicting group strategy, but no, I don't have a problem. I think we just have a conflicting group strategy.
But I always guess this kind of sentiment, the underpinning of there's something that you've got some kind of issue or be in your bonnet about Israelis or Israel. And I was wondering if that was personal. Because I mean, I've met tons of Israelis in my life. I always get along with them. I don't know why.
Yeah, no, I know Israelis. I meet Israelis all the time. I deal with a lot more Israelis than probably most people. But it's if you're arguing on internet about conflicting group strategy, that's like I'm globalist and Israelis are generally nationalists.
That's not true though. There are lots of liberal Jews, right? I mean, Joseph had some great videos recently when Bibi was in Berlin, first of all. So God bless Bibi was in Berlin. They had to deploy armored troop carriers up and down my street to make sure they didn't, who didn't kick off, right? And I talked to a lot of Israeli boys, and like I said, I'm going to hopefully the Israeli embassy. And I always feel like something about it's something like you don't like, and you say the Israelis are nationalists, but they're liberal Israelis, right? I mean, Mossad or Silva, someone can correct me. There are lots of liberal Tel Aviv kind of Jews who are probably you would call them. I wouldn't call them nationalists. They're not going to support Ben Gvir. They're not going to support Smotrich, right?
They're still nationalists. I'm saying relative to like the American Jewish multicultural globalist agenda, even the leftist Israelis are nationalists.
So the leftists are not, even though they stand with the Palestinians and LGBTQ rights against, even though
and they don't really stand with the Palestinians. They stand with LGBT, but almost no leftist Israelis stand with the Palestinians.
What?
Do you wish that Jews remained as a diaspora?
Well, I'm saying, Ralph, you're just incorrect in that manner. Saying like the leftist Jews in Israel still favor a Jewish state, like in terms of.
I'm tracking 7 or 8 channels, David. I'll share them with you, and they're
I favor a one-state
they're
solution.
all Israeli lefties who are just sit there all day with Palestinians talking about a 2-state solution, and these are not diasporic Jews; they're Israeli Jews. They're left-wing Israeli Jews who sit
You're
there
talking like on
all
the
the time.
news, like, no, I mean most
in Israel, and
most leftists in Tel Aviv don't know Palestinians. How many Palestinians live in Tel Aviv? How many Palestinians live in Tel Aviv? You're saying like, no, leftists Tel Avivs are not hanging out with Palestinians.
Hear me out, David. I'm talking about. I can share you. I can bring up the channels and you can watch them. They sit there because I'm trying to understand more about this matter in Israel. And I sit there and listen to them. They're clearly educated Israeli Jews who are left wing, and they frequently have Palestinians with them who are educated Palestinians sitting there, and all they do all day is bash the state of Israel. You're telling me they're nationalists?
Well, in the sense, I mean, if you just want a dividing line, like how many of these leftists favor giving Palestinians full Israeli citizenship? How many favor? How many favor living in a multicultural one-state solution?
I just have to temporarily boot you, man. Strawberry, no thing. Let's have.
Oh, thank goodness! I thought I was going to go next.
Oh, you were Tiger. All right, no worries.
No. Keep me.
Okay, yeah, but let's.
You're making it like for Israel, they're still leftist, and in Israel, they're much more pro-Palestinian than. But in terms of like what the leftist agenda among American Jews, the Israeli left would be considered on the right. And just demographics, the Israeli left is hollowed out. Like in terms of like labor or the leftist parties, they only represent like 15. They only represent like 15% of Israel.
No, but they only have that between them. Their alliance that is not in the conservative blocks. What, 45% of the Knesset or 40% of the Knesset?
Well, because you're including like Lapid and Gantz's leftist, but those people aren't hanging out with Palestinians.
Good.
But I'm saying if you mean like the leftist leftist, you mean Lapid and Gantz,
my friend.
You mean Lapid and Gantz?
Yeah,
let's fucking go.
Yeah, I mean Massad's gonna have to agree with me on this. Like, there's no way like Lapid and Gantz are in line with American leftists.
Good evening, Mossad.
Not exactly.
I would say, and they're not like pro-Palestinian like American. Like I just streamed on my channel a Jewish Voice for Peace, and we had Jews and Palestinians together. Like none of the Israeli leftists are in line with Jewish Voice for Peace.
Of course not, because it's an anti-Israeli organization. So why would we?
Well, I mean, a lot of people in JVP are Israeli.
Doesn't matter. They're still an anti-Israeli organization.
Because they believe in equal citizenship, a one-state solution that's anti-Israeli.
Possibly.
I'm saying that I'm anti-Israeli because I believe in a one-state solution that doesn't differentiate between Jews and Palestinians. That makes me anti-Israeli.
Yes.
And there's no one in Israel that has that position among the left.
Yeah, the far leftist, anti-Israeli, anti-nationalist, and anti-Zionist.
But how many Israelis have that position in Israel? Like 2% of Israelis?
I don't know. I haven't looked at surveys. Small number, yeah. It'd be a low percentage.
I mean, I'd say like 30% of American Jews probably favor a one-state solution. Like 2% of Israelis favor it.
Yeah, because the Americans have no clue. Most of them don't know what they're talking about. I mean, it would be like me saying that the Chinese should be one state with America, and all Chinese will be entitled to an American passport, and they can move to New York. That's a one solution for you. Why don't you take that one state solution? You and China together. How about that?
Well, that's why we're in disagreement. We have different understandings.
Well, you are in total agreement.
Ralph's point about the left in Israel. The left in Israel is not comparable to the left in America of American Jews.
Of course not. The left in
some ways it is, like among LGBT stuff. And
the left in America is self-destructive. It's like cancer.
Yeah, like are you a leftist? Like, I mean, even Mossad, like even like a leftist Israeli would probably be saying the same thing that the Mossad is about American Jews.
David, you seem to think that Jews can only be Jews if they are a minority in someone else's land.
It's just a conflicting group strategy. I don't have any problem with Mossad. We just disagree about politics and Judaism. It's
but your strategy is failing. I mean, the anti-Semitism in America is the highest it's been for a long time. So your strategy is failing. You're a failure.
That's true. The anti-Semitism figures are quite atrocious right now, right?
You are a failure. Americans don't like you and Israelis don't like you. So what's left?
Oh no, sounds like Germany again.
Yeah.
Your strategy is a failure, David. The people you bring into America also hate you. The only ones who like you are the worst, and you betrayed them.
Yeah, I mean, but generally the American Jewish community is all in on multiculturalism and immigration, and that's like unlikely to shift. In Israel, the Israeli left is not even in favor of multiculturalism and immigration.
Yeah, you want to bring people who hate you. You want to bring people.
Well, I didn't want to argue like you want to argue about immigration and multiculturalism. I'm saying the facts on the ground is that the majority of the American Jewish community is all in
because you are crazy.
Because Israel, the Israeli left is generally even opposed to multiculturalism and immigration, even the Israeli left.
Yeah, because in Israel,
because we know what it means.
You're giving an explanation. I was just making Ralph's point that his facts on the ground are incorrect.
Yeah, the difference is
you want to argue about multiculturalism and immigration. It seems like
no. I'm trying to say a sentence. Let me know when you're done, David. Give us a sign.
But also that's also excluding. It's also excluding right-wing American Jews. I have a right-wing American Jew friends who are not liberals. They're pro-Israel. They're conservative Jews. They're not even Orthodox Jews. They're just conservative American Jews who are not multicultural. They're not pro-LGBTQ. They're very pro the state of Israel, even though the diaspora Jews. Right?
I mean, your strategy is a failure. The Jews in France have to run away. Jews in the UK are doing badly. And in America, anti-Semitism is on the rise. So your strategy is a total failure. And Israel is an astounding success.
Would you agree that Ralph's friends that he's claiming on the right in America, in Israel, would actually be on the left? So like Ralph's going like his right-wing, American Jewish friends that are like very pro-Israel. If they went to Israel, they would be more on the left.
David, do you know
saying that Israelis are somewhat more conservative than Europeans on average? Yes, Israelis are
way far, like significantly further to the right than Americans.
Then New Yorkers, delusional New Yorkers who haven't left the city in their lifetime. Yes, absolutely. You are all crazy.
David, do you know Halsey English?
Yeah, I mean, God forbid we've had our run-ins. I mean, he's been in my channel multiple times
on the left if he was in Israel?
No, he would be far right.
He would.
Halsey would not be. He would not be Orthodox.
Well, I mean, he's a communist.
He would not be a liberal in Israel.
No, but he would. Like,
right.
he's a communist. But if he was in Israel, he probably would revert to center left. That's just what he says now because he's a communist. But
you're crazy.
No,
have you seen the guns he
that doesn't make any sense. unless he's insane, that's possible. But if he's consistent, then he's not going to become center left if he was in Israel. No, he may dilute with age and not be so hardcore. But at the moment, he's outside the Israeli law. That's how far right he is.
Well, no, because he would live in like almost certainly he would live among English speakers in the English-speaking places in Israel are more central. I mean, just like Ben Gavir, he's Israeli. He speaks Hebrew. He's not an English speaker. He's further to the right.
So what are you saying? That if he changes his mind, David, to sum up what you just said is, if someone changes their mind, they change their mind. Amazing stuff. Powerful. E equals E.
Well, I'm not even saying change your mind, but I'm just saying that the spectrum of what considered far-right Jews, like, for example, most Jews on the right, I mean, Halsey might be an exception, but most Jews on the right are pro-immigration. And like, and they get to Israel, if they're still pro-immigration, they're no longer going to be on the right like that.
I don't know if that's true, but
hang on, right?
Only like 20%. Only like 20% of American Jews are on the right, and of the 20% of Jews on the right, like 75% of those are still pro-immigration and multiculturalism.
Where are you getting those statistics from?
I mean, you want to source,
no, let's be charitable. Let's be charitable and say those statistics are accurate, but it makes perfect sense. If you're a minority in someone else's land, then of course you're going to be more persuaded to the left of politics and the right of politics. But in Israel, the Jews are the majority, and therefore they're going to be more persuaded to the right of politics than the left of politics.
Yeah, it should be obvious because like Ralph and Mossad are trying to like be a salesman for their side. So I'm not like trying to sell you anything. I'm just saying that like the general facts on the ground. So if you're just saying like what are the facts on the ground because you're trying to be a salesman for your ideology, you don't want to be objective about the facts on the ground.
Apparently my microphone is loud or quiet or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
you're low. Your mic is low.
It's low.
Your mic is a bit muffly, Mossad, but that's all right. I mean,
your voice is quite low.
I don't know.
But in a sense, then, David, would you say that you would, if you were in Israel, you would just be a left-wing liberal?
Well, I'm not political. If I was in Israel, I'd probably be, just part of the Haredi camp and be like apolitical. I probably wouldn't vote. I don't vote here. So if you just ask me my opinion about things, like if I was in Israel, I would probably be much more likely to have a Palestinian friend or multicultural or support immigration. But like if I went to Israel, I would probably just blend in with the Haredim.
So I have a genuine question, David. Suppose you supported a one-state solution, you supported multicultural immigration, and you gave all the Arabs first-class citizenship. Do you think the Jewish state would survive?
Well, my opinion doesn't matter because only like 2% of Israelis even would consider it. There is no. That's just if you ask me my personal opinion, that's my opinion. But I know that my opinion doesn't matter. And I know
I'm not asking your opinion matters. I'm asking you, that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking your opinion matters. You won't be able to convert the Israelis, and that's not my question. My question
I'm not even active.
But do you believe that Israel, the Jewish state, in course, the Jewish state, be it either ethnic or religious, would survive such a political thing you're proposing?
People have free will, so I mean, it's possible. It depends on how it works.
What are you you're waffling, David? Because the answer is not what you're gonna like. The answer is that you are effectively your strategy is death to Israel.
Your mic sounds
like that. If this happened, that people would just start killing each other. It's like no, I mean, you can't predict the future. So I'm
no,
not.
But was it Begin who said? Who said that
was
it Begin who said to it that if the Jews were to lay down all if the Arabs would lay down all their weapons, there would be peace. The Jews lay down all their weapons, it would be the end of the Jews.
Yeah, but that's a prediction about the future.
Yes, all statements about the future are predictions.
And then
yes, some predictions are pretty safe.
Hypothetical that has almost no chance of happening. So if you're just asking my personal value and belief system,
excuse me,
it's still my.
You make no sense, David.
Although it's impractical and it's not.
It's embarrassing, David. It's embarrassing. It doesn't matter how much waffling you do.
Because you're a salesperson. I just said like that's my.
What do you mean? You're the salesperson. You're the salesperson. You're trying to sell people a what you're selling is a self-destructing strategy.
I mean, I'm telling Israel you should end the right of return. I mean, like Mossad is actually. Like I said that the first thing you should do is end the right of return for American Jews.
What?
And like no one agrees with me on that. So like
end the right of return for Jews to the state of Israel.
Yeah, that I think is the first thing that's the most important thing that Israel should do as a first step forward.
Wow.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up, man.
And I would say like no, man, I can't think of like maybe 1 out of 100 Jews would agree with me on that. And like I'm not, I could argue the point if you wanted to, but like I don't think I'm going to convince many people. But just analyzing the facts on the ground and what's best for Israel, I think Israel should end the right of return.
Hang on, David. You're saying they should not conduct Aliyah, or you're saying they should be banned from conducting Aliyah?
Well, they could have they could have immigration. Like if you mean like Aliyah without the right of return, I mean saying that I could go through a normal immigration process without having the right of return. But I don't have to go through a normal immigration process.
Why is that?
What is there in Israel and be equal to Mossad, instantly? I don't need to go through an immigration process like that. I have the right of return.
Okay, but what is the reasoning behind this?
That's the biggest impasse in working things out with Palestinians, the right of return, and it also is the biggest. I say because there is no collective global Jewish strategy, and in order to break the impasse between the competing American Jewish diaspora Jewish strategy and Israeli strategy, it'd just be simple to go our own separate ways. And in order to do that, they have to end the right of return.
Right. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, you can't be the reason we're dual loyalty.
That's an anti-Israeli stance, right? What you're saying is that there's a competing strategy between Jews who are diasporic and Jews in Israel, and you're picking the side against the Jews in Israel. That sounds about as anti-Israeli as you could possibly be.
Well, no, it's a policy recommendation. That's my policy recommendation.
I appreciate your recommendation. I know it's not going to become
okay, David. Your reasons are not strong enough, okay?
Yeah, I'm not here to sell you on it, but it's saying like I know like if I said one state solution in the sense like Mossad and Israel could decide what they want to do on they work it out on their own. And
don't call it a solution. It's not a solution.
Well, it's probably a fix. It's probably
not a fix.
It's probably
no, it doesn't fix.
Hey, can I cut in for a second? Mossad, what's your
solution? You're going to say, as an Israeli, why are you so insistent on like I have the right to return? You don't even like me. Why do you want me to have the right to return?
Because it's not about you.
I mean, why is an Israeli? What is it about then? That these American Jews that
it's about nationhood
have the right to return.
It's about nationhood. I mean, if Ireland can have law of return, if Germany can have one, why can't we?
Why don't say why can't you? I'm saying why do you care? Why do you want it so much? Why do you want that American Jews have the right to move to Israel? Why is that so important to you?
It's because everyone deserves a safe place to live amongst their own people.
It's a deep
peace,
ethical principle that goes above
racial or religious reasons.
It goes above whether I agree with you or disagree with you. If you're persecuted because you're Jewish and you have nowhere to go, I think you should be able to come to Israel.
Like the Holocaust
the same should be true for an English citizen. If he's persecuted somewhere in the world, he should be able to come back, or even his children if they're persecuted.
Better yet, the Englishman should go to Germany where he belongs.
it should definitely.
Anyway, Mossad, what's your peace in Israel solution?
He doesn't have one.
The best. How do you know, David? You said you can't read the future, but you can read my mind. It's amazing. You're powerful.
Well, not future. I've spoken to enough Israelis. You don't have a peace solution.
What's your solution, Mossad?
My solution is partial. I would give autonomy to several big cities in the what they call the West Bank, and take control of the rest.
Oh, okay. So you
got to get Stellar here, like someone to back Duvid up here. Like
so you'd let parts of the West Bank.
Let a blue-eyed man on the panel. Like we have no blue-eyed men on the panel. Let the blue-eyed man.
Why are you talking over everyone, David, and you're not saying anything?
Because the chat, Stellar is in the chat and wants to defend, the blue-eyed man to agree with David on this.
Blue-eyed man. I don't know why you are talking in such racist terminology.
Wait, so Mossad.
Descriptive.
I think people are a bit more than their eye color.
No, that's all I wanted to say. Like get
are you
Stellar
sure? You sure the blue-eyeds? You see, it's a value that constructed the West. The curse of Ham.
Mossad, you're saying that parts of the West Bank should be independent.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because it's just more pragmatic and realistic. You can't deal with it any other way.
Will you give the Palestinians that live in Jordan and in Israel the right to return to that little independent bit of the West Bank?
No.
I think you're thinking too small, Mossad. You need to take the whole of the Middle East.
Was that a peace plan, though?
I know you're joking.
Mossad to give a clear, what's his peace plan? He just gave his opinion about one or two issues. What's your peace plan? I said my peace plan.
Yours is a war plan. Yours
is a war plan. The end of the right to return. Equal citizenship, one-state solution.
It's a war plan. It's
okay,
a plan
you can disagree with it, but I had a plan. You didn't actually give a plan.
No, it's not a plan. It's like you had a plan.
It's like, you just disagreed with it.
No, it's not a plan.
We don't have to waste everyone's time sharing that disagreement. I gave a plan. You think it won't work.
It's not a plan. It's not a plan. It's like banging your head against... No, banging your head on the wall is not a solution to headaches. It's not a plan.
I don't mean to go.
You're not having a conversation. I mean, saying I gave a plan, you just said it's wrong.
I also did. I also gave a plan which is much more coherent than your nonsense.
Quickly, what's your plan? What's your peace plan?
You can go and read all about it.
Mordecai Kedar, that's it.
Like you
yeah,
agree with
Mordechai
Mordechai
Kedar,
Confederation?
a variation of his idea to after they will be reached after negotiation with the parties involved.
Moss said, "What about the Gaza Strip?"
That belongs to them. I mean, you know, Israel gave it away
They can have
18
Gaza.
years ago.
Gaza's right.
We are not there. We gave it away 18 years ago.
All right, cool. So part of the West Bank and
What do you mean the West
Gaza
Bank? You mean
Strip
Judea and
Palestine.
Samaria, right? Judea and Samaria.
Yeah, they will get their cities. I mean, they have to understand that also the Palestinians are very, very divided. There's no clear leadership, which is part of the problem. If you talk to Palestinians, one of the things they'll always agree is that they don't have good leadership, and the reason is because they're not really one people, and they never had the chance to become one people.
So once again, I don't mean to go.
And Mossad, how old is Abbas now? He's in late 70s or 80 now.
Yeah, and he's not even one of them. He's not from.
And their best people leave and come to the West. So like the best of them come to the West.
Good.
Some of them come to the West, yeah, for sure. I wouldn't say the best, not necessarily. There were some really poor shipments from Gaza that Merkel is responsible for.
When are we going to see the third temple built?
I don't know. I don't really care about stuff like this.
God willing,
I made a joke
soon, tomorrow,
years ago, and I
if
said
you
that
repent
the third
and pray
temple,
very
From
soon.
what I know, the third temple is going to be sent from the heavens. So I don't think we're supposed to build
that's a
it.
cop out. We want to see a beautiful.
Wait, what are you going to do when
temple.
Jesus returns? Are you going to like abandon Judaism?
Well, I mean, if
Or are you gonna
you know, whatever happens, you know, if it's obvious, if he returns, and it was obviously, it will be obvious to everyone that this is the truth. So you'd be stupid not to believe it. But if he doesn't, then we'll wait and see.
Well, this is the funny. This is the funny thing.
I missed you, Mossad, my man. Well.
God forbid. Like where do we Ben Gvir? Like I would rather die and be tortured. Like I will stick with my Judaism, and if Jesus returns, I would rather die than admit that stuff. I mean, Mossad, shame on you.
Well, I mean, I'm an empiricist. if the evidence is clear, I'm not going to argue with it.
But right now, that's not a big concern, is it, Mossad?
It's not. It's not a big concern.
We'll negotiate that when we
and
get
I don't really like to argue about religion because it's just pointless. I mean, and I think it's destructive as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're not following Israeli
you're opposed to people
God forbid, you don't follow Israeli politics. Like you don't like to argue about religion. Isn't that Israeli politics?
No, Israelis don't argue about religion. They argue about politics and economics and security.
Like the draft law, the biggest issues in Israel right now, like the draft law.
Yeah, but
it's not an argument about religion.
It's not about religion.
It's not. Nobody's talking about the religious law or the religious reasons. People are talking about politics. Nobody's concerned about the actual religion.
When you agree, one of the top 3 biggest issues right now in Israel is the draft law.
In the media, maybe not in my mind.
Well, I mean, among Israelis, among Netanyahu's coalition, the biggest issue among the Haredi, the people in power, the people who represent 15 seats of the Israeli Knesset, their biggest issue right now is the draft law.
Yeah, so
I mean, just like the Chumetz rules, like that was.
Yeah, they'll reach some compromise. What's the what are you?
Well, you're just oblivious to what's going on in Israel because, like,
no, I'm not oblivious. I'm just not concerned about. I'm not concerned about it. I'm not concerned about it.
I'm
concerned about
You're not concerned.
I'm concerned about the judicial reform. I'm concerned about security.
You want the judicial reform to go through?
Generally, yes. Yeah.
Even though that the main thing that would happen if the judicial reform went through would be the draft law that would completely exempt the Haredim from military service.
Good.
Even if it did, yeah.
So you're willing to be part of the right-wing bloc, even though you disagree about the draft law, but it'd be worth it to compromise on the draft law.
That's right. Because I'm not a dreamer. I'm not a dreamer.
You don't consider the draft law a religious issue.
On that point,
it's a political. It's
on
a
that point,
political
I read about 150 pages of all the report papers submitted to the Israelis on judicial reform. Do you know what the main findings are for getting the draft law and the judicial reform documents to the Israeli Knesset? Most of it is to bring the Israeli court systems up to speed with the same checks and balances the United States and Europe has. Currently, the judicial system of Israel is behind in terms of checks and balances. It's basically being run by a little cabal. So I think
that's because the point I was making is that Israel is shifted to the right, and if you made Israeli proper democratic, it would have a huge right-wing shift. So the only way to prevent that shift to the right
is by liberal
and to religion is to keep the judiciary in the hands of the leftists. So the system now allows them to choose their own successors. It means they choose leftists.
Yeah. Would you agree that that's corrupt?
Well, I mean, that's a moral, ethical, like saying
moral
good or bad.
I think that's corrupt.
I mean, you can say like there's corruption to it, but I mean, politics is about winning. And if you're on the left, you can't win in a democratic process. So you have to win with the tools that are given you. And the best tool that they have right now is the courts.
So basically what you're saying is that nepotism in the current judicial system is the correct moral decision because you might be politically aligned with the left.
I would talk about it in amoral terms. I mean, saying the goal of politics is to win.
David, do you want to buy a shovel since you're digging your own grave with your bare hands? I can sell you a shovel.
These are just somewhat obvious things. The Israel demographic has shifted to the right, and if you use democratic procedures, Israel would have a dramatic shift to the right and also have a dramatic shift to being more religious.
So just I'm curious, because you're an American citizen, right?
Is to keep the court on democratic.
That's fantastic you said that, David, because you're an American citizen. Therefore, would you argue on the same side as ethno-nationalists in the United States, saying that because of the democratic shift and great replacement, therefore,
separating morals. I'm just saying the facts on the ground. You're giving a moral judgment like good or bad. I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. I just think people are acting in their own best interest. And if you're on the left, your best
and they're going to lose. They're losing. So
it's not so
again, strategy that's not working.
They haven't lost yet.
But David,
well, they are.
But David,
well, we'll see. No, I mean, it's unclear. They haven't lost yet. They haven't lost anything yet.
I think David has had.
Well, they've lost the election.
Well, they also. I'm saying just the facts on the ground. The court hasn't lost anything yet.
But the government is lost. It's gone. They lost the election and they're unlikely to win for a very long time. And the Labour Party barely got into the parliament, and the Meretz didn't even get in parliament.
That's because, like, the demographic shift that we were just talking about, Ralph was saying there is no real far left. The only left.
It's not just a demographic shift. It's also reality. We tried to have peace with the so-called Palestinians that the Soviets invented, and it turns out that it's impossible. So we are much smarter.
I mean, demographically, like the Supreme Court and the left.
Yeah, I got you, but this is the reality. The reality is that the people.
So, David,
the same people, David, get it through your head. The same people that were in favor of the Oslo Accord are now against any agreement with the Palestinians. That includes my parents, that includes my brothers, that includes my wife, that includes me. It's not demographics, it's a lesson. We had a lesson and we've learned it, unlike you. When you learn your lesson, it'll be too late. America will be destroyed.
People have the right to be wrong. And in politics, you have democratic.
Well, you are wrong. You have the right to be wrong, but you are wrong.
But I looked at the polling as well for the last election.
But you're insisting on talking about
one of the top reasons to it for what what brought in the right-wing coalition was judicial reform. Am I right? Most out of the polls I saw, they wanted the judicial reforms. It looked like the Israeli people were asking for judicial reform.
Yes. Yeah.
So to go against judicial reform would be anti-democratic to the Israeli people, right?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why the U.S. government is propping up. Even the Ukraine leak paper showed that the U.S. government is propping up these protests.
Of course, they are. The U.S. government, the EU, Germany, Sweden,
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, politics is about winning, and you can only work with the tools that you have. And even if you're right that like I'm wrong or these people are wrong, it doesn't change the demographics that you can say there's a certain percentage of the population that holds these wrong positions. And also the right-wing coalition is fragile in the sense that it's made up of people like you and it's made up of people like Haredim, and they have different issues that they're pushing. You don't care about religion.
That's the story of Israel, and that's how
but a third of the people pushing for the same issue.
David,
the only reason they're doing it is to make
here's a
Israel
little
more
lesson.
religious.
Try to have little gaps when you speak, because all you're doing is giving a lecture, and you're not really saying anything. Yeah, you're not really doing much here. I mean, stuff you say is you could argue about it. Okay, Israel has always been different groups with different interests, and so far so good. In America too, by the way.
But
exactly.
Many other countries.
It's the same principle that's happening in America. The Democrats allow all the Antifa lefty protests to go on without any implications, but every time MAGA or the Republican protests, then the clampdown, like,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, it's like Ralph said, it's the opposite in America, where the demographics are shifting to the left, and so the Supreme Court is holding out the bastion of the right against the changing demographics. So it's opposite in Israel. Although in Israel, like the Supreme Court, the demographics are way skewed, where the representation of the court really only represents the sentiment of about 15% of Israelis.
Yeah. And more importantly, it would look like the democratic will of the Israeli people was they wanted judicial reform based on the fact that this cronyism has to go, because it's literally, I mean, I literally read the reports. I mean, about 3 of them, about almost 200 pages. I can share them with you, David. And they were just literally just like making the case by comparing every single developed OECD country, comparing the United States and Europe against Israel, going, look, this is wrong, this is wrong. All we're trying to do is bring Israel up to the first world status, if you like, of judicial things. And the opposition seemed to be pure liberal cronyism by liberal selection.
Yeah, because the reports, the politics is about winning. So I mean, if you have like a demographic majority, or so to say, you could talk about
David. Politics is about your country.
Moral, it's just about
winning. Okay, we got you. You're drunk.
You disagree that politics isn't about winning?
No, I disagree with you. Yes, politics is about your country winning.
Yeah,
your country,
it's your side of the country. It's not your country winning.
No,
Politics is not a battle against other countries.
It doesn't matter how much you talk. You're wrong. Blah 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 blah. You're talking and talking. You're drawn and you're drawn. You're just wrong. That's why you are screwed.
But you're the one who's screwed. You're the one who's being ran by Kratom.
No, your country is a mess.
You're the one who has to fight and pay taxes for the Kratom to rule you.
We are doing fine. Our country is doing fine.
God bless. You should have to work harder and fight more in order that the Kratom could be more in charge of you. I agree.
Okay.
Who's in charge of Mossad now?
The Kratom.
The religious group.
Are they in charge of you, Mossad? Is that, are they? Are
he's got to work harder, fight harder, just so the Kratom can have more power.
I don't feel that they're in charge. I feel that Israel is a country with lots of different groups, and we just have to learn to live with each other, and we have so far, you know. So it's just it's just life.
You gotta admit, Israel has solved the demographic issue, like especially the religious Jews. They're having the most amount of children, whilst in the West.
What's that a demographic issue?
No, like having a birth replacement level. That's what I mean.
Well,
it's just representing what the Jewish people were doing for the last 30 years, which was following their book and having children, and those children have grown up now.
Even the secular Jews in Israel have more than 2 kids.
Yeah.
So the average in my family is very close to 3.
Yeah.
So I mean the numbers are growing, but also this population is changing, and there's much more integration.
We all need to follow Israel's example.
Israel's becoming more and more brown.
It's not more; it's just the way it's been since the 60s, really.
No, dude. In the 60s, it was like the people coming in were usually Eastern European.
Tiger is Ben Shapiro.
And then after the mid-noughties, like those Eastern European Jews have either stopped having kids, or they are race mixing with West Asian Jews.
Tiger,
what are you talking about?
And more browner people.
Is Ben Shapiro?
You sound very confused, Tiger.
And the Ethiopian Jews are having a shit ton of kids.
But it's a small population.
I heard they're sterilizing them.
Yeah, they're trying to, but they're not doing a very good job of it.
No, that's fake story.
I don't think they are. I've heard that's just a rumor.
That's fake news.
Tiger, is Ben Shapiro brown?
Is Ben Shapiro a representation of every Jew in Israel?
I think I think
they don't all.
The look of Ben Shapiro does represent the most, for the most part.
Ben Shapiro
No.
Ben Shapiro is like, as in the kind of flavor of Jew Ben Shapiro is, an Eastern European Jew. His people are decreasing, right? So though his people founded the state, so I don't say this wrong. Though his people founded the state of Israel, Eastern European Jews, and Zionism, what it was something created in Europe, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I know, like, there is a thing about the 14 tribes of Israel returning to the Holy Lands. I guess you could make that argument as saying, oh, well, you could say that's the foundation of Zionism. But Ben Shapiro's people are dying out.
No.
Well, they're not dying out; they're being mixed out. So now you're getting more Lenny Kravitz-y looking Jews.
In America, they are. But what are you talking about, Tiger? It's like so many.
What are you talking about, Tiger, bro?
It's very confused stuff. It's not true though. It's kind of true for some groups, but it's not true for others. I mean, the Ashkenazi Jews, the religious Ashkenazi Jews in Israel have 8 kids.
So all right, so the whole the
and they don't mix very much,
no, they don't mix. They don't even mix amongst themselves. They like there's different clans, and they don't.
The term Ashkenazi, in my opinion, is kind of a misrepresentation. Like it's kind of it's a tricky word, because you can get Moroccan Jews and Spanish. Well, no, like Jews who are also Ashkenazi. But I'm talking about the Pale settlement Jews, the ones from
Are you going to go into history?
Eastern Europe.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Ben Shapiro intermarried.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about Israel and demographics. Not talk about history, Ralph. Okay.
Like Ben Shapiro did marry like a Arab Jew.
Oh yeah, no. But
there's no such thing as an Arab Jew.
What is an Arab Jew?
It's a American leftist term that they invented in order to invalidate. I was talking
like there's a European Jew, there's an Arab Jew. An Arab Jew,
there's no such thing as an Arab
Jew, an Egyptian Jew, an Syrian Jew, an Iraqi Jew.
There's no Arab Jew.
Jewish.
Tiger.
What does that mean?
Tiger.
It's I'll tell you what it is. It's an American leftist term designed to invalidate the claim of Jews to ethnicity.
Okay,
a Jew from an Arab country.
Cohen, so Sacha Baron Cohen clearly doesn't look like not Ben Shapiro, like some of the more white.
So basically, non-white looking Jews are Arabs.
There are white looking Jews and there are browner looking Jews. What he's trying to say is, like,
yes, there's a whole spectrum. There's a whole spectrum.
Israel is becoming more and more brown.
Tiger.
Yeah, but not really. Like, not really. No.
Right. Tiger.
Tiger. May I ask a personal question?
Yes.
What countries did your parents come from?
They came from all the directions.
I know, but I mean, what is their country of origin?
What does it matter? The exact country.
I'm just trying to prove a point. I mean, if it's a personal question, you don't have to answer it. But if I'm right,
it's a personal question.
Your point will be, in my case, I'm 50-50. So I'm like a typical Israeli, basically. I blend in the Israeli crowd. I look like many people.
So, all right. So if you look at Ralph, for example, he's half Scottish, half Indian. That's public knowledge, right? So his ancestors are Celts, and his other ancestors are, I assume. Sorry, Ralph. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm assuming more Dravidian Indians, because Ralph is quite brown for a mixed guy.
100% Dravidian. Yeah.
Really? Oh, cool. So he's like a Dravidian brother. So like so I'm asking, like, because obviously the state of Israel didn't exist before 1948. So your ancestry can't
but
go
it's
back
you're comparing.
But Palestine was only like 4% Jewish at that point, and then more of them came in like after World War II.
Yeah, but the Thai, even the Palestinians.
This 4%, by the way, is also not true. But never mind.
Right. Well, 4%, 10%. Either way, they were a minority. If it's a personal question you don't want to answer it, then that's fine.
I'm telling you, I'm from both directions, so I'm 50-50.
May I ask what directions?
Why does it matter?
Why does it matter? Like many
he's half Arab, half European.
The point that the people
that means he's half Arab, half European.
European Jews are slowly becoming mixed out.
No, they're not, because the majority of the Haredim that have 8 kids each are Ashkenazi Jews.
Okay, misrepresentation. Anyway, so do you mind telling me what parts of the world your parents?
Yes, but I keep saying it's quite a personal thing.
What's their country of origin?
I already said on another
why should you
stream.
Say something like personal? What's your point, though, Tiger?
So
suppose he said Poland and Iraq. What would that make a difference?
Okay,
it's pretty close.
Okay, yeah. So hypothetical two countries, Pale settlement Jews from Poland. Okay, yeah, they founded Israel. But you know, like the Iraqi Jews are clearly, they're still Jews, but a different flavor of Jews, and they're a lot browner. So, you know,
Tiger, do you think Jews are an ethnicity?
You have to understand.
They're a mixed race group of people.
They're not a mixed race, Joe. Tiger,
you have to understand
different flavors.
Jews are not a mixed race, Tiger. Jews are a family of ethnicities. They're not a mixed race. Only Nazis think the Jews are a race.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is that David doesn't, like, the kind of Jews that David is, they're slowly being mixed out by more browner Jews.
I think that's what you want to know.
I mean that's what the statistics are saying.
No, they're not.
They are the Pale settlement Jews of European origin are slowly going down.
No, it's not.
And this is why the whole Israel being an ethno-state is a lie.
Okay.
Most Jews.
Well, it's not an ethno-state.
Most Jews in Israel look like David.
No.
And when was the last time you went to Israel?
No, they don't.
Kingston. When was the last time you went to
racial clarity on Jewishness, please?
Israel is extremely segregated. So if you go to like a Haredi Hasidic area, they might be like 50% blue eyes.
The videos.
And so, like, Israel is segregated.
There's Ben Gabir, right?
You're going to see. So these are some brown-looking Jews.
You're going to see some white-looking Jews.
Yeah, but he's Iraqi.
Brownish-looking Jews.
So this is Ben Gabir. He's like the god of the young people, right?
Yeah.
Where do you think he's from, Tiger?
Iraq.
This guy.
Oh, we need to get a closer look at him. You know what I mean?
Well,
look at the guy clapping. The guy with the white.
The guy on the right is definitely a more browner.
He looks Mediterranean.
He's not a Ben Shapiro Jew. He's a
they're probably a mixture
Asian
Jew. They're probably a mixture of Moroccan, Tunisian, Iraqi, Syrian.
Like
I think
Paul Rudd Jew.
Paul Rudd is. He's Iraqi Kurdish.
He's the most watered down Jew I've ever seen.
I still stand by my point. They look like David in many ways.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
There's some level.
Kingston, just go on Google and just go on Google. Just go on Google and do a search. David, stop for a second. Just let me say one sentence. Just go on Google and do a search in pictures, images of street in Israel, and you'll see yourself. Why are you arguing about stuff you know? You just make yourself sound silly.
Look, David would just merge with the crowd.
I heard you also say the Jews are feminine. I mean, you're welcome to deal with an Israeli elite unit.
No, I'm saying the mindset is feminine. I'm not saying.
No, it's not. Your mindset is feminine. That's why your culture is dying.
Well, I would just merge with the crowd. But if I was among Haredim, I would be considered quite dark. In fact, when I was among Haredim, most of them thought I was Sephardi. And, was some Haredi synagogues even had as high as like 70% of people had blue eyes. But that's unique because the Haredim are segregated.
Blue eyes isn't like enough to kind of see.
Well, I mean, if you went to Stanford Hill, I mean, you've been to Stanford Hill, right, Tiger?
So look how
Tiger, you've been to Stanford Hill, right?
That is not
in London. Yeah, that's Ashkenazis mostly.
There's neighborhoods in Israel that are basically like Stanford Hill. They're all Haredim, and like maybe even like 50% of them have blue eyes.
All right, can we bring those pictures
Russian.
up? Those are
okay,
very
I don't know what is
Jews.
The thing is that I think that this obsession with ethnicity is part of the problem of the West, because ethnicity is important, but it's not everything. Nothing is everything.
But Ty,
I'm more proving a point to Kingston.
But Ty,
ethnicity is everything. It's everything to me too, but
it's not everything. It's not everything. It's important, but I mean, you know, we can be great friends, and we could be from loyal friends, and we could be from different cultures and different backgrounds. I've got a Arab Muslim friend. I mean, he's so loyal. I mean, he's like one of the best people I know. So
you got You have one Muslim Arab friend?
Yeah, just one. I only have like 5 friends, so yes, I only have like 5 friends.
Also, I have a friend in Israel. His wife is Arab, and they're completely. There's this ethnicity thing is also a Western obsession, right? In many ways, his wife.
So, like I say, it's important. It's important, but it's not the only thing. It's not the only thing. And if you obsess over it. I mean, the United Kingdom, even the English are a mixed race, right? So it's trying to be pure. The Anglo and Saxon and whatever else was around,
Normans
and so on. And that's fine. That's fine.
All white race.
We are Northern Europeans.
But Mossad, I think
R1B.
we was hyperbolic.
For people like me
doesn't
who are
matter.
obsessed with
What I'm
history
saying
and culture, I want to learn. I want to learn about Jewish people. I want to learn about Jewish culture from someone like you.
I think it's
I don't wanna
interesting.
learn
That's
about
a
it.
spazzy out, Tiger. Jamie, chill
I think
out.
it's
You guys are getting spazzy when you're on the same stream. Usually,
I think it's interesting, but I think what's happening is over obsession about it. That's all. Yeah, maybe not you, but just in general, I think it's not healthy. Because in the end, it's a purity spiral that ends.
But Tiger,
not
our
very well.
Mediterraneans, our Mediterranean
Ends where?
Our Mediterranean
Ends like America.
Brown. Tiger.
Well, a purity spiral, then you're left on your own because nobody is exactly like you.
But no, Ty, I just want to know: do you consider Mediterraneans brown?
Like a Sicilian?
Yeah.
Why?
Yes.
What do you mean? What is this stupid question? I mean, do you consider trees tall?
Exactly.
What's been fired tonight?
Mossad, the anti-racist right-wing activist. Mossad, the anti-racist right-wing activist.
I mean, it's why be racist? I mean, I have respect for all people.
Well, I'm saying it's people's right to be racist. You're saying they're wrong. People don't have the right to be wrong. People don't have the right.
They
to
have
be
the
racist.
right, and I have the right to tell them that they're stupid, or if I disagree with them,
Why are
I
you
have the right to
prescribing
disagree.
other people's behavior? Why do you
What?
care about other people?
I just give my because I'm here to give my opinions. I mean, otherwise I'll just be quiet and be boring.
One comment makes me laugh. Sorry, and it goes, "I am 100% Anglo-Saxon." Yes,
Yeah.
I am 100% Afro-Celtic.
Look, I love the English.
That's what
To
you
me, the
basically just
one
said.
today the English is obviously
We can
a formed
all
nation,
tell,
but it was formed from multiple
we can
groups.
all tell who's an Anglo-Saxon by observation. All right, we can look at you and know you're not.
No, you can't. So
you can a lot of times you can tell if someone is English or French, but you can be wrong many times too. I mean, a lot of people think I'm French, and there's nothing French
I can
about
even
me.
tell who's Polish. Like the Polish, they just got this stance where they're always stiff because it's they're always ready for combat.
Yes,
that
is
hilarious.
You can also tell many. You can also tell Egyptians. You can tell Somalis. You can tell we can tell some of them. Yes, because they are related. So,
no, I can tell who's Polish because all Polish men shave their head bald. Like Polish men have no fashion sense whatsoever, except for the gay Polish people. You ever notice that about Polish people?
And they're all stiff. They're all stiff like bricks.
The women are either very goofy looking or.
Welcome to another evening of stereotyping people.
No, yes. Look, I've been around a lot of Poles, and this is how it is. There's really
how to
like I said, there is an obsession with ethnicity going on in the West. I think it's unhealthy.
God forbid, Tiger just got back from the March of the Living. Tiger just came back from the March of the Living.
Ethnicity built the West. The West is built on it.
No, I would say the West. You could say equally that the West is built on Christianity or Protestantism or whatever you call it.
You could say Revolution.
Yeah, you could say it's built on the Enlightenment. You could say all those things. You could say it's built on Greek philosophy or what. I think
the West is built.
Take your pick and run with it. Write a book about it. It's not true. It's all those things. Yes, ethnicity unites people, but ideas unite people too. So. Religion unites people.
But ideas come within an ethnicity. A race and ethnicity will accept an idea, and it works or not. So the ideas are something that a group of people will take. And if the idea is good and they apply the idea successfully, then that group, that ethnicity, will progress. If they apply the idea in a wrong way, then that group or team sinks. It's just a principle that goes with an individual as well as a group of people.
Look at every ethnic group. It's divided left and right. They don't agree on ideas. So
but the strongest idea that they take will guide the result or what happens to them. just like an individual.
So Europe became Christian. It wasn't. It didn't come from Europe. Christianity did not come from Europe, but Europeans became Christian, and that became the culture, and that culture is what became the West. I don't think
exactly. So they applied Christianity.
It's exactly.
Yeah,
but
it's not.
But Christianity is not as ethnic, is it?
Of Christianity, they had their own version of Christianity, and that version is what helped them. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be anything. If I tell you something and you agree with it, and then you tell someone else, it'll be your version, wouldn't it? It'd be the way you understood it. So yes, so yes,
just like Arab Jews and European Jews have their own version of Judaism,
right? Yes.
Where there's no transcription errors.
Well, you know, I was just talking to Silver earlier, and it's funny because all these Andrew Tate and there's a few like YouTubers like Sneeko and all sorts of people becoming Muslim because Islam is like based, and then Silver is studying about Islam, and there was a discussion that even a year-old baby, if for some technical reason a female baby has her period, for whatever reason there's blood coming out, you can marry her. So that's based apparently, you know, that's apparently the base religion.
Sneeko is, you know, Sneeko.
Well, speaking of Andrew Tate, Mossad, is Syrian Girl correct that Andrew Tate has Israeli citizenship?
No, that's just
The passport. Is there any possibility at all that Andrew Tate would have an Israeli passport?
Everything is possible. Yes, I mean,
that was a few months ago, but I remember a Syrian girl had that like post.
Yeah,
Andrew Tate had Israeli passport.
These people are obsessed with Israel because they can't deal with the fact that they lost.
But you don't know definitively whether you can't definitively say that Andrew Tate does not have Israeli citizenship.
How could I say that? Could you say? If I give you passport? If I gave you a name of a person and tell you, can you say definitely that man does not have an American passport? How would you say? Are you in what?
Well, I don't know if there's any news. Like just because you were mentioning Andrew Tate and we got an Israeli here. So I was wondering if you could either confirm or deny.
As far as I know,
you say it's extremely unlikely, but you can't conclusively deny that Andrew Tate does not have an Israeli passport.
So wait, is he going to move to Israel?
I cannot conclusively deny. I do not have access to the Israeli passport office to check.
He's a wealthy man, and saying it's possible that he could have some form of Israeli passport. He's a wealthy man.
Sorry, can I?
He probably does have a lot of Jewish. He probably does have a lot of Jewish friends. It is remotely possible he does have an Israeli passport. But
it's possible anyone you name in the world has an Israeli passport.
Yeah, but Andrew Tate would be much more likely than the average person.
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know.
Are you
the average person could have a Jewish grandmother and therefore could be eligible more than Andrew Tate for an Israeli passport. I don't think he's Jewish in any way, is he? I've never.
Well, I mean, if he did have huge amounts of money, and he maybe has, he definitely has a substantial Jewish fan base. That's remotely.
I don't think you just get a passport. You might get a permanent residence permit, and if you live in Israel for several years, you might get a passport. I don't think you just buy a passport in Israel. There's no such thing.
And it wasn't. You can't get a passport.
He's not that wealthy.
Jewish followers on YouTube. Shit. Damn.
Well, I mean, the Syrian girl, God forbid, the claim is, if he was doing human trafficking together with Israel, that's why he would have an Israeli passport. But I mean, it was an unfounded claim.
Trafficking with Israel, Andrew Tate.
I would just bring, because he was mentioning Andrew Tate, I was bringing up Syrian girl's claim that Andrew Tate has an Israeli passport.
Syrian girl is.
I know Mossad has spent time in the past debunking Syrian girls. So I was wondering if he had debunked her claim that Tate had an Israeli passport. And it sounds like, I mean, you had heard, you were familiar that Syrian girl had said that, or is the first time you heard it?
Syrian girl is the Syrian Nazi, right? She's the one who thinks that she's. Oh my God! These internet people.
Well, I mean, she was on one of these main panels. I mean, she said that in front of probably hundreds of thousands of people. Like that stream where she was on, where she claimed that, there are probably hundreds of thousands of people who listened to that.
Yeah, it's a cope. Yeah, like I said earlier, it's a cope because all they do is lose. They're just a failure of a country.
Wait, which country?
Syria.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, total failure. It was an empire once.
Did you do a stream on Syrian girl once?
Yeah, but on things that we knew about. I mean, I don't know how to check whether someone has a passport or not. I don't have access to that, but I can check other things. And she was talking crap, so we just said it like it was. She was just lying.
Wait, who is
Did you
this?
see that Fresh and Fit? Do you follow Fresh and Fit? Did you see that Israeli girl who got bounced off the stream?
I saw that clip. Yeah. I mean, even there, the Israeli was smarter than the other girls.
I mean, Myron actually claimed that there was a super chat and he kept on calling her the Israeli girl, and she claimed that he was anti-Israel, to which he denied. He said he was just calling her the Israeli girl because that was the way to distinguish her, and he claimed that he wasn't anti-Israel. And then if she said, it appeared that she called him an effing Arab or a sharmuta, that if it would say on game that Myron is actually a friend to the Jews.
She called it sharmuta is something you say to a woman, not to a man, because it means whore. So
I thought that's what he said, but I mean that she called him an effing Arab, and then he said like sharmuta or something like that. But he claimed that he wasn't anti-Israel, and he just called her the Israeli girl because that's what the super chat. Although he did have that stream with like the coach Red Pill, who was talking about like the Ukraine stuff and blaming on Israel. But I mean, Myron also has a lot of Israeli and Jewish support.
Right.
So you're not a Myron fan. Like, I mean, I guess he's Sudanese or Arab. I don't know exactly his ethnicity, but
I don't know.
You're not on top. You're not on top of that.
I saw the clip the way she was kicked out. Yeah, but I don't really follow this sort of stuff. I mean,
okay. I mean, he's in Miami. He obviously has a lot of Jewish fan base and support, and he claimed that he wasn't anti-Israeli.
Okay.
Although, I mean, maybe he is. Like, I don't know. That's all. Like,
maybe I don't know.
He's buddies with Andrew Tate also, obviously.
Okay.
So, do you think Andrew Tate?
These are low IQ people. They're not interesting to me. I mean, I don't watch
stuff.
Do you think
Andrew Tate should be castrated, David?
Well, God forbid. I don't know if he committed any crime. I mean, that's not. There's no biblical precedence for castration, even rape or whatever. But like, it's unclear whether he committed any crime. Like, even to say whether he was a rapist. I mean, say like, okay, like rape is a bad crime, and there'd be a.
What about generally sexually exploiting?
There's no reason to, as of now, that I see that there's any evidence at all that Andrew Tate's a rapist.
What about general sexual exploitation of young women?
Well, yeah, I mean, if he was a pornographer of some sort. But I mean, I think he's going to walk. I don't think they're going to charge him, honestly.
The question is,
we're talking about a general law of the jungle. What do you think?
Ethically, he's very, very wrong. He's very bad.
Yeah, but I'm saying, even in Israel, what he did would have been legal in Israel, would have been legal in the U.S. possibly.
It doesn't matter if something is legal, whether it's immoral. I mean, it's legal to do lots of things that are immoral.
Well, it's just like homosexuality or something, like Ben Gvir or the anti-homosexuals in
I mean,
Israel.
there are things even to
I mean, biblically, homosexuality
betray your marital vows.
Biblically, what's worse, rape or homosexuality? Biblically, what's worse, rape or homosexuality?
Why are you talking constantly? I'm trying to answer you, and you start talking over me. It's pointless. I'll just be quiet.
Okay.
It's pointless answering you. Ask a question.
It's quite
IQ. They're going to be able to do multitasking.
It's not high IQ. It's just rude. It's just rude. At the same time. You see, one of the reasons the English, one of the secrets of the English success is they listen to what someone has to say and then decide if it was stupid or wise.
You mean taking turns?
Yes.
We're Jews. We're not blue-eyed people. We're Jews.
Exactly.
Right.
You see.
What are you talking about? There are plenty of blue-eyed Jews even in the ancient times.
I don't know why you're obsessed with this blue-eyed of it.
It's just a descriptor. I'm not obsessed. It's just a descriptor that I use.
It's a very weird descriptor.
Because blue eyes is generally the descriptor of the European.
Well, I've been to European countries, and there's lots of people who seem very native to me, and they don't have blue eyes. I mean, many French don't have blue eyes. Many English don't have blue eyes. I mean, even what's the percentage of English with blue eyes?
You can't give a descriptor that's going to be inclusive of everybody.
No, but I think blue eyes in England is not even a majority.
You know what? In my ethno state, I'm going to create my Celtic ethno state will not allow blue-eyed people. Only green-eyed Celts.
The blue eyes are
green-eyed, red-headed Celts.
But yeah, it doesn't. It's just the descriptor I use. It doesn't mean anything.
What are you drinking, Tiger?
Well, let's get back to the Andrew Tate stuff. Like, is Andrew Tate popular in Israel?
What?
sure. Pretty sure he is.
What was the question?
Is Andrew Tate popular in Israel?
Popular in Israel?
With kids, yeah, with like 16 to, I don't know, maybe 19, 20 maybe.
But
is Fresh and Fit popular with Israelis?
But he's especially popular
I don't know.
with the Western
Fresh
kids.
and Fit are really weird, man. Like
They're not that big. I mean, Andrew Tate was quite a name. Fresh and Fit is more, it's smaller,
They're his biggest affiliates. Fresh and Fit are Andrew Tate's biggest affiliates.
Okay, amazing. He was bigger. He got in the news.
He was so big that Greta Thunberg ruined him.
Yeah. Yeah, he got in the news and all that. So yeah,
he's such a big man that Greta.
He tried to ruin him.
Because she's white.
You know, he might not even be charged.
And by the way, David, what you were saying earlier about us doing a channel in English, it was because there are no channels in English. We decided to make one because all the Israeli channels are in Hebrew. There's literally just one that I know of by Caroline Glick. And it's a very serious news show, and there isn't anyone streaming like a more kind of light-hearted thing. That's why we did it. That's why we did it, because there's nothing in English.
You never watched Two Nice Jewish Boys or Sula?
They're not Israeli. Sulcha is not Israeli. He's not Israeli, man.
They're Israeli.
No, he's not. He's American. He's bringing American politics to Israel.
He's dual citizenship by saying both Sula and Two Nice Jewish Boys are Israeli.
Yeah, they're not really representing Israelis. They're American.
Okay, so now you agree you got to get rid of the right of return. With the right of return, they're just as Israeli as you.
No, I'm just saying that it doesn't represent the culture. I mean, they can do whatever they like. Good luck to them.
Because the right of return, like the culture,
what do you mean? No, it's nothing to do with it. Someone has a right to return, and he has a right to make a YouTube video, and I have a right to make one that I think represents. Let me finish my sentence. And I have the right to make one that I think represents my country better. Then they have the right to make one that they think. It's all fine. It's all great.
Mosal, it's like having another child, isn't it?
Are you claiming that Two Nice Jewish Boys are less Israeli than you are?
What?
In terms of what the videos are like, yes, they seem very Americanized to me.
Man. Israeli, like I was speaking to some Israeli guys like a week ago, and they're not like Jews who are not Israelis. There's a big difference, right? Israeli people have their own culture, right?
It doesn't mean it's bad. It's just good luck to them. I mean, may they live long and prosper.
It doesn't matter that Sula and Two Nice Jewish Boys just recently migrated to Israel. They're fully Israeli because of the right of return.
They don't.
We would have to have grown up in Israel, right?
They don't represent what I feel is the general culture and politics of Israel. They seem to be representing American politics in Israel. They seem like American ambassadors in Israel. Ambassadors of the American left, the self-destructive, failing American left that brings disaster everywhere it goes, and they want to bring disaster on us. But Adar from Sulcha is a nice guy. I mean, he's just wrong.
That's the guy. Oh, that's the guy. Was Joseph told me about him as well. He was in Joseph's stream. Right? The guy who just moved to Venice Beach in California, right? He seemed like a very progressive, Americanized Jew.
Yeah,
right?
he is. I mean, he's not very progressive, but he's pretty progressive. Yeah, he's. But he's a really nice guy, you know. I mean,
he seems super nice. I mean, I was meant to go stream with him. I just don't have the time. But it was like I looked at him and I thought, like, but he doesn't strike me as Israeli, right? Like, I don't know.
No, he's very American.
He is Israeli.
It doesn't matter.
Why are you stamp on the passport. He's Israeli. Why are you questioning his Israeliness?
Israeli culturally. He doesn't.
These guys served in the IDF. They're Israeli citizens. They might be dual citizen. They may have been born in America.
But he does not. His material represents American political strategy. Okay. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what it says on his passport. What it matters, we're talking about his content. Yes, he's Israeli and he's got the same rights as me as an Israeli. But his content is American.
Yeah.
Get it, David?
David. Well, can I ask both Mossad and David? Do you think Joseph Cohen represents Israel?
I think he's also Israeli. Cohen is also Israeli.
I don't know if he's
lost.
He served in the IDF. I don't know. You could serve in the IDF without getting citizenship?
I don't know.
I assume he served in the IDF, that he's fully Israeli. But I know you can clarify. I mean, it's Sula and Two Nice Jewish Boys. I'm pretty sure they're Israeli. But I would guess if Cohen served in the IDF, he's Israeli, but maybe it's possible to serve in the IDF and not even become a citizen?
I think you have to ask to be a citizen. I don't really know how it works. I mean, because
he could just join the IDF as a British citizen and never become Israeli.
I don't know. I never had to worry about such stuff. I mean,
it's just a matter of law. You don't even know. I think
that's the great thing about being an Israeli. You don't have to think about that.
Because the version of Israeli, there's segregation. There's plenty of English-speaking.
Yeah, I got Americans in my family. I got American immigrants in my family.
English, and they live in English-speaking, anglicized areas in Israel. They're fully Israeli, even though they speak they don't speak Hebrew as their first language, and they try to live according to Western culture in Israel. That's what it's talking about, the right of return. They have 100% right to do that.
Wait.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was saying beside, like, oh, they're not really Israeli. That's just a cultural sentiment.
I didn't say they're not really Israeli. I was talking about their content. You're tedious, David.
You're saying it's different when they try to sell Israel to Westerners when you try to sell Israel to Westerners.
I don't know if what they're selling. What I'm saying, what they're selling is American politics, American leftist politics. That's what they're selling. Am I not clear?
You're all in the mind-changing business, so to say. Like you're trying to change minds, or you're saying you're not.
But here's the thing. I'm like 1/8 Jewish.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, here's the thing. I'm 1/8 Jewish. What's stopping me?
Hold up. Wait, you're Jewish?
1/8 Jewish.
It's the grandfather clause. So like, you probably do have the right of return. If you're descended from Holocaust survivors, you probably do have the right of return. But that's a current matter of legislative debate that's referred to as
the moments where you don't speak David are precious.
We disagree with my analysis.
So me being 1/8 Jew, I could potentially be an advocate for...
They're rare and precious like diamonds.
You could exercise your right of return to Israeli citizenship no matter how much Mossad dislikes you.
All right, Kingston, what's your solution to peace in Israel?
The way I see it, Mr. Kingston, if you are persecuted because of your 8th Jewishness, you're welcome to Israel.
Kingston, what's your solution to peace in Israel?
Who?
Wait, who are you asking?
Who are you asking?
You, Kingston.
Oh, fucking hell.
His solution is more whiskey.
As 1/8 Jew, it's your duty to have an opinion. If you want fucking peace, let the British rule the whole world.
Oh, fucking
done. Simple.
I think the trouble is the British. It's not the same British, is it? Though it's the feminine version of the British we have now.
So you want Rishi Sunak?
I agree with you, Mossad. We have become feminized.
Yeah, it's our fault, right?
No. I'm just no. I'm not saying Jews are especially feminine. I'm just saying that when you look at when you look at the woman who created the first sort of second-rate feminist movement. I think it was like the Second Sex. She was Jewish, and you got to admit, like a lot of Jewish people, they do have kind of like a matriarchal kind of like sentiment in many ways. Not saying in Israel, I'm saying like the Jews in America, especially like.
I don't know.
This theory, Jamie, the Jews are
very weak
theory, right?
It's a very weak theory. I mean, you get. I mean, it was Jews that built the nuclear bomb. That doesn't sound very feminine to me.
I take
care. Of course, Oppenheimer created the nuclear bomb. The Jews just came up with the theory.
Well, no,
Oppenheimer was Jewish.
Einstein.
Oppenheimer was a Jew.
Of course, yes. So was Feynman. So was half the team. He was overrepresented with Jews. It's terrible.
Do you know what's crazy is if the Nazis acknowledged the Jews as like an honorary Aryan race, they would have won World War II in 2 years.
Of course, yes. The German and the Jews. If the German and the Jews have united, the world would have been their slave. So you don't want the German and the Jews to work together.
Be the Jew-minators.
Yes, because the Germans want to rule the world, and the Jews would have made it possible.
Because the only way for them to get unite against the Jews.
Ralph, you're completely missing the point. I said
these are Ashkenazi Jews, by the way. A lot of the elite units are Ashkenazi.
That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying that Jews who derive in the West You could just look it up, like Freud, for example.
Sorry, Ralph. Ralph.
Freud,
the female
as one of these girls would kick your asses.
No, Ralph. All of the IDF soldiers that are women are all models, and they're used to get people like Duved to come over to the country to see if they can find themselves.
These military women, when they go through these when they go for these battle simulations, they start breaking down and start crying like little bitches they are.
It's not accurate. They
bring up these images doesn't prove anything.
By the way, that video of the bus that was, these are office workers. These are not.
They have a special program for the Israeli army where you could come to America or England and help out the Jewish communities as your military service, like the Shevet Lumini, or a few different programs. So like here in Metro Detroit, probably also in London, you have tens of people that have like a baby IDF service by like teaching Hebrew and babysitting kids in local Jewish schools. I'm not sure if that's considered like a full IDF service or it's like a baby IDF service. So that's different.
It's for people who, for whatever reason, can't do it or whatever.
Yeah. Wait. Can I just say my point? Jews who in the West, in European countries, the most Jews that were having the most children were mostly rabbis, and rabbis are obviously the priestly, and therefore
that's not true either. Why do you pick this stuff, man? Oh man,
yeah, dude,
dude, this is very weak. It's not rabbis. It's basically people who were successful and wealthy
are you
had more kids.
Are you denying that rabbis did not have the most children?
Yes. Yes. It was the wealthiest people who had the most children, and sometimes it was the rabbis, but most cases it was actually wealthy.
I don't even
people.
know if that's accurate. I think
that's actually
even poor people had like 20 children, 15, and even think like Israel, there's some correlation between wealth and status and children, but to some extent, multiple children is a survival strategy for the poor. And
that's right, but
it's often the poorest of the Jews that have the most children.
Today, yes, but in the past it was the other way around. It was also true for the British aristocracy.
Years ago, it was probably that way.
David, I thought that when you stop talking, that meant someone else gets to talk.
We're Jews. We're supposed to talk at the same time.
Okay, go on then.
Hey, Mossad, what's your opinion on Abigail Shapiro?
She's a goddess.
Shapiro's Sparty Eastern wife.
No, Abigail Shapiro. What's your opinion on her, David? What's your opinion on her?
She married a blue-eyed woman. She married a blue-eyed man.
I don't really know her.
They went completely different directions. Shapiro married an Eastern Jew, and his sister married a blue-eyed Jew.
David, you know that the question was to me. I don't know. I don't know if you understand. When someone asks me a question, it's not you who's meant to answer it.
So, do you know the girl in Matilda, the one who plays Matilda?
Go ahead.
That's Ben Shapiro's cousin.
Really?
Yeah.
No way. That's crazy.
Yeah, straight up relate. They don't talk. They hate each other. That's why Ben Shapiro talks about how he hates Hollywood because he has family and he was also a script writer. Ben Shapiro is a writer. He's been writing professionally since he was 19. But
dude, no way.
His politically gone
Ben Shapiro.
I had no clue.
He tried to get in Hollywood, but nobody wanted to talk to him because they saw the yarmulke, the hat, the Jewish hat, and they don't like religious Jews.
He was too conservative.
They don't like religious Jews.
I think they said
you have to understand. They hate religious Jews more than they hate American conservatives.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he did that out of choice. He became right and became more orthodox out of choice. Steven Spielberg, I think, was at his bar mitzvah, and whatever reason, he became more religious than his family and more Republican than his family.
Yeah. Even Steven Spielberg is like saying this woke shit is like bullshit,
You know, Steven Spielberg is a black
daughter. So the Jews are not just one big monolithic group then that all act together.
Exactly.
Shit.
I mean, nobody is one big monolithic group. Like,
if you see the Israeli politics, you see. I mean, it's very polarized, and the arguments are insane. So definitely, we're not a monolith.
There's like two like polar opposite, but like equally wrong errors that I see. We have kind of the error of complete individuality, and then the error of complete collectivism. And you kind of see both sides.
Are you Jewish as well?
No, I'm not Jewish at all.
Armand, are you a European nationalist?
You sure? Not one drop.
No, I'm
not
American
one
nationalist.
drop.
Oh, okay. But
not even one drop. Have you looked 1,000 years into the past? You know, some of my ancestors were quite.
I don't know, man. I don't.
When you say you're an American nationalist, do you mean like a 1950s American nationalist, like?
I'm more of a fan of like the post Civil War, pre-World War I America. That's kind of like I think the best period in American history.
Okay.
You know.
No,
I really like that.
But Mossad, you wouldn't say Vladimir Lenin was Jewish, would you?
Oh, Who?
Gosh, so sick of
hey, Armin, can I just bring up on a point where you just said individualism and collectivism?
Lenin.
Lenin.
Yeah.
Was he quarter Jewish or something? I don't know.
I think he was an eighth Jewish.
The gene that correlates the most for individualism and collectivism, what you just said, here's the gene that's the most for the S allele for 1 second, guys, for individualism and collectivism, what you just said. And have a look at what it does to the countries of the world if you plot them by that gene, and look what you get. The most balanced, the most collectivist, all the Chinese as collective group. The most individualistic is the Anglosphere, and right in the middle, Israel. The most balanced, India, Japan.
That's really funny.
The Anglosphere, the most individualistic, non-collective.
Because in my experience, like the Indians are extremely nepotistic, so I'm surprised at that.
They also be balanced between the individual and the collective.
So India are individualistic.
Don't forget that minorities tend to be nepotistic because you have to rely on the few people you know.
Yeah. So if you look at the balance, the Chinese, the Anglosphere leading that individualism, the Achilles heel, the gene here, and the Chinese all acting as a group, and then the most balanced was Spain, Israel, India, Japan, in the middle. It's interesting, isn't it?
Interesting. So I guess we could correlate individualism with like being the best countries, you know, except Australia.
Well, it's the individualism led to things like Enlightenment.
Right? I'm joking.
Well, it's pros and cons, like everything. I mean, individualism is why there's so many inventions came from countries that are at the bottom of this chart.
Also breakdown, right? Atomicity, breakdown of community, right?
Yeah.
And it's like I can't say that
loneliness.
I have my community, and I also can't say that I don't shape my community. So
it'll be different for any individual, different, but across the whole sample set, you see things like that. You see that same individualism means like you don't have the West looking after their grandparents.
That's right.
You use vague words like your community.
But here's the thing, like even Japan.
What does your community mean?
Well, I know that Americans say the word community a lot and don't know what it means.
Yeah, I mean, community means like my neighborhood or like the people I hang out with. They don't usually mean like my race. When I say, if I mean my race, my people, I use that word. If I mean my community, I mean like my African American neighbors, or like maybe a group I'm part of. Like, so I'm assuming when you say your community, you're meaning your race.
No, I'm talking
not necessarily,
about my
but
local neighborhood, my church, all the people I hang out with. You know, like,
but
that's what I'm talking about right now.
But here's the thing, like even the Eastern Asian countries like Japan, South Korea, or China, they're having awful demographic issues, worse than the West, and so they're going to have to even import people from the outside to make it up for it, despite the
Japanese will just make robots, won't they?
Yeah, I mean, automation.
They'd rather have robots than foreigners.
Yeah, the Japanese, like, they already built that giant robot.
You cannot tax robots.
Exactly. Wait.
Yeah, but you could tax products. I mean, you could tax the production. So I mean, really, you can tax robots.
They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. I mean, the Japanese hate foreigners more than any other nation on earth.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're dying out as a people.
They'd rather die and not have foreigners around them.
Right, but they're still dying out as people. Like,
well,
they're
Japanese, aren't they?
No. Population decline. There's still like tens of millions of them.
There's lots of them, and it's only a small place
but they're mostly
anyway.
Old people, and they're not having enough babies.
Well, I mean, it's just the demographics or like the inverse pyramid. But I'm saying it's not like they're dying out. There's still like tens of millions of younger Japanese people, just not the replacement level for their former glory or population. But I mean, say dying out is a little bit of an overstatement.
Yeah.
but
I don't think there's any
why would you
real
live in a
like major
country
people that
where
are
you have
dying out.
to? Why would you live in a country where you have to basically live your whole life securing the benefits of elderly people? Like
They're your people, it's your culture.
It's
I mean,
it's
like
your
Mossad.
people.
Why would Mossad want to live in a country where it has to fight and pay for Haredim to because like it's still his culture, even if he doesn't like the system.
There's a
He
reason.
doesn't want to fight and pay on behalf of Haredim. But
there's a reason why Japanese are committing suicide at an alarming rate. They just can't handle the workload.
It's the same here in the U.S. So okay, we're just importing.
Not really.
Foreigners.
The U.S. has a much better demographic.
Only because we're importing foreigners.
We got a lot of Mexicans,
I know that. But even the white Christian areas, and especially in Middle America, they're having a lot of children as well.
Yeah, but they're not integrated. It's not for the urban. The level of the suburban urban whites is comparable to the Japanese, and just the fact that like the rural Christians are having so many children,
I'll be back
is unlikely to benefit. They're not moving into urban and suburban areas that's being met by immigrants.
I'm more talking about the rural areas in America. My bad.
Yeah, but they're saying they're not. That's not benefiting. If you just say like the demographic age decline, population decline in Japan is very similar to whites in urban and suburban areas. And just because it's just like the Haredim or something like that, just because there's rural white Christians having a bunch of children, that's not going to really make a difference in urban and suburban areas.
It could. I mean, like, there's always going to be people who leave the rural areas and move into the cities.
A handful, but it's being met by immigration.
Yeah, I know. It's mostly people from Mexico and Latin America.
Yeah,
but
and a lot of Indians too, like a whole lot of Indians.
Well, it's a whole gamut of all the ethnicities. Basically, every single nation, not every, but like over 60-70% of the nations max out their yearly 10,000 immigration to America.
Yeah.
But often like when Mexicans or Latin Americans intermingle with European Americans, their children often identify themselves as just one of
Yeah, it's a division of labor. You're just saying like what Ralph does, he's not doing what Mexicans do, and like what Indians and Chinese. So if Mexicans are coming in doing labor, construction, food preparation, or the various industries that they dominate. Indians doing banking and programming.
Well, I was just saying, like Nick
Chinese doing manufacture.
I'm saying Nick
it's not being done by. It's not being done by the Christian whites that are having a bunch of kids.
Yeah, of course. Most white Christians see those jobs as beneath them. I agree with that, but it doesn't change the fact.
Having kids,
you're just focusing on the Mexicans.
On the matter of political interest,
right?
Fuentes gay?
The white Christians are getting hit on both levels. On the elite level, that from the demographic decline, that the white Christians that are having a bunch of kids are not going to make up.
You raise an interesting point there.
The new elites are going to be made up of Chinese and Indian.
The policies of the Italian prime minister, because lots of the white nationalists go, okay, the demographic replacement, we're not having enough kids and stuff, and foreigners are coming in to do the work. And the prime minister of Italy is just pulled back, and the legislation just passed all social security, going, if it's not just a matter of migrants coming into Italy, if my local domestic Italians aren't willing to do the jobs, then they should get paid. So that's causing a bit of a furore in Italy, because they're going, hang on a second, on one hand, here's a very right-wing prime minister coming in going, okay, right, you want to stop the demographic replacement, you don't want foreigners coming to the jobs. Well, you better not say this job is beneath me. You better go do the job yourself, because you can't on one hand complain about migration and not do the jobs migrants do, right?
It's so true.
Economic decline. So it's the winding up of empire. If you say, okay, we'll have economic decline and we'll no longer have empire, but we'll have racial homogeny, and so that's generally the trade-off.
Yeah.
That if you want the best of both worlds, you're unlikely to get it.
But it's interesting to see what Meloni is doing, because she's actually taking it on, but she's taking on the double whammy on both sides, going, okay, if you are let's say a millennial, an Italian, and you voted me in as a far right base, and you're saying, hey, I don't want foreigners coming to Italy. She's like, okay, then you got to be doing the jobs the foreigners do that you don't want to do. And suddenly you're going to see the real Tesla right going, hang on a second, do I not want to live with migrant foreigners, or do I want to be the guy who cleans the street? Oh, cleaning the street's beneath me, but I don't want to see a black guy cleaning the street.
Well, or economic decline.
You want a black guy to clean the street, make up.
Yeah, no, but you're missing the other option of just economic decline or increased poverty or lessening standards.
Poverty would be done.
Not necessarily like it's not either or that you either have to do that jobs or have foreigners do it. You could also have collapse of society to some extent, economic decline.
Yeah, but assuming you didn't want your nation to collapse. In the case of Meloni, she doesn't want to see Italy collapse. But
well, no, I think you're incorrect on that. I think a lot of people would prefer economic collapse and racial homogeny. That your assumption that like people like would prefer diversity to economic collapse. I think that's the inaccuracy that a lot of people would prefer economic collapse to racial diversity.
I think only the far right would go for economic collapse over
well, it's just a question of numbers, but saying there is that sentiment, so it's not like just guaranteed that like if we're gonna if we're
less than 5% of the population would feel something like that.
I mean, you could consider places like Eastern Europe or something like that have maintained racial homogeny and don't have booming economies, or like we're saying, God forbid, are still in the ruins of World War II, but still have racial homogeny.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these
they
jobs,
survived in the case of Eastern Europe. When you look at the West, where most of the problems is the West, right? The demographic deficit, everything, the decline is in the West, not in Eastern Europe, because Eastern Europe hasn't had mass migration. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the Meloni experiment, right? Will white Italians go, okay, I don't want to see lots of Africans, Middle Easterns running around. Will I take these jobs? Because she's just cutting Social Security completely off.
Well, as I say, I think they'll just have economic decline. It's not going to be like all of a sudden they're going to want immigrants. They'll just have economic decline.
Yeah, see, I mean, a lot of these jobs would be done by like Americans and stuff. Like in the US here, all of our like factory jobs now, they get outsourced to like China and India, like all our telecom jobs and everything. Like Americans want to do the jobs. They just can't because they get outbid by foreigners.
No, that's true. That's a double whammy in the States. That's why the Meloni experience is interesting, because the first time she's actually doing the opposite thing, right? She's trying to take a proper far-right nationalistic policy, right? The interesting thing of what we did. See, my thing is always this, like, for example, last couple of years, I heard a lot about the right going, oh, I want authoritarianism. I don't want liberty and freedom. Screw liberalism. I want absolute authoritarianism. And then you ask them simple questions like, okay, sure, would you do what someone tells you to do? They're like, oh, no, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's accurate. They're saying like backbreaking labor is backbreaking labor, and it's hard to go through socioeconomic decline and to be reduced to doing harder labor than you're used to. So, if you're looking like construction, food processing, food like chicken factory, the various works. Like, now I'm not sure whites will be able to replace Mexicans. Farm labor. The various things. I mean, whites don't mind doing some labor, but at the task like of what Mexicans have been doing, that whites probably couldn't even do it if they wanted to. Say like just the cost of luxury, and it's like you can't just all of a sudden do like backbreaking labor all day.
Well, but the interesting thing is that for the first time you have a proper, genuinely right-wing leader in a modern European nation. In the West, I don't mean Eastern Europe, not all men. So it'd be interesting to see what happens when that gambit is actually presented to the ethnos that voted it in, right? That's the interesting experiment, right?
That's like people will like do some cleaning or some cooking, like certainly like in Italy or American whites or whatever. Like, yeah, I mean, people step forward to do like some construction labor, some cooking, some cleaning, but unlikely that they will, like the God forbid, the poverty of wealth. That they will not be able to reduce.
Mandate. It'll be very interesting to watch Italy. I think Italy is going to be terribly interesting.
Do you think that people will go to doing this labor that just they haven't done for generations?
I don't think so. I'm with you. I don't think so.
I don't think it's possible. I think it's physically impossible.
They're clueless.
They'll do some.
Your generation have not done hard work in their life. They've not had to get up and be in an office or a real job at 7 a.m. and 8.
Yeah, I mean, I look at my Zoomer friends. Like they kind of, I don't know, man. A lot of them are really stupid. And I think this
is like Zoomer that's done a hard day labor in their life.
Man. Yeah.
Do you know a single Zoomer that's done a hard day labor in their life?
Me?
Yeah, like one Zoomer that's done one hard day labor in their life, comparable to what Mexicans do every day.
Oh, like working outside. I mean, I work outside with my dad a lot. So
when construction.
No, and like gardening. We have we
gardening,
garden and stuff.
But like comparable to like a hard day labor that a Mexican would do.
No, probably not.
And if you did have hard labor related to it, you'd probably hire a Mexican.
Yeah.
I mean, you yourself, do you think that you could do a hard day labor like Mexicans do?
Probably not, to be honest with you. I mean, I can tend my own land. We live on 2 acres, so we tend our own property. I don't really need to hire Mexicans for it.
I garden, do my own cooking, my own cleaning, and something like that. But I was saying that's not the hard labor that these people have been doing to keep society going. And like even in terms like like if you go to the Jewish community in Brooklyn, every single restaurant, and I once tested this like 13th Avenue in Borough Park, literally every single restaurant had Mexican cooks. And even like Indian restaurants, like God forbid, like almost all the Indian restaurants have Mexican cooks. I mean, is that the case with Ralph? I mean, maybe you haven't been to America. I don't know about in Germany, but like here in my area, like
I lived in the US a long time. I know what you mean. But I'll tell you, David, let me give you. I agree with you for once, but I'll give you another example where I lived in London before I moved to Germany. I lived there quite a while. Because I get up to work really early, usually at 4:30 if I can. And if I got up in the morning at 4:30, I had a large balcony, I could overlook everything. The only people I'd see at 4:30 in the morning were high-performing city workers, migrants who are there to do all the horrible shit jobs, and Muslims going to get the first call of prayer.
Yeah, I employed Mexicans
at 5 o'clock in the morning, right?
I mentioned this like to
high-performing city workers, migrants cleaning the streets, and the faithful of one faith who are going to get in the morning for the first call to prayer.
I mentioned this to Judas Maccabeus and Joseph Cohn and Adam Green. When I first went to Hasidic Brooklyn, like they put me to work and like they had me go in the morning to pick up Mexicans, and Mexicans would stand at like 4 a.m. on the street corner and rush to get into my van to work for $8 an hour. There was also Polish guys that would work, but like not like so actually in Brooklyn they're Polish guys who stand on the street corner, but not like Mexicans, and saying like that's how we do it. Like we pick up Mexicans
were they
and they'll work a whole day for and saying the economy is based on that.
Were they
American without those guys?
But another thing is also, it's like you say, it's the work ethic or the ethos or the reason you get up early. The reason was high performance city workers, migrants got that too, and faith in God. So you look and then you say, well, who isn't up in the morning? You're like, okay, people who don't have that work ethic or their needs must, or a belief in something that's metaphysical, right?
We mean more like 9 o'clock. You're talking morning like sunrise. I talk to like Hispanics that are going to be ready to work at 6 a.m. So I mean, you talk about American work ethic.
6 is for losers. 4:35 is when you get market time to go at 4 o'clock every morning, bro. 6
the
is when you
answer,
have breakfast. Like, what the fuck?
The answer is yes. People change with circumstances, and if they need to survive, they do what it takes.
Yeah, and I think. Oh, go on, Raymond.
I was just going to ask: Do you refute in the Northeast that it isn't actual Americans working the offshore fishing jobs? The lobster fishing.
I saw that in Maine, right?
Yeah, you see actual genuine Americans are willing to, and those are really crap jobs, to be fair. Like that's a really terrible job to be spending six months on a ship out in the middle of the Grand Banks on a boat. Just
you think those are mostly white? Yeah. You think those people are mostly white?
Are they not?
I don't know anything about. I know about those jobs. And I'm not sure the demographics. Like, if you told me they're mostly, I'm not saying that no white people do a hard day's labor, but like certainly like in urban areas, or even the ability to say like, would I be able? Like, I'm too old, but like even in my 20s, would I've been able to do like hard day labor, 10 hours a day, day after day? Probably not.
Yeah, but what
like there are some white people who do it like that, but overall, the number of white people that could do a hard day's labor like Mexican is limited.
Yeah, but
go tell that to the Midwest. Go tell that to all the farmers in the Midwest. You go tell them that their work ethic is limited. You go tell that to them. You go right to their face. Anybody riding a John Deere tractor in the middle of
but it's like that's the point. They don't do a hard day's labor. They ride trucks. I mean, some of them do.
What are you talking about? That is a hard day's labor.
Yeah, but it's technological based.
Tractor is just respond to this comment, please.
No, I'm saying you're wrong. In fact, like most of those places use Mexicans. Like, I mean, reality is most farmers.
What are you going on about, David?
Okay,
David, stop joining. People use the easiest route to achieve things. If you give them someone who will do the job cheaply, they use it. If they don't have one, they do it themselves.
Yeah, but if they've been using Mexicans for 50, 60 years, like, they're not. You can't replace Mexicans all of a sudden. It's not just all of a sudden.
Yes, you can. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
It's been like a generation or two where white people haven't done this kind of labor.
Okay, what happens is the cost rises because it's rare. People pay more, and therefore more people get into it and do more of it, and the market fixes it. Give it 10 years, and it's everything sorted.
I don't think so.
What do you think, that Mexicans have been designed by God to do gardening?
Yeah, David, there'll be plenty of
generations.
Do you think English people are incapable of gardening?
Well, I garden too, but I'm saying like a hard day's labor to do it hours every day.
There are lots of English people and lots of Spanish people and lots of French people doing hard work.
Just go to any. You can literally go to any YouTube channel that has to do with a family farm out in the American Midwest, and you go tell me that their jobs are super easy, because I can guarantee you that the riding the tractor is just one part.
David lives in a dream that he sees on TV.
Labor, and saying even those people largely employ Mexican labor.
Jimmy.
Just go to the channel.
Yes, because it's the cheapest and easiest route. It's the easiest route.
David, there'll be plenty of Americans that be able to do the Mexican labor. The reason not doing that is because we have America and the West has a generous welfare state, so
that's
they can opt out.
That's your claim. We'll see whether there'll be plenty of Americans who could do that labor. It's unknown.
If you got rid of the welfare,
Ralph was talking about in Italy.
If you got rid of the welfare, if you got rid of the welfare state, the American people will have no choice but to do those jobs.
The prices rise accordingly.
They could die in poverty.
Hey, the price goes up.
That's what drug addicts do. They die in poverty.
God, what did England do without the Mexicans, bro? Look at these gardens.
Yeah,
but that's not like the hard labor that Mexicans do on the farmland.
Drug addicts.
That's crazy what the Mexicans.
And even that, like even most of this, like they probably have foreign labor helping them.
No, David, no.
Rubbish.
I was visiting in countryside in England, and I saw it was English people working in the fields.
Yeah.
It was 10 years ago. I mean, you can't change that much since.
And David, the point is that just because
aren't those using Spanish architecture? How dare they? That's cultural appropriation. Jinx, no you.
You have to understand, David, in England, they didn't have that many immigrants until the 90s, and the English people were doing all the work. I mean, Ralph will tell you, or someone who is from there will tell you. I just visit, but I see who's working. So yes, now there are more foreigners.
That does hard labor. Like I've at least managed hard labor, but is anyone here?
I was in London in the 90s, and I saw British builders, English builders.
I've at least managed people doing hard labor. But I've never really done hard labor. Has anyone here done hard labor?
You are not the world, David. You know.
I'm asking on the panel. A single person on this panel done hard labor.
Me, no. I'm a musician. I have delicate fingers.
So no one on this panel has done hard labor.
Yes, I have. Okay. I served for over a decade in the U.S. Air Force. All right. I've been to Iraq. All right. And I have actually done heavy lifting and heavy equipment in setup in Iraq. Okay. So I have done
so you did it all day, every day, or like you did it once for a few hours.
Yes.
It was 14 years, he just told you.
Yeah, but in the army, they put you to work for like a few hours.
Not doing hard labor?
Is that not all day, every day in the army?
Hard labor? Does that not
do hard labor in the army?
Just carrying the shit they have to carry around all day is hard labor.
Yeah, but you don't do hard labor in the army.
Wait, David, if you're if you're a manager, don't you think that psychologically that creates a lot of pressure on you, and that in itself is like hard labor?
What hard physical labor? It's saying any job could be
What
hard.
is this?
No, psychological labor.
Now you're
I mean,
just
labor
saying the
usually
definition
referring
of
to
hard labor.
physical
Don't
Is
labor.
this?
it.
I know. I'm getting it. But this show is basically David trolling us with stereotypes, and we debunk his
Yo,
stereotypes.
David, do you even lift, bro? Do you lift?
You're a troll, David.
Yeah, exercise, suddenly going to the gym.
Fired
Not
up,
hard
though, man.
labor.
You got me. You got me, David. You got me. You got
What's
me. You got me
next?
all fired up.
I mean, you just said you were in the army. Good for you, but it doesn't mean you did hard labor.
I mean, he said.
Oh,
he
wait,
did, you know?
David.
Well, I'll take his word for it that he did hard labor. I'll take his word. I'll take his word.
I didn't exercise 5 days a week aggressively to make sure that I was constantly in shape. Like, get ready to go fight people. Like, that's not hard labor, but does it qualify as labor?
He's
Like,
gone.
He's
gone.
Oh, yeah.
He's gone. He's hungry. He's gone to get some food, but
How do you
probably.
define labor at this point?
There's something wrong with your microphone, Ray.
He's getting another takeaway. He's getting another takeaway.
In Kingston, your microphone is always bad. So.
Yo, David, what you eating for dinner, man? I want to know.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, David is always eating on cam. You should do like a stream every day, like David on eating on cam. Just
I want the chicken masala. I want some noodles.
Ralph is gone. Where'd he go?
So I need some ghost pepper lamb vindaloo. And
what I can tell you is that I've once made a mistake of going to an Indian restaurant in America.
Oh man,
it was not good.
I'm not a fan of curry, to be honest.
So there is this not terrible restaurant out in LA. It's called Bad Mash with 2 A's. So MAASH. So Bad Mash. And
okay, next time.
It's an Indian fusion restaurant. It's an Indian fusion restaurant. But what they make, you ever heard of a Canadian poutine, which is like gravy and a sauce mixed on fries?
No.
Okay, so the Canadians make this thing
that sounds delicious.
Yes, but here's the thing. This Indian fusion restaurant makes a chicken tikka masala poutine. So it's like chicken tikka masala with gravy on top of French fries.
It sounds like a Biden policy.
Oh my god. They're combining Indian and Scottish cuisine.
It sounds, in fact, it does. It sounds like a UN program, you know.
And then they make a ghost pepper lamb vindaloo. So good, so fire.
I gotta say, I'm not really a fan of curry.
This is a true fact. Anyone can do this. Where did chicken tikka masala be invented? It was actually in Scotland.
Really?
I kid you not.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't it by Bangladeshi or something?
Oh yeah, but it was still in Scotland.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like westernized Indian food or something, right? It's nice though. I like it. It's good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the same like with the Canadian cuisine of like chips, completely drenched in cheese and gravy.
Hey, welcome back, Ralph.
Yeah.
Hey, he made it.
Did you go get some fish and chips?
Was that Windows 11? Did you get Windows 11? No, I'm just kidding.
By the way, you know, I like to annoy the chatters. There's people in the chat with JOCD, so just to annoy them, you know that a lot of the so-called American technology is actually Israeli. You know, Boston Dynamics, you know, those scary robots?
Yep. Oh yeah, that's
right. They're from
Israel. They're from Israel.
He was just on Lex Friedman this 2 days ago. Like the CEO was on Lex Friedman.
Yeah, but the engineers are in Israel. I don't know where the CEO is, but the engineers are in Israel. I actually saw them the other day on the street with a robot.
There's Don.
Walking the robot dog.
No, I mean, they're affiliated with MIT. I mean,
even that guy behind him is just looking like, I don't know what he's doing, and I'm
Robert
Curtis epilepsy dance.
Did you know, David, that Israelis
Robert
produce...
Plater is a white guy. He was on Lex Friedman the other day. The CEO.
Okay, the engineering is Israeli. Okay, did you know that Israelis produce?
Israeli, not the engineering is not Israeli. It's mostly.
Did you know that Israelis produce twice as many scientific papers per capita than Americans?
You're asking me trivia?
Yeah, ask if you knew that. That would explain why Boston Dynamics have their engineering in Israel, why Intel have their engineering in Israel, why Amazon have their engineering in Israel, and why all these places have their engineers in Israel.
They don't have They have
but it's not
in Israel. They don't have all their engineering in Israel.
Not all, but the key ones, the important stuff.
And it's not even clear they have the key ones there, like MIT.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
say
but
more
you-
Israelis
yeah,
go to
but
MIT than Americans go to Israeli universities. Still, like MIT, the best Israelis are more likely to go to MIT than the other way around.
Yeah, they go to MIT, then they come back to Israel and they continue the inventions in Israel.
Yeah, but Mossad, if you look at the SAT scores, the biggest players are mostly Singapore and Hong Kong because
I don't know. We don't have SAT, so I don't know how you'd look at SAT scores.
But Singapore is also a horrendous IQ shredder. So.
Yeah.
Wait, what does that mean?
You don't know what an IQ shredder is?
What?
So we talk about this with demographic replacement all the time. I'm surprised you haven't really. Okay. So I'm just surprised you haven't heard of it. So an IQ shredder really essentially is a location or a place where what it does is it absorbs a lot of high IQ people to be able to fuel whatever it is functioning, but it doesn't produce any people that are like that. It just eats them up. It just eats it up the whole time. It just shreds it.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying like because Hong Kong and Singapore are city states and they take the best of the best from the whole world?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it just
they take
there's a general replacement policy that isn't explicitly the high IQ range. It's not like doing something like what Israel would be doing, which is maintaining a naturally high IQ system and not just shredding it out, like not just removing it or
but I'm just saying like because Israel is like how many million is not really fair to compare to a country like America.
What?
It's only 9 million Israel. Singapore is very small.
Like, isn't Singapore just more people in a smaller area?
I don't know what the population, but it's a small place. It's not huge.
Yeah, no, that's part of the reason why it's a shredder.
And Israel's facing economic decline right now. Like
shekels
on its all-time low.
It's 4 million less.
Israeli economy is growing strong. What are you talking about?
Shekels at like a multi-year low, and the investment into the tech sector has collapsed a little bit.
No, Israeli GDP per capita, it's the highest it's ever been. It's higher than Germany, higher than UK, higher than France.
You're giving one economic indicator that's not.
Many economic indicators show that Israel is growing.
You're talking about the investment in tech, and
you read too much. You read too much American media. That's your problem.
No, I read Israeli media. I read the Israeli papers every day.
It's the same. Israeli media is the same.
Papers. But no, the shekels on multi-year low, and the investment in new startups is also on a multi-year low.
I think Israel GDP per capita looks pretty good on that curve.
Yeah, if you're talking about GDP per capita, I mentioned
Israeli economy is growing.
That's the labor non-participation rate.
Sorry, David, it's growing.
Yeah, but I didn't say anything about the GDP. I said the shekel, which is not growing, it's at its lowest point, and startup investments is also its lowest point in decades.
Startup investment is its lowest point for everywhere.
Israel is about to go through another explosion with the next technology revolution. I disagree with you, David. Israel is in a very good place.
Israel is in great.
I'm telling you,
we just discovered more. What are you talking about?
There's nothing to disagree about. This is economic data coming out of Israel about startup investment and the value of the shekel. You can't disagree with the current economic.
Yes,
data.
I can disagree. Yes,
I didn't claim that Israel's about to have a recession.
Okay, let us know when you're done again.
The shekel on
let us know when you're done.
And that
you already said it about 5 times, David. Why do you repeat yourself everything 5 times?
Because you disagreed with something I wasn't saying.
Because I disagree with the relevance of those points. On the whole, Israeli economy is strong.
Granted, what David said is correct. However, but you make it sound like what I said wasn't correct.
I didn't make it sound anything because you started speaking as soon as I opened my mouth. So if you try to actually listen, you'll be wiser. And all you do is repeat yourself. It's just boring.
You know, one thing that I find really fascinating, though, is it's very rare because usually Israelis are really good at back and forth and interrupting each other. I've never heard a non-Israeli try to over-interrupt an Israeli.
Yeah, I mean, like Mossad has gotten weak and tired. Like David has to move to Israel to replace him. Like Mossad has lost his Jewish edge.
You don't replace me.
You're
I'm
not
still
going to move
here.
to Israel.
I have information on the shekel versus the US dollar, though, in comparison to them. So currently, right now, it's what looks to be on the bottom trend after a 5-year market, mostly in direct correlation to the way the US market has currently functioned.
Yeah.
I have been tracking the US market for the past like month and a half. I've been just pretty much tracking the entirety of the US market on a macro scale. And it's pretty much looks to be on the 3-year trend. It looks to be bottoming out since it peaked back in, what was it, 21? Yeah, 2021, which was like peak pandemic.
Yeah.
It's currently hit a quarter, just over a quarter. So just over a quarter is the value of 1 shekel versus the US dollar. But back at peak, it was about a third. So it's like not really actually that bad. The economy isn't actually super terrible in relation to it.
And we just
mostly because it's just easier to trade in the US dollar over the actual shekel.
I think there's also a lot of short-term news on the shekel because of all of this noise around this protest.
Yeah, exactly. We keep discovering more
Moody's
gas.
just downgraded Israelis' bond rating.
Yeah, that's politics. Yeah, they're trying to apply. That's the US trying to apply more pressure on Israel against the will of the people. It's part of the American tactics of empire.
It's the same with the British
You're just like a cheerleader for Israel. Everything's like, yay, yay, Israel, yay, yay.
I don't know if this is really all cheerleading. We're just trying to correct records from genuine. You're making generalist statements that
you're
seem
saying
to
that
be
Moody's downgrading the Israeli bond ratings means nothing.
It's politics. It doesn't mean nothing. It means the world.
Moody could downgrade the US dollar and it would still gain value somehow through science. Like it just
Moody is trying to affect Israeli politics. It's anti-democratic body that is trying to push its way on Israeli citizens.
Both Moody's and S&P are very political, right?
Moody. We found out that Moody was super political when we found out that a vast majority of the credit ratings they were providing to mortgage-backed securities in the U.S. prior to the housing crash was actually just selling ratings for free. That's incredible. Yeah, that's incredibly corrupt. Right. What do you mean Moody's is a respectable institution?
But Israel keeps discovering more and more gas. We just found oil as well. We have oil reserves in the Golan if everything runs out. But right now it's a nature reserve.
Mossad, Israel, the fourth industrial wave revolution is going to be completely knowledge-based stuff. And Israel has got a fantastic knowledge industry, right? It's right at the sweet spot, right? If Israel was only about farming, then I'd be worried. But it isn't. Right?
Yeah. I wish we had more farming, actually. We should make more food.
More Judea and Samaria is taking, I'm sure there'll be more farms. But,
I mean, we got all the shitty land as well.
I mean, that's the thing, though. I'd really like to see how Israel's land shapes up with some proper restructuring with some good farming and agricultural industry. I'd really like to see how that
I was talking to someone, my missus, right? Because she's dying to go to Israel as well because she likes food and chefs. And I looked at her and she's like, well, what's it like? And I said, it reminds me a lot of California in the early days, in the 50s, 60s, before it was completely done properly. And you look at parts of Israel, it just looks like California in the 60s or 50s.
Israel is a mess.
2 or 3 decades, it's going to be something proper, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be incredible, especially with plenty of citrus and especially with the capacity to grow citrus. Like you guys are gonna have an insane citrus industry. It's gonna be beautiful out there. You're gonna have these really well organized orchards. I'd be excited to see the whole thing.
As long as it's peaceful.
I've seen portions of it. Yeah,
I mean, you guys.
I've seen portions of it.
You guys are just cheerleaders for Israel. So look at the facts on the ground. There's been huge protests. Israel's facing a lot of
problems. Most of them caused by people like you.
You had a strike of El Al, the airplanes refusing to fly. You had military people. You just had the first walk-off of the military.
Yeah, it's exactly the consequences of what people like you are trying to.
Blame it on me.
Yeah, well, not you personally. People with your politics are interfering with every country in the world,
and therefore Israel.
Don't worry. Look at what you've done. Look at what you've done.
There's no good nicks like Duvid. Don't worry about all the trouble Israel's
Look at what you've done to Iraq.
Don't worry about 10 weeks now that there's been 100,000 plus people protesting. You don't worry that countless high-ranking military officials have threatened to step down.
It's okay.
Look what you've done. Your solution for Iraq was impressive, David.
Hey, here's the thing you got to worry about, though. We still have Jordan Justine on the ground, okay? And he's fighting He's fighting right now. That man is given.
He's the future of Israel.
He's another American. He's another American.
Yeah, that's why you got to end the right of return, because he's the future of Israel.
Nah.
Mossad is not the future of Israel. Jordan Justine is.
Well, he's a minority in Israel, so the religious Jews are not that militant.
Yeah.
They're not like him. He's the special faction.
Well,
yeah, the religious Jews just don't serve in the military, and you have to pay for everything that they do.
Should Full Metal Stack
That's
just
not that's not a true statement. It's true of the majority, but
he still needs just a lot of Mexicans and all sorts of
like Mossad, you have to work harder so the Haredim could have bigger families.
Yeah, that's okay, but then there'll be more Jews.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to work harder so
yeah,
Haredim could have more kids.
I am. That's why I've been absent from these streams. I've been working hard.
I'm just happy.
I have a personal question, David. I don't want to bust your balls here, but did something happen to you in Israel? Why do you have this?
Yeah, did something happen when you were there? There's something wrong with David. He's got an identity problem.
No, this is just like this. This is because I was in Israel. Like, this is what happened. I became Israeli.
You didn't. You're just an American.
You sound very anti-Israeli, man.
Yeah,
because that's what all Israelis sound like.
No, they don't.
No,
you don't sound like Israeli. You sound like an American. Your politics are delusional leftist American nonsense.
Here to, like, get Christian
now I'm Israeli.
It's nonsense you watched on TV.
No,
all educated on
just
TV.
Like a Christian cheerleader trying to get.
Unfortunately, I don't have any ethnic Jew.
Well, you're not a cheerleader. I mean, I'm a cheerleader for England. What are you talking about? We both support our countries. Each other's countries. I support England. I wish England the best. And I'm a cheerleader for England.
It's just what pro-Israel sounds like.
Well, I like my own country first, but of course, I
mean, you can't even get a guy to show his face. He likes his own country so much he won't even put his face behind it.
Because I work with crazy lefty Americans like you.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Who are fascistic and not able, who are fascistic and are not able to handle people who have different opinions. So you have to hide from them because they're dangerous. American leftists are dangerous people. So you have to hide from them. Yes.
Indeed.
That's
American lefties are the scum of the world.
Right, chaps, I think I just realized the time as well.
David, you're never going to win an argument against me. You just make yourself miserable.
Sadly, truly the greatest American export is American leftism.
Arguments with Jews. They're just scheduled again for tomorrow. Like, I was in yeshiva for 3 years. I argued every day with people for all day, every day, and we never agreed with each other. That's what we do.
Yeah, but you were defeated here several times tonight. In case you didn't notice, you should play it back to yourself. Well, you can decide yourself. You can decide yourself if you watch it again.
In your own fantasy world.
No, you can watch it yourself and enjoy it. Enjoy it. Maybe learn something.
Learn that I zapped Mossad of his energy. He's considering retiring. He's low energy now. God forbid. No energy in Mossad.
I've been working all day instead of waffling online. I actually did some work. I've been productive.
You have to work for a living, right? Feed the family.
Yeah, I actually was working today. I woke up at 7. I went and worked all day. I actually worked a long day today.
Yeah, David. What do you actually do for a career?
He advises Israelis.
I just eat off the fat of Mossad's
He's a lefty leech.
Yeah, I just eat off the fat of Mossad's labor. And then even worse, then I criticize him. He has to work all day to support me, and then I criticize him. That's Israeli politics for you.
Do his fletching the managerial classes.
No, the Haredim are with me, David. You're not Israeli.
You definitely got some kind of sugar daddy, concept with you.
Oh, hello. That took a funny turn.
Yeah,
exactly.
David manages. David is like the super. He's called the super, isn't he?
He spends all day,
He gets a small place to live, and he has to take care of this building.
Yeah. It's funny. Like David came onto the scene like a few.
Like
years
Joe
ago.
Pesci.
Yeah, but I'm saying like David came on.
You know that movie? That was a great, funny movie. I loved it.
It's a good film.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, David came on the scene like a few years ago, trying to like, it just seemed like you were like trying to like create attention, saying like, oh, there's this Jewish plot to undermine the West and all that stuff, reaffirming.
You mean there isn't?
No, is very popular. Dubin is very popular with the far right, alt right that gives.
He just
trolls
them. He just trolls them. It's his hobby and his business.
Yeah, it's attention seeking. You know.
I think Dubin is heavily clipped by the alt right. The alt right love it when Dubin says something. The alt right go, "Look, the Jews are out to get you, boys." And it's like quite funny. It's really quite amusing. I think
you're not even Lachik Jew, are you, David? Is your mother Jewish? Oh, he's muted himself.
David, you've muted while eating.
It's a blessing.
David is referred to as honest, and like David in my own channel, David's doing public Hebrew lessons. Thank God. David, got hundreds of views teaching people Hebrew, how to say the prayers.
Teaching Hebrew. Oh, wow.
Great.
Fascinating.
Nice.
Did you learn Hebrew when you were in Israel, or did you learn it when you were a kid?
I learned some Hebrew as a kid, but I didn't learn Hebrew as a language ever. I went to yeshiva. I went to Sunday school, bar mitzvah classes as a young child, and just learned the alphabet. And so I never.
Okay. This is not an interview.
I was never formally taught Hebrew.
Yeah, we're not hiring you for jobs.
Yeah, this is not. This is your life, David. This is just a simple question,
No, but can you speak Hebrew? Like, if you spoke to a Jewish person,
I can say that. No, only heretics.
Can the house band play some nostalgic music?
God forbid, only heretics speak Hebrew. David prays in Hebrew. I was teaching people not how to speak Hebrew, how to pray in Hebrew.
Right.
Heretics like Mossad.
So is your mother Jewish?
They don't pray. They speak in Hebrew.
Is your mother
Jewish?
Never pray. Is your mother Jewish then? No.
Pause.
Yes, the genetic Mossad is so interested in my mother.
I'm just curious. That's all.
We already discussed this earlier, 100 times. God forbid.
So your mom is Jewish or not Jewish?
Didn't I say this? My mom is 99.4% Ashkenazic Jewish.
Oh, your mom's Jewish.
My mom's descended from a famous German rabbinic line. Like good old Ludwig Bamberger.
Yeah, but it's not.
Cousin David Ludwig Bamberger.
Is your father not Jewish? I can't remember.
God forbid, David.
So is your father not Jewish?
To Ludwig Bamberger, who founded Deutsche Bank.
Okay.
Yeah,
so is your father Jewish then?
Is your mother's line purely from the female side, or is your mother only Jewish because her father was Jewish?
I'm a half Jew. My mother was the first person in probably 100,000. I mean, she's 99.4% that married a non-Jew.
It doesn't matter. Is it on the mother's side or the father's side?
My grandfather's grandfather was a rabbi who represented the Jews at the 1893 Parliament of World Religions in Chicago with Vivekananda.
But the questions are you matrilineal?
Like Ralph, my grandfather's Rabbi Bamberger was up there with.
Okay, calm down, David. Calm down.
In 1893.
Again, this is your life. We'll do one day. I promise you, we'll do this is your life.
Yeah, I said this 100 times. You guys don't pay attention.
Because you're drawn.
Your mother's mom's Jewish. It's matrilineal, right? Your mother's mother has to be Jewish too, right?
Yeah.
All of my mother's ancestors are Jewish.
Okay, that's not good enough.
Fine.
That's not
my brother did a DNA test, so my father has no Jewish ancestry. Okay. And my mother has almost 99.4% Ashkenazic Jewish blood. So it's unclear where the 0.6%.
99%. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Over 99%.
I don't think any Ashkenazi Jew is 99% like Ashkenazi. They're at least a bit white, a bit Middle Eastern, wherever.
Well, the genetic group to say Ashkenazi Jew, which is a mixture of things, by saying that my mother's DNA test wasn't 100% Ashkenazic Jewish. It was 99.4. But I have my mother's family tree, actually right on my shelf behind me, that all of her ancestors, going back as far as she knows, were Jewish.
But did your mother?
My father also comes from a well-known family, but I can't say which one.
Identify herself as a Jew.
Not bankers, people of the mind, philosophers and people like that.
But one thing that's surprising.
Spinoza, Mossad's like a Spinoza.
I'm not Spinoza. I'm not Sephardi.
I'm not Sephardi. Jews are known to non-Jews.
Did your mother identify?
Depends when. Depends when. Yes, known to non-Jews. Yeah, known to non-Jews as well. Yes, some of them. Yes,
non-Jews would have heard of your ancestors.
But Duvid,
yes.
Would your mother have spoken
like Ralph Duvid, as educated people would have heard your ancestors. Like, oh, I've read his book.
Okay, but
not the book.
Spoken
No.
in Hebrew when you were a kid, though, if she was Jewish.
Well, no, in Jerusalem, my rabbis told me that only heretics speak Hebrew. You're not supposed to speak Hebrew. You're supposed to pray in Hebrew. So I was making videos, not teaching people how to speak Hebrew, how to pray in Hebrew.
So neither Hebrew nor Yiddish. That's not very common, though, is it? Because most
it is common. That's a common position among Haredim.
No, the Haredim, who are a reaction to the Enlightenment, do not speak Hebrew.
The creation of Israel as Hebrew as a spoken language with Zionism, and said that Hebrew is specifically reserved for prayer, and it's forbidden. It's Lushon HaKodesh. It's the holy language not to be used for mundane.
And they speak it too. They speak it too. Come on.
It's a division. I mean, in Israel, there's a strong.
They speak it too. If you talk to them in Hebrew, they answer in Hebrew. And
in United Torah Judaism, some do, but
most of them.
Probably like 25% of Haredim in Israel attempt not to speak Hebrew.
Every time I'm on a plane from Israel going anywhere, there are Haredim, and I always talk to them, and they always talk back, and they're fine. I like them. Okay.
But is that true, Mossad? Would they either speak Yiddish or speak Hebrew? What would they speak?
They speak Yiddish. Many of them speak Yiddish amongst themselves, but they speak Hebrew. I mean, they speak fluently.
It was my rabbis in Jerusalem who told me not to speak Hebrew.
Okay, then your rabbi doesn't speak Hebrew. Okay, whatever. Your rabbi doesn't run Israel.
That's your rabbi.
Like, I had to learn Yiddish and Hebrew because the classes are in. Like, I mean, Mir Yeshiva in Jerusalem has
it is true
a lot
that
of
many of
Hebrew
them speak
speakers.
Yiddish.
They have some rabbis, but the vast majority is in Yiddish, and it is a theological position that Hebrew should exclusively be used for holy purposes, and you degenerate the language when you use it for regular purposes.
Speak Yiddish, David? Oh.
They speak Yiddish, yeah.
My grandparents probably spoke a handful, but no, man, Duvid was secular. Duvid's a Baal Tshuva. Duvid went to Israel and didn't have this training from my parents. Like, I'm a half Jew.
So your parents spoke English when you were a kid?
My parents only speak English. I mean, maybe like a little Spanish or French from school. My mother maybe knew. My mother had a bat mitzvah, so she knew how to read the Hebrew letters, but she does not know how to speak Hebrew. And like my grandfather,
what is happening?
My great grandfather spoke Yiddish. My grandfather maybe spoke a few Yiddish words. My mother knew a few Yiddish words. So I say this is what my rabbis in Jerusalem told me.
You know, David. You know,
they told me not to learn Hebrew to speak in Hebrew. I should only.
You know, David. You know, genius is being able to put something in few words. You know, bring a complicated concept in a few words, and you have the opposite. You can make something simple take forever to explain. How do you do it?
I had to repeat this. You guys are not capable of understanding it. I mean, it's rather quite simple.
You literally can take forever to explain the most obvious thing. That's not genius. You're the opposite of you're the genius.
Right away. Hebrew should be reserved for holy purposes, not as a normal language is. It's a common theological position.
No, it seems like a very low bar to be called Jewish.
I could literally say everything you said in like 3 seconds.
I could speak Elvish from the Tolkien. No, I'm just kidding. Does that qualify me as Elvish? Does that mean
what Duvi does is he's a troll. He tries to sow division in order to be interesting.
I mean, you're the troll.
Argument.
God forbid.
You talk over everyone. You talk over everyone.
Duvid has shaken hands with Eli Derry. Duvid has many friends that have Ari Derry. Sorry, and Duvid has many connections in United Torah Judaism. Duvid officially worked for the Agudas Yisrael. Duvid officially got paid from the Agudas Yisrael.
Amazing.
Wait,
so
Duvid,
what?
It's truly enlightening. Yes, I don't want to.
Do you want to thank anyone for this? Should we play some music? Don't cry though.
Yeah, I'm saying Mossad. Mossad just has to do what the rabbis tell him. He hates it, but at the end of the day, the rabbis say what to do, and Mossad says yes, sir, even though he hates them.
So he tries
to take it out on Duvid, but tomorrow when he has to go back to work, he will say yes, sir, to the rabbis.
I told you I like the Haredim. I don't have a problem with them. I actually
you
like
say yes,
them.
sir, and do whatever they tell you.
No, I don't say. I just say hello normally.
Wait, David.
Depending on the situation, maybe.
Wait, David. What motivates?
Sometimes I say to them, "Do you know how to get to somewhere?" As well. I did say that to them a few times in my life.
I'm just saying, like, David, like, what motivated you to get into these online sort of debates? Like,
well, I mean, actually, Ralph messaged me.
He's got an identity crisis.
I wouldn't have known that Ralph was streaming if he hadn't messaged me.
Yeah, but
he's got. The answer is he's got an ongoing identity crisis.
No, like I'm not that. Like the only debates I've been in were people who invited me. Jean-Francois Garepi invited me to debate on.
Don't you think that's a strange?
After I was on Jean-Francois Garepi, Adam Green reached out to Jean-Francois Garepi, and who booked me on his show.
Why do you think you
done that many of these debates? I've only done like 10 or 15.
Why do you think you get asked by such strange people? Like, why were you not asked by, say, someone of some caliber?
Crucible. I'd like to see him hop onto Andrew BPF, dude. Like the Crucible would be sweet to watch. That would be wild.
Yeah, I wasn't on the Crucible. I mean, Crucible, Andrew Wilson.
No, I mean,
it's the chicken.
I was never on the Crucible. Andrew Wilson was a guest on my channel.
It's the chicken it's the chicken and the egg scenario. Like, David, you must have started it at some point, and then that created attention.
Luke Ford.
You know
Luke
about
Ford
JF's adventures
Luke Ford in Hollywood he bought me. Yeah, I was just watching his content, and then I appeared on the show, and he bought me a microphone, and because Luke Ford was on Warski, and so all of my contacts came in the beginning through Luke Ford in Hollywood.
But he bought you can't afford a microphone.
Well, Luke Ford recruited me into streaming. I wasn't thinking of becoming a streamer. I came on to speak to Luke Ford, and he was like, "You're good," and he asked me my address, and he sent me a microphone, and then I streamed with Luke Ford almost every night for a few months. And at that point, Luke Ford was getting hundreds of viewers, and he was interviewing Richard Spencer, Mike Enoch. He had just been on the Warski show, and so it all came through Luke Ford.
Wow, amazing, amazing list, powerful stuff.
Well, it's like that's my debate with counter Semites. And it's saying it started with Richard Spencer because I was at University of Michigan, and Richard Spencer was coming to University of Michigan. That's why I looked into it in the first place. I wanted to know who.
I like his dog Zeus.
Richard Spencer was.
His dog Zeus is cool.
And then I saw Luke Ford was interviewing Richard Spencer, so I started talking to Luke Ford.
Yeah, but did you see his dog Zeus?
I mean, really, no? I have not spoken to. I've spoken to Adam Green about 5 times. I was on Jean-Francois Garepi's about 4 times.
Adam Green is paranoid schizophrenic, isn't he?
Well, I was on his show 5 times. I was on Jean-Francois Garepi 4 times. I was on the gas station.
What's with JF and mentally challenged women? What's going on there? It's very strange stuff.
I don't follow his personal life. I debated.
Well, it's bizarre. You got to admit.
I debated against him. I mean,
first they're quite rare. I don't know how he finds them. They're quite rare.
I never debated Judaism.
I walk in the street. I walked in the street all my life, and it's very rare to see such a woman in actual real life. I don't know how he finds them. But then, why? Why?
If Ralph is paying attention, I've actually spent.
It's very strange. You got to admit.
Against evolution than against counter-Semites. It just happens.
Is it a French-Canadian thing?
It just happens to be counter-Semites get like a whole bunch of views.
I'll tell you what more said.
But I've done a lot more evolution debates than I've done counter-Semite debates.
Why is it that all these anti-Semites turned out to be all degenerates?
Even Ralph, besides these panels on this show, the majority of the time I've spoken with Ralph has been about evolution, debating atheism, and consciousness. Ralph was on my channel multiple times. The Judaism did not even
no,
come up.
listen, David, what,
Like,
there's no doubt, there's
Ralph
no,
was on my channel,
David, calm down. Just take a break for a second.
Well, you
David, no, but I'm funny, that's the difference.
Judaism did not even come up.
It's the politics that does my head.
You know, you're a German Jew, right? They are known for their lack of humor.
I was going to ask you that something, Judith. See, my missus
Famous.
being German,
And also the
Yiddish,
degeneracy.
when she hears Yiddish, she can pick up, because it's Germanic, she can pick up all the German words. And just like, let's say I hear language, I don't speak like Arabic, because I can speak Sanskrit and I can pick up common words. So when you hear Yiddish, does anything happen? Can you understand any Yiddish at all?
I went to school in Yiddish for 2 years. Like, yeah, my Yiddish was like, because my grammar is poor. I went to Yiddish speaking school for 2 years. I've said in hundreds of hours of Yiddish lectures. I don't.
David, do a synopsis of everything you're going to say. Just go. Give us a synopsis.
Have you seen Andrew Gold? Ralph, have you been watching Andrew Gold?
Use ChatGPT. Say, can you give me a summary of this?
God forbid you guys are just like on the degeneracy, like swindle of stupidity. Ralph, are you familiar with Andrew Gold?
David, you're very smart.
Andrew Gold?
David, how is it?
Andrew Gold has over like 100,000 subs. He's in Britain and Germany. He speaks German. No one's ever heard of Andrew Gold.
No, has he mentioned me yet?
No, he hasn't.
When he mentions me, then let me know.
He's got over 100,000 subs. He has interviewed a few Hasidim in the last few months. He specializes in debunking cults like Scientology, and he speaks German. He's back in. He's like Ralph.
Why are we talking about him?
Because it's more interesting than whatever the hell you're talking about. Like, I'd rather connect with Andrew Gold than your sorry ass.
Okay. Yeah.
There are plenty of mentally retarded people that have more subscribers than Ralph. So don't use that as a fucking yardstick.
Yeah, that's already already.
Andrew Gold's an interesting character. I'm just mentioning it. Like, Andrew Gold's an interesting character. He specializes. He specializes in criticizing.
Yeah, but if your yardstick is how many subscribers, then you might as well.
I mention it because he speaks German.
Yeah, what do you like, Mr. Beast or PewDiePie? That's how I measure my success.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll tell you what, I enjoy doing its content. Our conversations are conscious.
You're the one who sent me the link. I wouldn't have known you were streaming if you didn't send it to me.
That really does my head in.
David, you're a very smart, very smart guy, but unfortunately, you were born in America.
But remember, Mossad, David's got a different strategy to Americans. He's got a different game strategy.
And that caused an identity crisis in you and left you very confused.
David saw an opportunity to take advantage of it, and he did.
Well, he couldn't afford a microphone. He doesn't seem he took a great advantage of it. There goes the rich Jew stereotype.
He's hating on David because more people come to David to have them explain Jewish topics than him.
No, but that's not true. David has
No, I'm very happy that you explained. I'm very happy for you for whatever you do. I wish you success.
For whatever you do.
Yeah. No, I mean it. I mean, if you're doing education about the Jewish Bible, that's great. Good luck.
I know. It's just a shame.
Why would I be upset about it?
I'm just saying,
Jewish content on my channel is basically like me teaching how to say Hebrew prayers and a few Ask the Rabbis.
I'm just saying it's a bit of a shame.
It's like Joseph Cohn. Like he meant like my Adam Green or a few of my debates, which I've done. Probably less than 10 JQ.
You already told us about them.
Yeah, I've done less than 10 of them in 5 years.
Okay. Yeah, but here's the thing: Joseph's
a solid.
Joseph is completely committed to ensure Jews are safe and not in danger. All of you, what you've been doing, David, is completely dismantle that.
That's how he frames it. That's just how he frames it.
Yeah, no, Kingston is right. No, he's right. He's right. I mean, if an Englishman spoke like you, he would also say that
I'm saying he gets an organization. He gets paid to do it. He set up to make his living, you're doing
Joseph does not make his money out of it.
No, he set it up. It's his own organization. He set it up. It's his own initiative.
He's got another job that he does.
Joseph has a real job. Yeah.
What?
Yes, this organization is him. It's him.
We're saying like he's got a day job, or this is his day job.
David.
He's got a full professional day job that is a professional real day job.
This organization is him. He started it. It's him.
Yeah.
There's no one behind him.
It's not like David who does this in my spare time. I don't make money.
It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. But the difference is you're a destructive force and he's a builder.
Yeah,
that's your opinion.
He has a young
no, it's a fact.
He's got a full-time daytime job, and he does all of the IM work on his side, by the side, on top of a day job and a young family for Israel.
You're saying
he's a good man.
He manages properties, or he works at a bank during the day.
I don't know what he does, but he sells cookies. Who cares?
He's got a real job.
He's a milkman.
David, you boast about having. Wait, David, you boast about having bodyguards. David, you need bodyguards to protect you.
Welcome to Minnesota, boys.
Joseph Cohen comes to Speaker's Corner or any.
What's your beef, Jimmy? What's your beef with Joseph, man? Well, Joseph's a lovely chap. What's your beef?
Yeah, I had bodyguards because I was doing party promotion, not related to Judaism.
Joseph Cohen doesn't have bodyguards. He goes.
But I had bodyguards not related to Judaism. I had bodyguards related to doing party promotion.
No, but Joseph would need bodyguards in the way he puts his body. He puts his body right in the middle of screaming Muslims.
He is a brave guy. He's got balls.
I've never heard a single rabbi endorse Joseph Cohen. I've never heard a single rabbi back him or endorse him.
So what?
A single rabbi backed Joseph Cohen.
I've never heard a single rabbi say that he's doing something good.
What rabbi? Who knows about him? Like what?
What do you mean?
I was saying that rabbis have like that. I mean, he's an independent Jew who has an organization. People obviously back him. He has views, but he's not speaking on behalf of the Jewish community, and he doesn't have the rabbinic. He has no.
Neither do you. Neither do you.
I have rabbinic back. I have hundreds of rabbis on my channel.
Don't care. You're representing nobody. You're representing nobody. You're like a small disturbance in the Jewish world. That's all.
To you, like the Anon troll from Israel. Google has the chief rabbi of Detroit on my YouTube channel.
I was going to have a closing comment if you were going to get ready to turn the stream off there, Ralph. I was going to have a closing comment, but I
go for it, man. I'm going to get to bed. I'm going to get to work. It's like
no, my only closing comment was it's really unfortunate that essentially the consensus of the American people, which is that really we have a lot more domestic issues to solve here in the U.S. more than we care about foreign policy. And it's unfortunate that Tucker Carlson decided to try and fight the cathedral in the way he did. And he is unfortunately reaping the consequences of that and now has to find a way to try and reach back to to real Americans with a real American message.
We can have a chat about this later, Raymond, as well. I've got
Absolutely.
lots of great stuff to update to you, man, bro.
Yeah, I was actually going to talk about that. I forgot that was the topic.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about the topics. Part of the reason I hopped on, but it's okay because sometimes the topic derails, and that's fine. But I was more than willing to have a closing comment of it's really unfortunate, even though his audience wasn't super large. That first 15 minutes was like one of the most important. One of the most important segments in American media, and was like one of the most looked at things, even on YouTube. That's the thing. People would go to the Fox YouTube channel. They would subscribe to the channel just to get the Tucker opening monologues. Period. That's all people wanted to see.
I'm going to kill the stream anyway. We've tried to good night. Why don't you stay on the back channel, and I'll give you some updates about the Heritage Foundation and stuff you might like.
Okay. America needs its own great American.
I was going to say I can let you go to sleep if you wanted to message me tomorrow. I will be completely available for that. 100%. Okay, sure. So I'll let you get some sleep and stuff because I know it's like 1 o'clock for you. Or is it midnight?
It's 2:20 right now.
2 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah.
Woo! I was gonna say you probably need to get.
I'll do it. I've got.
It's okay. I'm not working today.
I got to work in the morning.
But yeah, don't be afraid to message me, man. I'll absolutely be more than willing to sit down and have a chat tomorrow. I got plenty of time.
And thanks for jumping on, Moshe, man. And David, of course, always a pleasure. Blessings.
And thanks for having me on as well.
As long as David and Moshe kiss and make up, I think the work is done.
I'll see you guys though.
He provides much comedy. He needs to work on shortening his statements.
You're in short.
David, come. I'll give you some lessons.
All right, boys. I'm going to bail anyway. You guys want to stay on. Have a good night. Hey, blessing, David. Love. Hey, Jamie.
Okay. Yeah. God bless.
Bye.
Take care, boys.
Take care, Ralph. Speak to you soon.
Bye.